that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass.
I just want those who are counting, to let persons know that we have 3 members online. The Honorable Members Catherine Hughes, Charles Ramson, and Natasha Flo. Yes. Honorable Members, I declare this 30th sitting of the National Assembly of the 12th Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana to be duly constituted and in session. The clerk will lead us in prayers.
Almighty God, we are here gathered together, do most humbly beseech thee to guide us in all our consultations, so that we may together build a land where knowledge is free, where the mind is without fear, and the head is held high, and where words come from the depth of truth. Grant us, O God, thy need and guidance, so that we may deal justly with the several causes that come before us, laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and personal preferences, so that the result of our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion, the preservation of justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the President, and the peace and prosperity of Guyana. Grant us, O God, the vision so to lead, that all the people of this fair land may enter into that state of brotherhood and unity, where the mind is led forward by thee, and the ever-widening thought and action.
Please be seated.
Messages from the President. Announcements by the Speaker.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports, etc. Reports from committees, oral questions without notice, questions on notice, statements by ministers including policy statements, personal explanations, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly and moved by a minister, introduction of bills, public business, government's business.
Honorable members, we will now proceed with the second day of debates on the estimates for 2022. Our first speaker today is the Honorable Member, Mr. Kemraj Ramjatan.
To this budget debate 2022. Allow me to, at the commencement, to express my disappointment at the utterances of members of the government side who have that distinctly unsubstantiated and unjustified belief that government in Guyana seemingly commenced as of 2015. You would never get the impression that there was government before. And they also have left the impression to all and sundry that the period 2015 to 2020, absolutely nothing happened. And also giving the impression that short of everything ought to have been done during that period. Allow me to express my gratitude to members on my side who rebutted those false accusations so eloquently yesterday, and I rather suspect they will so do up to Friday. As would be normal in any budget, Mr. Speaker, you would have a number of statistics about growth rate and fiscal measures and percentage growth and overall fiscal deficit and external reserves and all of that. And I have to commend Mr. Rachni Singh for doing that which is normal in the course of a budget presentation. He did it well, although I must say, on a certain statistics regarding fishing, 11% increase, it doesn't feel that way. And speaking to fisher folk, speaking to some trawler owners, it could be made a manufactured statistic. But I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. This budget, in my opinion, however, is sadly reflecting how oil will become dominant in this economy, Mr. Speaker, to the marginalization and minimalization of the non-oil sector. This is as striking as it is dangerous. Oil is exhaustible, it is a wasting asset, and in a few decades, it will come to an end. We have to take and always fall back on the non-oil sector. So we must be cautious, therefore, not to prevent the revenue curse, the Dutch disease as we call it, and we must prevent that from ever happening, as we know that it has happened in our neighboring country, Venezuela. But as shadow in agriculture, I want to give a reminder to some of my colleagues across the floor as to what are some of the highlights during that 2015-2020 period. Concerning agriculture, you know, they will come here and say, nothing happened. We didn't do nothing. But I am glad that even the right sizing of the sugar industry, they are continuing with. Nothing for Skeldon, but they start now talking about Blairmont, Albion, and of course, Iceland. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that in relation to this matter of flooding, Guyana's first cutter dredge to clean out falls were bought in our administration. 22 coastal pump stations were built and 2 major sluices. You had 2. In Region 2, you had 7. Region 3, you had 1. Region 4, you had 9. Region 5, you had 1. And Region 6, you had 4. Yes. In relation to water catchment areas in Region 9 for cattle and vegetable farmers, they said we ain't doing nothing for Rupununi. We had 8 harvesting systems. 2 at Mawara, 2 at Anai, 2 at Ruperti, and Shuliman, Shulinab, and 1 at Aranaputa. We brought in Guyana's first amphibious excavator in the Eastern Marara Conservancy. You know, if I was on a platform outside, I would have said after each one of this, don't stop the progress. In the intermediate savannas, Mr. Speaker, there was 17 kilometers from the Takama to Ibini road that was constructed with 3 concrete bridges. And you had on a last occasion, Zulfikar Mustafa, honorable member, stating nothing happened under our administration. Guyana's first state-of-the-art toxic chemical storage facility was constructed in 2015. A chemical residue laboratory for food safety in 2019. We recommissioned a newly equipped pesticide and toxic chemical laboratory. It is a certified laboratory in 2019. And by the way, this administration has inherited that, and so shall it be. At Nari, you had the first turmeric factory at Hosororo, Region 1. Yesterday, we had Ms. Pearson, honorable member, giving the impression nothing happened in these Amerindian areas. We had mangrove expansion. We had destruction from them just because of certain friends and family at regions 2, 4, 5, and 6. Guyana Marketing Corporation, they used to cuss us up for plantain chip factory. You have that at Parika Processing Plant. It produces the excellent Hana plantain chips. Farmers and agro-processors market days were created under our administration because that is what we found very important and significant for our farmers. New head office for GMC. Same marketing corporation at LBI. And in fisheries, there was the first observation, monitoring, and control surveillance vessel was commissioned. Rice, the new head office at LBI, an approximately 20% increase in hectareage or hectares, increased acreage from 151 to 178,000 hectares. Mr. Speaker, the GLDA, a very important institution, Mr. Noel Holder informs me, and I have now verified it even with people over there. Guyana's first ever duck egg hatchery of 8,500 chicks per day. In 2017, we introduced the black giant. They talk about yard fowl yesterday, Joe. We introduced the black giant birds, a breeding program that helps especially the interior areas for meat and eggs. It was adapted for graze ranging. Guyana's first animal nutrition laboratory, total mixed rotary feeder, and upgrading of the Ibini Research Center in preparation for the intermediate savanna development. And it cost about $400 million. At the Hydromet Department, the Water Quality Lab, Guyana's first in 2019. 21 new automatic weather stations as part of the climate change adaptation policy. Billions spent on NDIA. You know that, Mr. Speaker. They know that too, that this administration at New AFC did spend millions on NDIA. And billions were spent on sugar before it was right-sized. In our first 36 months, we spent $1 billion per year just to keep that Gaisuko surviving. But they felt that we must, like them, make that which is so unprofitable and a black hole, we must pour money, and that is what is going to cause huge problems. And it is not only the $36 million, we spent a lot more by virtue of a bond since August 2019 or thereabouts. Well, what we got now is a second severance being paid. They're saying that we didn't run it properly. Diamond and LBI were closed down by them. They got one severance payment. But when they closed it down, they could give one. When we right size and not close down, you got them giving two. Well, that is what will build resentment in this country, because you have a certain base that comes from sugar, a base support, and that base support you feel must only have the cash transfers and the cash payments. Mr. Speaker, What we have here as a budget, I must say, has a lot of flaws. And I could understand that because of the inherent facts of the same players coming back, the same policies, and having the corruption and the transfer payments that are very opaque. Listen to the speakers on the other side, you would get the impression that there has been transformation. There isn't any transformation, Mr. Speaker. I have asked on several occasions, if you are transparent, why do you not put on the website of the Ministry of Agriculture all those people who got the flood relief and put a name and put an address and put the amounts that they got? That is transparent government. They don't want to do that because corruption has started again. My good friend David Armagon from Region 6 indicated that he's going to call an investigation. I understand the minute he started that, what investigation you must call. And then it's done right there. Yeah, right there done. The same thing with the cash grant. Why can't you publish the names of how many people got the cash grant? Because there is obviously what is called paperwork that would have ensured that checks were paid or cash was paid. But you don't want to do that. Mr. Speaker, Auditor General will not find how many people didn't get. Auditor General are going to find how many people did not get. And so it is important for accountability and financial scrutiny that on the website be placed in relation to all these matters. You know, they come up in a piece of elections amendment here that they want the SOPs to be tabulated and put on the website. We agree. We're not going to disagree with that, but also agree to put all the money you're giving away your friends and family and favorites on the website too. Democracy, Mr. Speaker, does not only mean winning an elections. It means good governance. And good governance means transparency. Good governance means being allowed to scrutinize, and especially the country's monies. And so all of that information ought to be made public, ought to be made accessible. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, just like how we never used to do it, a heavy reliance is paid on contingencies during the course of the running of the economy by the Ministry of Finance. In the years 2017 and 2018, we never came here for any contingencies. We had to come for contingencies for Gaisuko in 2015 and 2016. And so they have this cavalier approach to spending. They do not plan it out. They had known that severance payments, if they wanted to give the sugar workers, they could have planned it out since January last year. They didn't. They had to come here for financial paper 1, financial paper 2, then 3, then 4. And that is what you call bad planning. Mr. Speaker, it is important that with this new economic times that we have, that there has hardly been any planning in relation to a minimum wage that is going to incorporate that big money that we have. Mr. Speaker, we didn't have the money. We created a platform for you to get the money, and we expect that you are going to give the working class. The PPP always boasts it's a working class government. Yes, but the workers can't get a minimum wage. Oh, but we have today a the white PPP as against a Jaggonite PPP of yesteryear. Yes, and it has now, resulted in a Jagabat kind of an arrangement. A minimum wage when you have 600 million US dollars. And now CGX find oil. Lots of other Exxon wells are finding oil. But it is important to understand that it is all our property, not your property alone. And you must go and tell the sugar workers, because we are asking, and I am requesting here that we do a minimum wage that is $100,000 across the board. Mr. Speaker, today's food prices at a minimum is about $50,000. Today, rent or a mortgage or maintenance for your house, they're talking plenty about house lots and housing and all of that, is about $30,000. Rentals or mortgage payments and maintenance. The utilities come up about $8,000 a month. School supplies or transportation is $4,000. Clothing, you would want some clothing, a minimum of about $5,000 a month. Transportation, $8,000. Medicine and health, or if you're healthy, recreation, a further $5,000 a month. It comes up $110,000. That is the basic minimum. How much is enough might be very subjective, but it is important that when you calculate this menu of items in a basket, you come to about $100,000. Why not, with all that money, that there was at least some plan for that? But no, Mr. Speaker, they would want to say, we can't have that. Mr. Speaker, there is need for planning, and that is why we have to understand a very important point. Climate change is going to be here with us, and we have to stop all this kind of juvenile infrastructural work as against resilient infrastructure work. We have to have experts that are going to tell us that not with the next flood like in 2005, all these infrastructural works will just collapse. We have to start thinking. It's like a new Green Deal that we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, rather than do that and ensure that you have the best of experts, we see their friends and families, the contractors, now they gone and do away with a 2% tax for contractors. That is the kickback we're talking about. That is big kickback. When we were in the administration, we found out. That is why we brought in Mr. Stacia. These people don't pay nothing. And then as soon as Mr. Stacia came in and he started the enforcement of the tax laws, you see our revenue stream under that head, taxation, mounting. Mr. Speaker, it is important to know that all them contractors that will now not pay the 2% taxes, they use our roads. By the way, I understand they're the lobby for that SUV that is 2,000 and plus to knock out the excise tax. They lobby the government. The four-wheel drive. Mr. Speaker, taxation and the payment of taxes is one of the duties of every citizen. This Artachon Center, that road out there, that hospital, all have to be built by a revenue stream generally that comes down to taxation. And it is not an overtaxation, but you can't undertax people, especially like these contractors. And so you will have tremendous inequality in this country, Mr. Speaker. That is what has come back to play, and that is what will come back to haunt this country. Let me reiterate a passage that I think I had quoted some time ago about the construction industry. It is from the bottom billion Paul Collier we had brought in here immediately after we found oil and to give us some advice. He's one of the foremost authorities from Oxford University. Corruption has its epicenters. Where much of it, the loot is deposited, is at banks. Among the companies that pay the bribes, two sectors seem to stand out: resource extraction and construction. And then he goes on. Corruption in the construction sector has been a dirty secret. Transparency International decided to bring it to greater prominence in its global corruption report. I think that is why we gone down 2 grades in the last corruption index. Construction has all the ingredients conducive to corruption. Each project is a one-time thing only, and so cannot readily be priced. There are so many uncertainties in execution that it is not possible to drop what economists refer as the complete frank contract. That is what, and he goes on a whole chapter and talk about construction. And you know, he's talking about exactly the PPP here. I had quoted this before. Good governance is also something he mentions. Why is bad governance so persistent, Mr. Speaker? At page 66 of the book. One evident reason is that not everybody loses from it. The leaders of many of the poorest countries of the world are themselves among the global super rich. You check them over there. You check them over there. They like things the way they are. So it pays to keep their citizens uneducated and ill-informed. That is why they want Albion people just to cut cane and cut cane and cut cane. Yes, they don't want to smarten them up. Unfortunately, the senior public officials from the countries
Honorable member, just give me a few moments. We suffered a lot of damages in the control room on December the 29th. Test it again for me, please.
I want to state that this reminds me of a time before, of whenever I got up to speak, they blanked it especially an NCN, and they start playing something called To Kill a Mockingbird. It was at the instruction of Mr. Jagdeo, Honorable Vice President. But that's the kind of treatment that I have come to learn that will come my way on these occasions. Mr. Speaker, yes, I understand NCN doesn't carry any of these speeches on this side. Yes, but that is what the resentment that you're playing with. You don't know. I had to bring these points, Mr. Speaker, to the attention because the PPP wants to run roughshod over its rivals. This is supposed to be a rivalry, it's not an enemyship. But you want to create and provoke enemyship. That is a recipe for riot, Mr. Speaker, and can result in what is called irreparable ruination of this country. It has happened in Syria and Yemen. It has happened in other countries in the Middle East and Southeast Asia. We should not go there. They are motivated by this desire to just blank you out. You don't want to have engagement with a leader of the opposition. You don't want to talk to members, committees, and a whole host of other things. Mr. Speaker, we are then, as a result, sprinting into a calamity if we don't halt it. Mash brakes, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have heard their comments in the press. I have heard their comments here. The PPP must not stop until the opposition is buried. That's the line they take. PPP must not stop until the opposition is buried. It is a chokehold they unrealistically suppose they have and want to feel that their honeymoon period continues. This justifies their continuing chokehold. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Prime Minister, you got to learn to engage with us. When we said that we want to talk about the natural resource bill that you're amending, so many people, and you did not even give us a space. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how much more time I have, but I want to say that it is important that they understand.
To give you an idea, you have 8 minutes more.
We will have to halt the corruption. We will have to be engaging. We will have to have lots more non-partisanship, and especially in the context of an oil economy now. Oil economy. Mr. Speaker, there is a lovely line in the opening of a famous Dickens novel. It was the best of times, and it was the worst of times. Tale of Two Cities, I think it was. That resonates so poignantly, so piercingly concerning our times here in Guyana, that I feel compelled to apply with a modification in our country here, now knowing what is happening in 2022 in our beloved country. It is the worst, it is the best of economic times because of that oil, but it is the worst of ecological times because of what is happening in the world. Honorable Minister Ashley Singh is too bright a fellow, a colleague, to not understand that that is very important. Oil having been found, Mr. Speaker, production agreements having been signed, and now the windfall of millions and billions unimagined only 7 years ago makes the best of economic times for Guyana. Especially when, you know, we have more than oil. We have a country that has cultivable lands, millions of hectares, forestry, fishing, and all of that. But to have that windfall, Mr. Speaker, at a time when so much is happening on the global and local levels, a very dismal picture is painted. Only last year, as happened in 2005, we ended up with devastating floods, with untold loss of property and livelihood. We ended up with huge losses in rice, in sugar, in every other crop, forestry and livestock too. And this is the own admission of the Minister of Finance. I just want, I don't know, spare me some time, Mr. Speaker, because I want, the dismal picture is painted at page 7, 8, and 9 of the budget. And so it is important then, having found that fossil fuel which will make us rich, scientists now tell us that by burning it, it induces climate change. We Guyanese and citizens of the world can suffer what is called, as they say, a sixth mass extinction. Our planet is in peril. And all the more because we are 6 feet below sea level. And it is important we must not suffer. The IPCC in its report said we are going to have escalating climatic events, frigid winter temperatures, snowfalls, devastating floods, prolonged droughts, horrifying wildfires, deadly Category 4 and 5 hurricanes. Mr. Prime Minister, you are serious when you said not in Guyana? In 2005, we had it here. Last year, we had it here. That is what they call all the flood relief and everything else. Sugar, rice, so many things. Livestock, poultry. And you telling me not in Guyana? Please.
Honorable Member, the 3 minutes on the original time allocated is up. We need an extension for you to continue.
Mr. Speaker, I so move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude this presentation.
Thank you. Honorable Member, you may continue.
So that is why we have to start studies and reports to plan for these events. What's the use of having so much money, knowing that the ecological times can come to harm us, and we have nothing of that here? All their planning in relation to ecological events would be flood relief, and then a discriminatory practice as to who gets this flood relief. We have to, at some point, start a decoupling from a fossil economy. Is there a plan to meet these life and death challenges in this budget? There is none. But if expressions and statements in this budget are scrutinized thoroughly, I have to conclude this plan is in deficit. There is no planning at all on this important matter. What this budget does is a fascination with big numbers. It is the biggest budget ever, the biggest budget ever. That is not going to take us out of the harm's way that we are presently in. Mr. Speaker, the frightening reality we must confront, especially being so challenged by our geography and our climate, must mean that our minds must be concentrated. And our people must be led to put aside differences. We started a green policy, and you cuss it down. A green policy we started, better than your low carbon development strategy, but you just deleted that. I remember 2005, Mr. Speaker. People then who had agreed on very little with each other put aside their differences to make a difference in 2005. That we were remarkable in that regard must instruct us that we can be invited on important matters, united, on important matters if we want to. These good economic times and bad ecological times is such a time that we get together, Mr. Speaker, and save ourselves. And even if we don't want to save ourselves, we must ensure that we save our children. We, and I speak here myself and probably you, Mr. Speaker, we are in the October of our years. Let us allow the saving of our children for the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let me just ask someone to test the microphone at the opposition end. Okay, Sergeant Adams, could you just check the mic? Thank you. Okay, honorable members, just to inform you that there was a cable slack under the desk of the Chief Whip, and things are all working now. Our next speaker is the Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa, Minister of Agriculture. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I will respond just now to all the misinformation and half-truth that was peddled and regaled this House just now by the Honorable Member, Mr. Cameron Ramjatan. Before I did that, Mr. Speaker, first of all, before I do that, first of all, let me congratulate my distinguished colleague and brother, his team, for bringing to this National Assembly and formulating a budget that is robust, dynamic, comprehensive, and transformative. Mr. Speaker, this budget will address the socio-economic transformation of Guyana and build up fortify one Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this budget will drive economic expansion, increase productivity, and enhance competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, this budget will be remembered in the history as the budget which propelled the Guyanese economy into unprecedented development. Mr. Speaker, unlike the budget like from the APNUAFC, which had no substance, this budget will start the economic transformation of our country. And Mr. Speaker, just now we heard a number of misinformation, and I want to correct the honorable member. This here is the august body that we formulate laws. And when we come here, we must be very truthful. You're talking about climate change. What did the APNUAFC did for climate change? You all bought 12 defective pumps from India and brought it to Guyana. 12 defective pumps. you all brought. You paid 75% of the money, and the pumps are inoperable. The pumps cannot perform. You bought fire engine to do pumping work in the drainage area. That's the achievement of the APNU-AFC government. Mr. Speaker, and I want to be very serious. The honorable member came here, said just now that my brother, colleague, has manufactured information in the fishing industry. Probably the honorable member is not living in reality. Mr. Speaker, although we have issue in the fishing industry, we have seen the increase in catches for the latter part of last year. Mr. Speaker, and I want to quote a reputable processor in the fishing industry, the largest, and I want to say this publicly, the largest exporter in the history of Guyana told me last night that production increased from 400,000 pounds to 1 million tons in January. 1 million tons in January. And Mr. Speaker, the honorable member talked about the planting chip factory. The planting chip factory, Mr. Speaker, when we took over, had 6 employees doing nothing because the equipment that they bought was wrong equipment. The planting chip factory was not functioning. That's the achievement of the APNU-AFC government. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member talked about the facility in Region 1. Hostororo, let me tell you what. The facility is incomplete without a boiler and it's not operable. We have to make that operable, Mr. Speaker. We have to make that operable, Mr. Speaker. So when you come here and talk about achievement, talk about the facts. Talk about the facts, what is taking place. And Mr. Speaker, I'll talk about the sugar just now. I want to take umbrage on this, on the note what the honorable member would have said just now. And he talked about flood relief. He said about flood relief. And he said, and he also said, he also said that we have distributed to our families and friends. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to say that thousands of farmers in our country were provided with flood relief. That is why we were able to bring back production to standard and up production in 6 months from the agriculture sector. Mr. Speaker, I have here in my hands more than 570 villages that has received flood relief from the government of Guyana. But Mr. Speaker, I will say what people, the PPP has friends in all corners of this country, if you call them our friends. We love to have friends. I have here in my hands testimony. The first one I have here is from your people. The chairman from the International Decade for People on African Descent, Mr. Vincent Alexander, is chairman of this body. You know what he said? He wrote to the Director General. He says, please accept our appreciation for following through on the commitment of the Ministry of Agriculture to provide flood relief to our members. This, Mr. Speaker, that is our, we have friends in this organization. Mr. Speaker, we have here a letter from the Victoria community. I hear what they said. I want to read it for your understanding, to know that we have friends and we have supporters in every corner in this country, Mr. Speaker. Hear what they say. Hear what they wrote. I will read. Dear Minister Mustafa, appreciation for assistance. Victoria Community Development Council, in collaboration with the Victoria Northbrook Farmers Group, would like to formally thank you and extend to the Ministry of Agriculture and the Government of Guyana for the assistance we received during the flood. These are our friends, farmers in these areas. Mr. Speaker, I have here, it's hurting you all, because you know what? You feel that you all own a set of the population in this country, but not more anymore. Not anymore. They're coming to us because we help them. We help them. Mr. Speaker, again, I have here. Dear Mr. Mustafa, listen, dear Mr. Mustafa, we the farmers of Ithaca community and the Ithaca Cooperative Society would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the President, Dr. Irfan Ali, and the Minister of Agriculture for the timely intervention with the cash grant. Ithaca. These are our friends in Ithaca. Mr. Speaker, I have it here again. You know, I will go through each and every one of this letter. You know what? You know why? Because you is accusing people in these communities that they receive flood relief wrongfully. Wrongfully, and I will be going back to these communities to tell them that the PNC and APNU AFC accuses them of receiving false flood relief. I will go and tell them. Mr. Speaker, the village, listen again, the village of Seafield and member of the Rainbow Generation Farmers Group suffered greatly during the recent flood. We lost our crop and animal. We were relieved to hear the President say the government would give us the flood relief cash grant. We collected ours during the Region 5 distribution, and it has helped us so much to go back to the field and start back our farming. This is the Seafield. We have friends in Seafield. We have supporters in Seafield. Mr. Speaker, the farmers, this here, I will give copy to the Honorable Speaker, so you can see it. You can see it publicly. I am raising this so that the people in this community will see that we are making the representation for them in this National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, again, the farmers group of Belladrum community extend appreciation to the government and the President for giving them relief. Mr. Speaker, it's hurting. It's hurting. They can't take it anymore, you know. They can't take it anymore. They're feeling it. It's stinging them. So they can't take it anymore, Mr. Speaker. It's stinging them. You know, it will hurt me if a man go in Bloomfield or Port Brown and say they get support, APNU AFC. So it's hurting you all that we are getting the support of the people of this country. This is the one Guyana. This is the one Guyana the President is talking about. The one Guyana will be built under the People's Progressive Party civic government. Mr. Speaker, it's hurting you all. It's hurting you all. It's stinging you. You can't take it. You can't take it. The Siparupa farmers, the Siparuta Farmers Group send their appreciation to the ministry and the President. Mr. Speaker, the farmers of the Zion Methodist Church and the Central Methodist Church Group are very grateful for the assistance they received from the government during the recent flood. These are our families and friends. The entire country of Guyana, all its citizens are our families and friends. Are our families and friends. One Guyana that we're talking about, and you can't take it anymore. Mr. Speaker, then we have the Oriala Farmers Organization. And here we have Region 3, the Amstel. Them Amstel, standing right, them Amstel. And they're right here, Mr. Speaker. The Water Users Association Chairman wrote and thanked the government. And Mr. Speaker, we have here, I heard the honorable member say yesterday about, he said yesterday about the Macalais Victoria area, Golden Grove Victoria. We have the Golden Grove Victoria Farmers Association thanking the government for the flood assistance. So, Comrade Speaker, I can testify, and probably the honorable member is correct, that the PPP civic government have families and friends right across this country, in every corner of this country, and we will have no apologies to assist these farmers. So, Mr. Speaker, just now when the Speaker spoke, the honorable member, Mr. Ramjatan, he talked about corruption. Probably this minister, this member, he don't remember what happened in their tenure. He don't remember what happened to their tenure. Remember, Mr. Speaker, you all remember the gold bangle? You remember the gold bangle? You remember the laptop? You remember your firearm license selling? You remember the Durban Park scandal? You remember the bedsheet story? You remember the drugs ban scandal? And so many scandals in this country, and the scandals have caused you all to be over there, and you will remain over there for the rest of your life. For the rest of your life, you will remain over there. And not in your lifetime, you will see back government again. What you all have done to this country. You all have destroyed the entire country, and we are now rebuilding. You said, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, said that people think that government started in 2015. Of course, government didn't start in 2015. The corruption, the squandermania, the decline started in 2015. Those are the things started in 2015. You know, the destruction of our country. We had people who never worked. The Ministry of Agriculture was running autopilot from 2015 to 2020, Mr. Speaker. They was running on autopilot like many other ministries and many other areas in government. So when you come to this honorable house, come with facts. Don't come and make general statements. Come here with facts. Facts that will show that what you are doing are facts to highlight it if it is true. Don't come with statement that is false. What happened to the Chronicle $5 million? You're talking so much. What happened to the Chronicle? The police will start that case very soon. Will start that case very soon. What happened to the $18 million bonus? You all want to take it as a gift. You all want to take it as a gift. Imagine that. The chief financial officer in the country said a bonus is a gift. So I come to sugar. This. You all remember this document? You know something? Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you something. The honorable member, Mr. Speaker, would have had a hard time in school. You know what? Because every single year since 2020, I try to remember him about this document. And in my head hard, you not take on this thing in here? I want to read it back again. Why you are not listening to me? Why you are not listening to me, Mr. Speaker? Here what happened. This here is a report, a volume 1 report that, I'm going to tell you about it just now. Listen and learn. This here is a report, a Commission of Inquiry volume 1. And this was commissioned by the APNU AFC government. And somebody remind me, President Granger, former President Granger, commissioned this. You know, he said, and Ramjatan, honorable member, always like use the word right size. Well, here the right size. This here say every government has an obligation and commitment to all the people of the country. Optimal use has to be made of the limited resources, especially where poverty is no stranger to society. It went on to say, the COI does not recommend the closure of any estate, Financial support will be needed, and this should be provided by the government on a timely basis. That's the PPP civic government doing. Because what we did, we went and we saw estates that were closed. You all slaughtered, you know, slaughtered and closed the estate. Mr. Speaker, the destruction the destruction that took place under the APNU-AFC government. They feel that we get a magic wand. We go touch the estate and say, open estate, open. You know, that's the man. Open estate, you know, when you don't think. When you don't think, when you doesn't know what is happening in an area, don't speak about it. You all destroy the estate, you all destroy thousands of people's lives, and you all are feeling that we have a magic wand. We all touch the estate and say, open estate, open. Like an open sesame, open. That you feeling about. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what. One estate. I want to give example for one estate. Rosal Estate, when we went there, what we reached? We reached an abundant cultivation overgrown with bushes and had an abundance of old cane abundance since 2017 and were of no value. That means we have to do retilling, we have to do replanting, and we have to ensure that we have time to have enough cultivation so that we can have cane and sugar to be produced at that estate. And we are in the process of doing that. We are in the process of doing that. Mr. Speaker, that's the argument now, you know, but that's the reason. That's the reason they are over there. That's the reason they are over there, Mr. Speaker. You know why they are over there? Because they feel that cane cutter and sugar workers are not people, that they can do anything and run roughshod over them and dismiss them, broke up families, destroy communities, and they feel that they're doing something good for the people of this country. But not again. Not again. I stated in the budget speech. That we will never abandon our responsibility to the sugar workers and the workers of this country. That is stated in the speech of the Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, and I can go on and tell you what we met when we went to these estates. What we met, and we are in the process of reopening these estates. And we'll do it by phase. We'll do it in phase. Mr. Speaker, and let me tell you what, you know, Mr. Speaker, I want to make this point. When you don't know nothing, when you don't know anything, and you come to this house shouting, brawling, fighting up, and say that do this, do that, do this, and you don't know anything, that position is cannot be tolerated here. Because you get a man shouting over his voice and you never see a cane field in his life. Honorable Sherrod Duncan, he ever went to a cane field? He know what is cane? He ever went to a cane field, Mr. Speaker? Right, so he doesn't know what is happening. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the fact. Because that's the fact, and I haven't started my presentation as yet. I haven't started my presentation because I had to respond. I have to respond to the misinformation. The misinformation and the untruth that was presented by the honorable member just now. They feel that they are cleaner than Caesar's wife, coming to this house and saying that we are incorruptible and they're over there corrupted. Comrade, we know about the bangle, we know about the bed sheet, we know about the gift, we know about the drugs ban scandal, we know about the the Durban project, the Durban Backland project, and many other more. What you think? If you all were doing good, you would be over there? If you all were doing good for the 5 years, you would be over there? But the people saw that in 23 years, the People's Progressive Party moved this country. And they tried to give you all a chance to see if you all can do anything. But you all can't do nothing. You know how you all behave here. Let me tell you what. When you are in the opposition, you have all the answer for problem under the sun. And when you come in government, you get brain dead. Your brain gone. Your brain gone in, you're dead. So I will talk about agriculture, but I have to respond to the misinformation that was peddled. The misinformation you bought, look, the Attorney General is here. He's now trying to recoup our money for the pumps that you all purchased from the defective pump, the fire engine. The man bought fire engine pump to pump drain. Imagine that, fire engine pumps to pump drain. Mr. Speaker, and we will continue investment. This year, another $6 billion is budgeted for the sugar industry. another $6 billion. And what we will do, when we invest another $6 billion, we create more jobs. Tens of thousands of jobs we create, and we help tens of thousands of families. We put in the village economy more cash, and thousands of people are benefiting, not only the sugar workers, but people who live in the community and who depend on the sugar industry indirectly. So we will continue to support it, and we will continue to support all other industries in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member talked about we didn't put any much funds on the non-oil sector, but who closed the sugar industry? Who brought agriculture down on its knees? Who brought agriculture down on its knees? When we took over government, listen, when we took over government, Guyana would have lost its place as the spokesperson on agriculture in CARICOM. Never in the history since the formation of CARICOM, we always speak on agriculture. When I became Minister of Agriculture, CARICOM was crafting a food strategy for the COVID pandemic. You know who was heading that? The Minister of Agriculture from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because Guyana was not doing that. And you know what we are doing now? You know, the first meeting when we got into government of the CARICOM heads of government, when we got into government, our president rescued back that position, and today he is the lead spokesperson on agriculture in CARICOM. And Mr. Speaker, this is nothing of a fluke. What happened? We have visionary leaders. You all remember the former president and now vice president would have crafted an initiative called the Jack Dales Initiative that has been adopted by CARICOM. Those are vision that we're talking about. Those are the vision. We are not talking about planting chips and cocoa price and dark food industry. You all are a dark food government, creating dark food for the people of this country. Telling the young people, Mr. Speaker, to cook dark food. So much they gone to a dark food government talking about agriculture. Talking about the agriculture. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch little on the rice industry. I know my time is going fast, but let me teach. Because I have to deal with this misinformation that was peddled by Honorable Ramjatan. Mr. Speaker, the rice growing industry is expected to grow significantly this year, almost by 25% according to projection from the budget speech. This is testament to our rice farmers being steadfast against the challenge of COVID-19 and the May-June flood of 2021. And over the next 5 years, we predict a tremendous increase in annual rice production. Mr. Speaker, the rice industry has been making valuable contribution to our country's economy. We saw under the APNUAFC rice production start to decline, and less acreage came under cultivation. You know what? When we took government in 2020, rice farmers had to pay $15,000 an acre for DNI charges and land rental. We brought that down back to $3,500 per acre, and because with that one measure, rice farmers were able to save almost $1.6 billion back in their pocket. We took out the VAT on agriculture inputs, agriculture machinery, and the cost of production went down. That's the way how to run an industry, not to tax people, not to put increased fees, Mr. Speaker, and burdens on the backs of the farmer. All the burdens that were placed on the backs of the rice farmers of this country we took out those burdens, and today the rice industry is again prospering. The rice industry is moving leaps and bounds, Mr. Speaker. We are bringing out new variety. Only last year we launched a new variety called in GRDB 16. You know what that is doing now? That is moving national the national average from 39 bags per acre to between 55 to 60 bags per acre. That's the variety we're talking about. We are working right now to bring out another variety called the biofortified rice. You know, that is very nutritious and will be very healthy. The supplement that doctor ordered the patient to buy, the zinc supplement, we are now growing it in that rice. That rice will attract lucrative price and preferential price, the biofortified rice. That, Mr. Speaker, that we are in the third trial now. And very shortly, that will come out, and we'll, as long it's come out good, Mr. Speaker, we'll start get farmers to plant. So Guyana is the only country in CARICOM that will plant that variety of rice. Mr. Speaker, we'll invest another 49.5 million for provision and an installation of a pre-cleaner and rehabilitation of a seed paddy facility at Anvoak in Region 5 to increase seed paddy production from 9,000 to 50,000 bags per crop at the MMA. The MMA is the largest rice cultivation area in our country, and we are preparing. Likewise, we will be expending another $20 million to purchase a seed drying facility at Blackbush Polder, where over 600 farmers will be benefiting. Those are the things that we're talking about. Last year, we would have built 6 new drying floors. This year, we'll continue to have to build another 2 so that farmers can have access to dry their paddy. Mr. Speaker, we'll meet there. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, the honorable member, the then former Minister of Finance talked about drone. Probably he was a fan of flying things at that time. Drone wasn't implemented in this country. Mr. Speaker, now we are doing that. That's the technology we brought to this in the rice industry. Last year, November, a farmer in Golden Fleece use drone to do common spraying. Imagine that, 135 acres of rice that would have taken 3 days with 3 persons was sprayed in half a day by the drone. This year, we will be purchasing a drone for the rice research station so that we can have that technology there too. So we are modernizing the rice, rice sector. Likewise, we are modernizing also the flood and resilience of our program. Mr. Speaker, it's a priority of our government to modernize and upgrade infrastructure to advance water management, as strategically guided by the revised LCDS 2030. In Budget 2022, focus will be placed on expanding and strengthening drainage and irrigation systems to improve drainage of agricultural area, with a $13 billion in drainage and irrigation. Mr. Speaker, to this end, $1 billion will be invested for the urgent acquisition of equipment needed to enhance flood protection and operation capacity.
Honorable Minister, you will need an extension to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request an extension of 5 minutes for the honourable member to conclude his presentation. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you can continue to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, that the DNI system will be modernized this year. We'll continue to do large projects that will have impact on our country, like the Hope Canal. You all remember the Hope Canal, visionary. The Jack Day and the PPP civic government, again, vision to create that canal. We will be doing canals like those in regions 3, 5, and 6 this year. Start those work there so that we can mitigate flooding in our region and prepare for climate change. Those are projects that will help the agriculture sector advance and move forward. Mr. Speaker, like the comrades the honorable member is talking about outfall. What they did at the Edwards, they built a sluice, went and commissioned the sluice without an outfall. When we got into government, we had to build the outfall for the water to run out. That's the vision of those people over there, those honorable members. Mr. Speaker, on a lot more projects we will be continue to do in this country to improve the DNI structure. I heard just now, and I said the honorable member mentioned a number of pump stations. I can't think of those any pump station that is functioning that they built. All those pumps that they put in, as I said, fire engine again. So we should have named them two things: dark food plus fire engine government. That's the term we should give them. Mr. Speaker, as I said, today Guyana is chairing the ministerial task force. We have prioritized items and commodities that we are pursuing. We have already started the trial run with the corn and soya beans. This year we will continue to expand that. Last year we started 125 acres. This year we will continue to expand it to 2,700 acres so that we can move this process forward. The feed industry in our country, we import close to about $30 million annually in feed. We want in another 3 years to be self-sufficient and another 2 years from there to be a net exporter of corn and soya. That's the vision we are talking about. Those are the policies that change people's lives and improve our country. Mr. Speaker, it will be remiss of me if I don't mention this project. And this is the Agriculture and Innovation Entrepreneurship Program. This is a program, Mr. Speaker, was launched recently by His Excellency the President. This initiative stemmed from the President's and the PPP Civic's unwavering support for young people and their needs. We are not telling them to go and cook dark food, or do cook up rice, or do pepper sauce, or bake breadfruit chip. We are putting people where they can work and earn, people who are qualified. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, this initiative also tied directly into our government's manifesto, which has become policy now of creating jobs, opportunity for youth in Guyana, especially our young women. Mr. Speaker, as I'm speaking here now, works are ongoing on the shade houses that will be built, almost 300 in this country, where young graduates from the University of Guyana, the Guyana School of Agriculture, and other young people that represent the country itself, people from every single background, are there working so that they are in this initiative to build the one Guyana that we spoke about and the President wants to build. That's the way we are equipping our young people, not for them to cook dark food, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on. The agriculture sector will be robust. As I said, for the NARI will up their activity this year. 1.27 billion is budgeted for NARI to expand production. We are looking this year to increase onion production and Irish potato production so that we can produce large quantities for domestic consumption and ease the food import bill of our country. Mr. Speaker, in the livestock sector, I said, I received a message here from GLDA, and I can say I received a message from GLDA that told me that the GLDA hatchery and hatcher were done before 2015. Don't come to this National Assembly and be untruthful. Look, they just sent me this message and say, and I am saying it publicly, it was done in the PPP civic government, and they're taking credit for it. They're taking credit for it. Mr. Speaker, in agro-processing, we are moving rapidly. We are having agro-processing facility to build in all corners of this country. Region 1, Region 6, Region 9, and every corner. And we are giving equal opportunities to people across our country. Mr. Speaker, over the last year, 42 new agro-processors have come on board, and we have increased the items to 292 new products in the GMC shop. And we can go on and on. As I said, the livestock development, we are moving it apace. We are trying to do a plan now for a food traceability system. As the honorable member mentioned about the Food Safety Authority that they formed, it was never working. Now this year we are putting things in place to make it work. Nothing worked. Nothing worked under the AP and UAFC government. You had nothing to show, and that is why you are over there in the opposition. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, also what we'll be doing this year, we will be putting mechanism to improve the fishing sector. We will be improving the aquaculture sector, and at the same time to enhance also fishing in the marine sector, where we will introduce marine cages to the fishing sector for the first time in the history and this part of the world. So, Mr. Speaker, as promised, there is enough room in this budget to move the process forward. So, as I said in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the budget is the tools to move our country to prosperity. We start the modernization this year, and this year will transform Guyana. We will have a new Guyana. We will have a Guyana that will be inherited by the entire country's population, where people from every single sector, where people from every background, where all section and strata of society will inherit this Guyana, one Guyana to prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now call on the Honorable Member, Ms. Dawn Hastings Williams, to make her contribution.
Take your time.
This mic isn't coming on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I stand to offer my contribution to the Budget 2022, I wish to respond to the speaker who spoke before me, none other than Honorable Minister of Agriculture. The Minister of Agriculture is a disappointment, Mr. Speaker. He is the Minister of Agriculture responsible for the sugar industry. Sugar that has received a whopping $6 billion of this budget, and he barely had anything of substance to say on this industry. Instead, Mr. Speaker, he resorted to insults. Instead of outlining a proper plan for the $6 billion they are asking this House to approve. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that they have no plan. They are simply stringing along our brothers and sisters in the sugar industry and keeping them tied to an industry that they have admitted is all but dead. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also ask the Minister of Agriculture what has happened to the production of onion, potatoes, and spices, example, turmeric in Region 1. Has they abandoned that project? I didn't hear any plans that they have to talk about those productions. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Honorable Minister to visit Enterprise, and he will see how feasible that dog food is selling. So please do not insult the Guyanese brothers and sisters who are selling dog food for a living in this country. Mr. Speaker, the budget presented under the theme steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building one Guyana. It would be remiss of me not to bring to your attention some of the disparaging and derogatory remarks made on my female colleagues on this side of the House by the Honorable Member Joseph Hamilton. Although I am not comfortable in echoing or repeating the words uttered, referring to our female parliamentarians as headless,
Honorable member, try another phone on the desk. I stopped the clock at 11:36 my time. Let's give the technicians a chance to see what the problem is and fix it.
But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not
Go ahead, honorable member. We'll add back the 4 minutes of interruptions that we had.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you have to interrupt anyone speaking, always say, "Excuse me, please." Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will repeat that although I am not comfortable in repeating or echoing the words uttered by Honorable Member Mr. Joseph Hamilton, referring to our young parliamentarians as headless, flattering Creole fowls is totally unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way, Mr. Speaker. I wish to remind the honorable members that this is the highest forum in this land where we ought to encourage and empower our women parliamentarians to become the very best version of themselves amidst the unique challenges that they are facing. What message are we sending to our young women, especially when we throw remarks at a young, aspiring indigenous woman with more than one subject CXC, Mr. Speaker, who I have no doubt can be the next Minister of Finance, and a prudent one too. The indigenous youth are listening and watching. The world is watching too. Let me therefore, Mr. Speaker, introduce to this House the fearless, feminine, and fabulous women on this side of the House. With that said, Mr. Speaker, allow me now to focus on the biggest and the worst budget of the 3 budgets ever presented by the PPPC administration. Development is a long-term progress, not a short-term process. Mr. Speaker, the government has embarked on spending an addition of 167 billion Guyana dollars than last year. And whilst the senior minister in the office of the president with responsibility for finance has announced measures here and there in the budget, it lacks clear purpose, it lacks clear priorities, and is absolutely not people-centered. I say this, Mr. Speaker, because the ordinary citizens of this country are still asking what is there for us in this budget, the biggest budget ever. The working class was eagerly waiting for the announcement of increase in their wages. The pensioners, Mr. Speaker, were glued to their radios and televisions to hear if there was anything like a cost of living allowance for them or a relief allowance. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? It was taunted not only as the biggest budget ever, but the best because of the inclusion of our oil revenues in this budget. Mr. Speaker, budget time is not about standing up for more than 5 hours, reading a 99-page booklet. Budget should be about the transformation of lives of the citizens against all challenges. And like the theme rightly says, building one Guyana. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the Guyanese populace expects the government of the day sitting in the epicenter of unprecedented change and challenges to provide a guiding hand and steer a course that continues to bring prosperity in the midst of uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, crafting a budget should take into consideration the data it receives after reviewing and analyzing the previous budgets. They can then use it to their advantage to prepare a more people-centered budget. We must be cognizant, Mr. Speaker, of the fact that plans change as delivery proceeds. Hence, the government will have to shift the way they think about budgets. Like plans, budget will change as implementation unfolds. I am therefore recommending to the minister to further increase the personal monthly income tax threshold, Mr. Speaker, to at least 120,000 as against the proposed figure of 75,000. Mr. Speaker, it is clearly understood that in any communication aimed at winning the hearts and minds for transformation, action speaks louder than words. I therefore have no doubt that the goodly minister will consider this recommendation, which will put more disposable income into the pockets of our taxpayers. Hinterland development, Mr. Speaker. You will agree with me that education is a great equalizer. And it is the key to reversing hinterland underdevelopment and provide employment, especially for our indigenous youth and all the youths that are living in the hinterland regions. It will unlock opportunities, Mr. Speaker, for all and help to provide skills for development. Hinterland students have demonstrated that once given the equal opportunities, that is equal educational opportunities, they are capable of the best performances as anyone else in this country. Hence, Mr. Speaker, I am calling on the Minister of Education to ensure that this budget caters for a secondary school, a new secondary school to be built at Chawala or Cameron to benefit the students in the upper Mazaruni. Mr. Speaker, the lone Desiree Fox Secondary School is now overcrowded and is unable to accommodate the new intake of grade 7 students and teachers, especially during this pandemic, Mr. Speaker. More so as we welcome the drop in the student to teacher ratio to not more than 15:1 at the nursery level and 20:1 at the primary and secondary levels, we will definitely have to create more safe spaces for the implementation of this measure. To be safe and feel safe are two terms that goes hand in hand when looking at the safety of our children and teachers. Many of our schools in the hinterland, Mr. Speaker, are still far from being described as safe due to the absence of access to potable water, functioning sanitary blocks, well-equipped sick bays, and inadequate furniture, just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, I will also echo the sentiments of my colleague, Honorable Member Ronald Cox, in asking the Minister of Education to provide modes of transportation to our students and teachers in the hinterland who have to travel distances by air, land, and water to attend school. Bring back the David G. buses. Bring back the David G. boats. And include ATVs and the four-door pickups and extend the removal of 10% excise tax on these vehicles, not only to the business persons, Mr. Speaker, but to our hinterland teachers, nurses, doctors, and all other public servants who reside and serve in these remote areas of this country. You can rename them BG boats. You can rename them BG buses or BG pickups. We must provide transportation for our children and teachers nationwide. It is also expected, Mr. Speaker, of this administration to provide access to internet services to all our hinterland schools so that they can be on par with their counterparts on the coast and around the region. Providing the students and teachers with downloaded tablets and laptops or flash drives will not have a real impact if there is no source of adequate electricity and internet services. It is time, Mr. Speaker, that all our learning institutions in the hinterland and coastland be powered with solar systems. Mr. Speaker, ethics, transparency, and accountability are the three basic attributes of public life. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we on the side of this House oppose and criticize the measures of the budget, it should not be seen as a recalcitrant opposition or sullen hostility, an expression of pseudological reasons. We are merely doing what we are mandated to do as representatives of our constituents. I nor anyone in this House is here on his or her merits, her own merits. We all are elected representatives and must be accountable to our population. Hence, Mr. Speaker, we will oppose, not just for the sake of opposing, but we are here to oppose, expose any form of corruption or discrimination if there is any. And eventually, Mr. Speaker, the people of this country will have no other choice but to dispose of any government that do not have their needs and interests at heart. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue to treat the representatives of the 49% of the population as zero. Where is the one Guyana that we're talking about? Where is the one Guyana that we are talking about, Mr. Speaker? Where is the inclusivity of all the stakeholders of our national development? The PPPC must never again fool themselves that only them can plan by themselves and exempt the opposition and expect the Guyanese to wholly and solely accept the budget as presented. Never again, Mr. Speaker. I also concur with my colleagues to increase the stipends of the community service officers and the two-shout to at least the minimum wage of 60,000. The first people of this country must be treated with dignity and respect. And I would urge the ministers of Indigenous Peoples Affairs, Health, and Education to look seriously into the welfare of our children in the hinterland. As it relates to their health, their education, their social welfare, Mr. Speaker, it bleeds my heart to have learned about the child in the Rupununi who lost his life to a snake bite after trying to get medical attention at more than 2 health centers. Mr. Speaker, is this how we care for our children? And then to add insult to the damage already done, Mr. Speaker, the parent who had to fetch the dead body of his child to the burial site after waiting for hours at the Mabaruma Hospital. Mr. Speaker, where are we heading in this country? I ask the question, Are we better off in the last 18 months than we were 5 years ago? Certainly not. The answer, Mr. Speaker, at least from the indigenous population, will be a resounding no. Mr. Speaker, even as we welcome the wells completed in Jawala and Camarang in Region 7 and many others that the Minister responsibility for finance mentioned in his speech, the people of Waramuri is asking me to remind the Minister of Housing and Water to remind him about the multi-million-dollar water project that he promised them in the last year's budget. Mr. Speaker, my Honorable Minister, Mr. Kroll, please ensure that the people of Waramuri is served with potable water as anybody else, as any other Guyanese in this country. Mr. Speaker, I continue to hear about the community service officers that we fired when we came into power. Mr. Speaker, I must repeat that it was the PPPC's intention not to continue that program. It was their intention not to continue the cash grant also of $10,000 to our children in the hinterland. However, Mr. Speaker, we are happy that the CSOs are once again being attached to several entities in the hinterland. My concern, however, Mr. Speaker, where is the aspect of training these young people? The HARES program, which we had brought under the APNU AFC, had a sector for training, and additional to the 30,000 grant that they were given, they were also given a cash grant to assist them in starting up their businesses of additional $50,000. Mr. Speaker, the people of the hinterland will be very, very grateful, the youth population, if they are included in the training of the oil and gas industry. I will await the Minister of Indian Affairs presentation and to hear what percentage or how many of our young people in the hinterland will be included in the aspect of training for the oil and industry. And not only oil and industry, Mr. Speaker, but in many other areas. Heavy duty machine operators, welding, and so, Mr. Speaker, I continue to hear, what did you do? Do not live in the past. You are in the driving seat, and you should use the past experiences, learn, and move this country forward. Forward ever, backwards never. Mr. Speaker, and I must remind this House that the community service officers who were employed, if you call that employment, because, and Mrs. Pearson also noticed that they're grateful for the 30,000. Of course they will be grateful, Mrs. Speaker, because they have no other choice. They will be grateful for the 30,000, and that is why I am asking this House to increase the stipend from 30,000 to at least the minimum wage of 60,000. That, Mr. Speaker, will be of great relief. And especially so, Mr. Speaker, these young people are not being paid monthly. They receive the stipend every 3 months. Every 3 months, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I cannot, Mr. Speaker, I will not go down the road to answer the honorable member as if I should not be the owner of a guest house or a hotel, because I do not have a hotel at Cameron. But, Mr. Speaker, and that is what the young people, the indigenous youth of these people always comment about. Is it because you're indigenous that you cannot own a hotel, you cannot own a farm, you cannot own anything in this country? The people themselves will judge. The court of the people is the people that put government up, and they can also bring the government down. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I therefore must say, Mr. Speaker, that this budget in its present form is not people-oriented, it is not people-centered, and unless we listen to the population of this country and include their priorities, include their needs and interests in this 2022 budget that they are expecting to benefit from because of the inclusion of the oil revenues. I, as a representative of them, will not approve the budget in its present form. The process, Mr. Speaker, of debating the budget, of scrutinizing the budget, and approving the budget will be a waste of time if the needs of the people are not included. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your attention.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, I think this is a good time for us to take the suspension for lunch.
Outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over. We ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time of night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one can rise, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Honorable members, I now call on the honorable member, Mr. Alistair Charlie, to make his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer my contribution to the debate on Budget 2022. From the outset, let me say that the senior minister with responsibility for finance in the office of the President, Dr. Ashley Singh, did an excellent job in putting together this budget, which paved the way for the continued development and transformation of our country this year. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not also recognize the diligent work of the staff and all the technical personnel who also contributed to the creation of this masterpiece of a national fiscal plan for the year 2022. It was a commendable job, despite the duplicitous rhetoric from the deceptive APNU-AFC opposition, whose bellicose diatribe is laced with sanctimonious utterances of praises for the totally subservient leadership style that sent this country's socioeconomic paradigm plummeting into devastation and near bankruptcy. It is public knowledge, Mr. Speaker, that the Vigilance Coalition administration did absolutely nothing for the people of the country in the 5 years they had control of the government. Instead, they were like a demolition gang, wrecking all the previous PPPC government had built, including some economy that they had inherited. Their few accomplishments with the continuation of projects for which the PPPC government had laid the groundwork, created the framework, and accessed the funding. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, they restructured the PPPC's visionary conceptualization that brought less benefit to the nation at a significantly higher cost, such as the upgrade of the Cheddi Jagan International Airport, and one cannot help but wonder what went under the table. And I speak directly to the Honorable Patterson. Mr. Speaker, they did not realize a single promise they made to the people during those 5 hard years when they drove this nation to its figurative knees. Instead, months into their term of office, the sign of a government struggling to find its footing was highly visible for all to see, from misappropriation of the people's wealth for personal enrichment and aggrandizement of building white elephants, such as the Durban Park. Their legacy was an inexorable path that made Guyana poorer and impoverished many Guyanese families to the point of near starvation. Ours had become a retrogressive country that was going back in time on a fast track to Burnham era of dissolute squandermania and profligacy, with coalition leaders and elites becoming overnight millionaires, while the people of the nation were reeling from an inept self-serving administration construct that had no developmental model on which to create synergies for economic growth to consequence social development. Mr. Speaker, including among the multiplicity of their retrogressive actions was sole sourcing of contracts, bypassing the national tender boards, splitting up contracts worth millions of dollars. The underhand dealings of an infamous minister and a drug bond, which turned out to be not really a bond. Millions were misappropriated from poor people to build the white elephants that is now home to rats, rodents, and vagrants. Your legacy, their legacy, Mr. Speaker, the Durban Park, and give fat cat salary increases and unlimited benefit packages to the ministers and special persons who were assigned to sinecure positions. Considerably bloating this public service spending with nothing for genuine public servants. Today, Mr. Speaker, the great pretenders are agitating for public servants' rights, wanting to crucify the goose that is laying the financial golden egg, with belated, devious pretend concern for public servants, because public servants are one of their support bases and they are laying the groundwork for the next elections. But their traditional supporters should heed the adage, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, Mr. Speaker, they have been fooling their supporters for decades. With the race scared and violent destruction and mayhem, their primary electioneering tools. And yes, let us not forget their undelivered promises to the electorate. The infamy of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, support for very corrupt level of lawlessness and prolongation of destructive, deconstructive, anti-national, unpatriotic concern of indelibly stamped into our historical records. Mr. Speaker, the people of Guyana will never ever make the mistake of supporting the coalition cabal again. They remember the CSOs, and when I say they, Mr. Speaker, I'm not including you. They remember the CSOs and firing up over 1972 hard-working Amerindian youths, as well as other indigenous villagers who were finally doing progressive things with their lives. In 2015, Mr. Speaker, I saw the tears of young people and even adults. I felt the anguish and pain of many of my Amerindian brothers and sisters as the PNC-led whirlwind swept its destructive path across the entire country, with hinterland communities disastrously hard hit. After that, Mr. Speaker, Amerindians realized that it was a dreadful mistake to vote for the APNU-AFC coalition government. Now, in contrast, that with the PPPC record in office of just 18 months, we have re-employed 500 CSOs in 2020, then 2,000 in 2021. And this year we are going to hire an additional 500 CSOs. These are young, bright, and brilliant young Amerindians who are eagerly helping the various village economies. Mr. Speaker, this marks an injection of $720 million to $1.50 billion in just 18 months of the PPPC governance. Mr. Speaker, using Amerindians, just to give you an example of our job trust and focus as adumbrated in Budget 2022, this budget has measures which guarantee thousands of jobs for our people. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 in consideration the job boom that will be created in the oil and gas sectors following the passage of the Local Content Act in this August Assembly. While Amerindians were suffering under the previous APNUFC administration, they entertained their friends, families, cronies, and financiers at lavish parties at Georgetown Club, State House, luxurious hotel, executive accommodations, and the private residence of APNU AFC ministers. Mr. Speaker, I would describe everything that the APNU AFC coalition did from 2015 to 2020 August as a slight against the people who they thought did not vote for them, for the APNU AFC politicians, especially the Amerindians and the sugar workers. Even though it was sugar workers' votes that propelled them into government, the Honorable Ramjatan admitted in this August House that their perception is that the PPPC government was to save the sugar industry because they were your people, meaning majority voted for the PPPC. Mr. Speaker, the land titling project was slighted by the venomous opposition sitting on that side of the House. Not one single community in the Amerindian and hinterland regions got through with their titling under the APNU AFC administration. Mr. Speaker, they stalled and complicated the process, but kept promising those Amerindians that they would get through if they continue voting for them. Amerindians said never again, and today under the PPPC, 2 communities are titled, and some 2 more are slated to be completed by February in this year, in 18 months. That's the progress and urgency attached to Amerindian development by the current PPPC government. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 has allotted close to $561 million for the land titling program. Our Amerindian brothers and sisters will see 20 communities receiving titles this year. The APNU-FC coalition must be disappointed and in disbelief that the PPPC government has delivered so much and will be incrementally delivering much more after just 18 months. Mr. Speaker, the opposition can win the dress all they want, but on this side of the House, we do not dress up with false promises in our approach to hinterland development. Amerindians are today fully involved in the governance and upgrading of our communities. The opposition utterances are based on optical illusions for the media and mentally myopic. Mr. Speaker, our people can see them for who they are, and they say never again, and your time will be spent in opposition forever. Mr. Speaker, when the APNU-FC coalition government was in power, Amerindians were walking long distances and struggling to get by while the coalition ministers and their supporters traveled in style with planes and luxurious air-conditioned vehicles. Upon return to office, the PPPC government started to invest in transportation in all forms, including trucks, tractors, boats, and ATVs for hinterland communities. Additional tractors and ATVs are budgeted this year so we can tend to village economies and assist our own grassroots development. Mr. Speaker, to promote Amerindian village agriculture, a sum of $411.2 million was allocated for additional Amerindian villages to benefit. Budget 2022 caters for the improvement of hinterland roads to a tune of $3.4 billion. The Because We Care cash grant will see our hinterland and Amerindian students getting the amounts in budget 2022 of $25,000 for a child and $5,000 whether you are from Dartmouth in Essequibo Coast, whether you're from St. Cuthbert's Mission, whether you're from Buxton on the East Coast, or whether you're from the Rupununi. All school children will benefit. Mr. Speaker, Amerindian development programs is $3.1 billion this year to further transform the lives of our Amerindians. Mr. Speaker, I stand as proud as Budget 2022 as I turn my attention to my geographic region, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Region 9, that I represent in this August House. I am proud to announce, Mr. Speaker, Region 9's budgetary allocation for 2022, a whopping 4.9 billion Guyana dollars. This budgetary allocation will bring changes to the lives of the people in Region 9, with the construction of a technical training center at a cost of 35 million, construction of a female dormitory at Sand Creek Secondary at a cost of 45 million, an extension of a Shelton Secondary dormitory, construction of a CPC training center at a cost of 28 million, the rehabilitation of Anna Secondary School at a cost of 25 million, construction of an infectious disease center at a cost of 25 million, construction of Kokshabai Health Post in South Pacaramas at a cost of 14 million, construction of a primary school at Carbaicru in South Pacaramas at a cost of 14 million. Mr. Speaker, and I can go on and on, that are in the pipeline that will bring changes to the lives of our people in Region 9. Mr. Speaker, the theme of this year's budget is steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building our one Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I think the days of facing these challenges and struggling are soon going to come to an end once we confidently and resolutely support the PPPC's transformative visionary budgets. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 has unprecedented levels of intervention and financial support being provided to support every Guyanese child, man, and woman. Budget 2022 represents a strong force for the development of our country. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the contributions of the opposition members who have spoken earlier on the budget. The opposition members do not have a clue or idea of Budget 2022. The coalition opposition lacks basic comprehension and will never understand that Budget 2022 will change and transform the lives of Guyanese across this land of many waters. The opposition members hate this budget so much because they understand that every PPPC government exposes their inept, visionless mismanagement of the nation's economy. All sober-minded Guyanese know that the Guyana's coalition opposition is anti-development. Mr. Speaker, the founded principles in Budget 2022 are based on pursuing the well-being and lifestyle enhancement of every Guyanese. Budget 2022 puts the people at the center of our economic, social, cultural, and environmental policies. National economic prosperity is meaningless if it does not provide the well-being of every Guyanese. Budget 2022 provides adequate levels of health care, education, water, housing, and sanitation, and ensures safety and security for all Guyanese.
Honorable member, to ensure you can continue, you need to get an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask for 5 minutes more for the honourable member to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, honorable member. You may continue to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Mahipol, for looking and listening. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 has special programs targeting women, children, the elderly, and other vulnerable groups in society that will be developed and implemented. Together with a vibrant growing economy with well-paying jobs and the promotion of the well-being of all Guyanese in health, education, and other areas. Budget 2022 also recognizes the need for promoting culture and sports and the importance of developing rounded personalities in our youth. Mr. Speaker, a robust, growing economy must support the development and improvement of the social sector. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 is progressive, people-oriented, and people-centered. Budget 2022 is full of a promise, backed by the resilience of the oil and gas sectors. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 is a fiscal marker with a blueprint clearly outlined for good governance, one Guyana, inclusive democracy, and change towards the development trajectory. I commend, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 to this August Assembly and reiterate the confident prognostications of my fellow MPs on this side of the House when I say we will pass this budget despite the condemnation of the opposition. We will pass this budget, and I say it again and again, Budget 2022 will pass for the people of Guyana. With this, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Our next contributor is the Honorable Member, Mr. Jermaine Figuera. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to the Honorable Member Charlie, I'm persuaded that he has been organized, very much so, and he seems to be in the company of Mr. Honorable Dharmalal. So I will not waste much time in debunking what he would have said, but more specifically, to make reference to one of the comments made by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture when he made reference to epology. And he apparently had in his possession some letter. I too have a letter in my possession from the chairman of epology. And I will just want to read part of this letter, where he stated very definitively, and this is what he said: so far, we have come across a number of affected persons who did not have the opportunity to register their losses, as well as some of who register their losses but have not been, but were excluded from the list of recipients of flood relief. In this regard, we are seeking your intervention. Mr. Minister, did you intervene in ensuring that these issues were addressed? This is a letter from Mr. Vincent Alexander, debunking what you would have said to this House. And it is most unfortunate, Mr. Minister. And I will forward you this letter. Mr. Speaker, I rise to join colleagues in this House to speak to Budget 2022. A budget, Mr. Speaker, that is an installation of a menu of measures that does not reflect the wishes and the desires of the majority of people who essentially will have to live with the ravages of increased poverty. But, Mr. Speaker, equally, sir, it begs the question, where is the systematic developmental plan that shows a year-after-year projection? In this close to 6 hours long speech, very impressive, 92 pages filled with words that does not clearly define a strategic and systematic time-bound developmental plan. It must be noted from the outset, Mr. Speaker, that the coalition views this budget as anti-poor, anti-working class, given its orientation to be pro-business in a time when grave hardship is facing the majority of our Guyanese citizens. Mr. Speaker, we were told by the government last Wednesday that food prices rose by 11.5% last year. I want to ask, which foods specifically Which food specifically does this percentage represent? This must be some type of voodoo economics at play here, because almost all of the essential items of food for a food basket to sustain a household saw increases by a mere 25% in 2021, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this budget, and by extension this government, has failed to give a clear direction of where we are going as a nation in tandem with the projected economic growth patterns. Mr. Speaker, when one dissects the bulk of political rhetoric from the minister's speech in his effort to legitimize the space he and others are occupying on that side, one can appreciate the haste in putting together this document. Because, Mr. Speaker, their time is coming to an end. Flowery and well sugar-coated speeches cannot fool the people all the time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister, in the twilight of his presentation, posited that it is his fervent hope that this budget will be judged on its merits. And I can assure him that this is what we on this side endeavor to do and will do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the main reasons for the minister's lopsided approach to Budget 2022 is Budget 2022 not addressing the plight of the poor was the government's remoteness from structural planning and the colonial import of governance. The utilization and the divide and rule governance practices accompanied by a cut and paste quasi-economic policy would have engendered what we see at page 39 and 40 of the budget speech, where no funds are earmarked for small businesses in Region 10. Correspondingly, Mr. Speaker, one needs to ask who benefited from the VAT removal on building materials besides the private sector. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, prices for materials got even higher after the removal of VAT. Cement, steel, zinc, nails, all of these materials, Mr. Speaker, rise in prices, making it far more difficult for the working poor, for the public servants to build their homes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, who benefited from the freight adjustment, which prices decreased as a result of this government's concession to the private sector? None, Mr. Speaker. No one benefited except the private sector. But it is no surprise, Mr. Speaker. One just has to be reminded of what the Honorable Minister Indar said in 2020. And here's what he said, and I quote, "Everybody has to make money and the government will facilitate it." But is this really happening, Mr. Speaker? Who is making this money? Who is making this money, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 represents an unadulterated extortion of the people's money and fails with distinction to address the multitude of issues that plague our poor, vulnerable, and underprivileged citizens of Guyana. We, Mr. Speaker, have to emancipate our citizens from the government's hamper distribution policy that is at the core of their governance policy. Mr. Speaker, we are told that this budget will be funded by oil inflows, but the de facto management of the supposed board is not yet in place as prescribed to replace the superior arrangements of the NRF Act of 2019. But what is spurious about the government, Mr. Speaker, is that they move to repeal the NRF Act of 2019. They say it was illegal, but the same installed regime collected billions of dollars in 2021 via GRA using Act 16 of 2019 Custom Amendment Schedule, which was also promulgated in 2019. It is clear, it is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that the intent was only to raid the oil funds using the parliament as cover. This is the nefarious nature of this installed regime, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is most disappointing to note and recognize the intellectual masturbation of the minister about the current and projected oil revenues, coupled with the significant rise in the country's GDP due to the anticipated high oil prices. Despite his hysteria, despite, Mr. Speaker, his orgasmic moment about the country's new economic standing, his government has failed to offer the poor, the vulnerable, the struggling masses, and any real hope of a better life against their real life challenges, unearthed as a result of the management of the affairs of this administration. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance claimed that he had difficulty navigating policy instruments to deal with prices increase. Is this really so, Honorable Minister? You raise the income, can you raise the income tax threshold to 100,000? Or as you have moved the increase in education cash grant, which is a good thing. We welcome this increase. The same approach can be utilized across the board as a policy instrument that represents equity. Please note that I have chosen not to say transparency because experiences for the COVID grant and the flood grant speaks volume about the PPP accountability. Mr. Speaker, the government's paltry offerings of a mere $10,000 increase in the tax threshold when cost of living is violently abusing and blamming away at the shattered door of the poor and the vulnerable is indicative of the government's scant regard for the working class and the working poor in this country. Mr. Speaker, any reasonable thinking person who's living in today's harsh reality of these extremely high costs of living would have provided its citizens with a reasoned increase of about $60,000. Given this incontestable fact, Mr. Speaker, that trained teachers, nurses, constable, policemen, army, armed forcemen, most of which the government is aware, Mr. Speaker, gets less than $500 a month. And you could not have seen the common sense approach in ensuring that our public servants, who keeps the engine of government running, be given a livable increase. Come on, man. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, what is most flabbergasting about this government and the many ministers who would have presented thus far, how they would have had such a braggadocious approach and a celebratory tone with a mere 3% increase, $3,000 increase to old age pension, a braggadocious appeal by the ministers boasting about $3,000 increase to old age pensioners, Mr. Speaker. $3,000. The Honorable Prime Minister is also happy with his $3,000. Mr. Speaker, $3,000 equates, Mr. Speaker, to $100 a day. $100 a day. You have given our public servants, our old age citizens, the Honorable Member, Honorable Gail Teixeira, should be disappointed in this paltry sum. She has been a tireless, hard-working public servant, and I agree, and I am disappointed, Mr. Speaker, that this very hard-working senior member of the government could not have used a very persuasive style of arguing to persuade our own cabinet to ensure that senior citizens like ourselves are beneficiaries of a significant increase to cushion the harsh realities of high cost of living. This is total wickedness, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance reported in his budget presentation to state that the state of the NIS as if it was sick financially because of someone else's doing. He was in charge of the plunder of workers' money from NIS for political projects investing in Clico, the Barbies Bridge, the Marriott. These projects guaranteed returns to private persons at the expense of hard-working Guyanese public servants who would have made significant contributions to NIS, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the chief heckler is trying to distract me. The government's chief heckler is trying to distract me. But I will not be distracted from bringing the truth to this honorable house, Mr. Speaker. Guy Suko was given over $50 billion for the last 7 years, but still owes NIS millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. Can the honorable minister say what he's doing about this to ensure that our public servants who are dependent now on NIS gets their dues, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we on this side say that budget 2022 is not pro-poor. We do not, Mr. Speaker, we do not say so out of we say so, Mr. Speaker, out of deep concern for the ordinary people who will have to withstand the effects of the government's policies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can you believe this government in 2022 has said that they care about the working class in this country? The average working class in this country, Mr. Speaker, owns a vehicle that is 1,500 cc and less. But what did this government do, Mr. Speaker? Instead of lowering the tax so that more hard-working public servants, the police who protect you, the army who protect you, should have been in a position to buy a car. But what did they do? They reduced the taxes on vehicles above 1,500 cc. Wickedness, Mr. Speaker. Wickedness. Mr. Speaker, I move to the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport. The left minister, I'm told. Mr. Speaker, this is a ministry I have been given the task to shadow. But Mr. Speaker, for the past two budget debates, I am yet to hear, Guyana, Mr. Speaker, is yet to hear from the minister with responsibility for this very important ministry to adumbrate some intelligent ideas, articulating the vision for the ministry in those debates past, Mr. Speaker, which he has failed to do. But hopefully, sir, me being an optimist, I will wait when he comes after me to offer something of substance for his ministry. So it is important for his ministry that is so important for Guyana, so important to the majority of our people in Guyana, our youths, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I hasten to say to the minister, before he comes, that Guyana, and more specifically, the youth of this country, are least interested in your version of the happenings during the election period that resulted in the regime being on that side of the house. You are in the seat of government. We are least concerned with what happened then over and over every budget, wasting valuable time to set up an agenda for the ministry. We are least interested in him coming to repeat under the coalition there were 3 ministers. We don't want to hear that, Mr. Speaker. Our young people want to hear from the honorable minister. We want you to tell us, if it is possible, no pressure, if it is possible, tell this nation what are your ministry's plan for the billions more you have been in receipt of to develop, enhance, and propel Guyana into higher heights in culture and sports with the collective contribution of our country's most valuable assets, our young people. Mr. Speaker, preserving one's heritage is an important aspect of national life for any self-respecting government. Thus, the National Museum must be treated with respect. As we debate here today, the exterior of the building and its immediate environs are so unkept for the longest time in the middle of the city, Mr. Speaker. I wish if the media could take note and made this reveal to the rest of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to culture and the promotion of it, I dare say it goes beyond virtual concerts, of which the minister and his cohorts, his gang of role models, who benefits from the promotion of these activities, that he will have to provide answers to the people of this country when it comes to those estimates. Mr. Speaker, after these concerts, after the bright lights has come off, after the stage is dismantled, what's next? What's next, Mr. Speaker? What's next for all those talented artists? The minister had in 2021, this is what he did. He hosted Guyana Talent Search. And it appeared, Mr. Speaker, as if he was in search of himself. The minister was the most featured person, rather than the artists, on all the radio stations of the state, on all the television stations of the state. The minister was in search of himself, denying talented Guyanese an opportunity for national and international exposure. Mr. Speaker, what is the end game in all of this? Is it to ensure that the honor, as what the Honorable Indar posited, money gaffy make? Or is it to ensure that the artists get some money? And we are of the full view that our talented artists in this country, Mr. Speaker, must be highly compensated. After all, they are showcasing their talents for Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that should not be the end game after the talent has been discovered. Mr. Speaker, it is well known that Guyana has a plethora of talented young musicians who oftentimes find it challenging to pay for studio time. We need a government facility, and it is a recommendation I am putting to the Honorable Minister for serious consideration. Serious. I have done this numerous times, and sadly to the detriment of the ministry, none of those brilliant proposals have been put by this minister. But I am not dissuaded in offering Guyana the best of ideas for our people. So I say to the ministry and to the minister with responsibility, Guyana needs a facility where our young people can go and be provided with the services to help them in their craft. Mr. Speaker, the minister must endeavor to help our nation's talented youths by offering them scholarships to the universities, home and abroad, to enhance their passion in the arts. The minister should invest in establishing a national music and photography studio for youths to have hands-on opportunities to learn how to make and produce music, be exposed to voice and vocal training, and use the different musical instruments that bring the song of beautiful music, Mr. Speaker. Each region, Mr. Speaker, should also be provided with some of the same facilities to seek out, find, and nurture those talents to the benefit of those individuals, their families, communities, and by extension, the country. It is in this regard, Mr. Speaker, I call on the government, after recognizing in these talent search that Guyana has real talent, real musicians, real singers. I call on the government, Mr. Speaker, and I wish the Honorable Anil Nandalal was here, because he is one of the ministers who's actually working to bring copyright legislation so that our talented artists' intellectual properties, Mr. Speaker, intellectual properties can be protected and they can actually make money on the use of their intellectual property. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the ministry should embark on a regional exchange program from regions 1 to 10 for Guyana's youth to know and experience our cultural differences as a people. We should have students, young people from Region 6 going to Region 10. Students from Region 7 going to Region 2. So we'd have an interlink of experiences, and so that we could really, truly aspire as a nation to make the president's pronouncement of a One Guyana a real reality. It starts with programs and initiatives like that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the diversity of Guyana gives us a unique advantage, Honorable Kwame McCoy, a unique advantage that does not present itself anywhere else in the region, and I think the world. We have 6 beautiful people, not you, Mr. McCoy, but we have 6 beautiful people, with the exception of the honorable member, with different cultural practices, religion, food, music, customs, norms, etc., that we as Guyanese, Mr. Speaker, embrace as ours. We embrace each other's culture. We participate in Pagwa. We participate in Christmas. We participate in Diwali. We see these occasions as Guyanese, Mr. Speaker. So we have to, Mr. Speaker, be serious in our approach of how we deal with ensuring that we forge a One Guyana that can become a reality. As our motto say, one people, one nation, aspiring to achieve one destiny. Mr. Speaker, we share this with the rest of the world. This is an opportunity we have to expose our culture to the rest of the world. Our culture that is so unique. It is time, Mr. Speaker, for brand Guyana in music, dance, art, and craft. It is time to brand our culture, Mr. Speaker. The question is, why haven't we done so? Poor leadership, Mr. Speaker. No vision and leadership at the ministry. Mr. Speaker, we have seen, and it is very sad. It is very sad, Mr. McCoy, that mushroom money, our own, reflective of our indigenous people, not Amerindians, Brother Charlie, our indigenous people. Mushroom money, one of our national cultural events, has not been given the type of government support for it to grow and mushroom into the country's #1 cultural event that showcases Guyanese identity on an international scale, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mushroom money should be given the much needed resources and branded to the world as Guyana's version of carnival. This is our own carnival, Mr. Speaker, and it should be given government support to ensure that this becomes a reality. Mushroom money, Mr. Speaker, like crop over in Barbados, should be on a national platform where the world comes to Guyana and engage in what we have to offer as a people, as a nation of 6 people. Mr. Speaker, business community, the private sector that this budget caters so much for, should be given special concessions for the government, from the government, for their participation and contribution in helping to elevate MASH so that the country's premier national event can be materialized. Rather, Mr. Speaker, we see another country's culture being given priority right here in Guyana. That is an indictment to us as leaders. We are promoting someone else's culture when we have our own Mashemrani, a product that we as Guyanese can develop Mr. Speaker. It is a crying shame. Mr. Speaker, I have said it once, and it is worth repeating. It is time for Brand Guyana. The time is now for the rest of the world to know we exist beyond the discovery of tons of cocaine, beyond having the largest suicide rate in the world, and for our newfound wealth, our oil resource. We should be known for more than that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must be known for our uniqueness as one people with 6 different ethnicities. The collective wealth we share in this country, Mr. Speaker, is our Guyanese-ness, which is a brand, and it must be showcased to the world. There should be opportunities for our young people to participate in the arts and theater, in acting, Mr. Speaker, playwriting, videography, directing. We need to see our own people in our locally produced movies, sitcoms, cartoons, with our own Guyanese dialect. With our own Guyanese dialect. The time has come. The time is now for Guyana, Mr. Speaker, to establish its own film industry. I call on the minister to use wisdom and ensure that these proposals become our Guyanese reality. Don't see it as it coming from the opposition. See it coming from a Guyanese who want the best for this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, it is well known that Guyana has, as I have said, Mr. Speaker, a plethora of talent. And it is time we here in Guyana produce a next Eddie Grant, produce a next Poonan Singh, a Diana Chapman, a Joe Moore, a Natural Black, a Samuel Medas. But these opportunities has to be created by government playing a more decisive role, a more leading role in ensuring that our youth, our young people are given the best of opportunities to succeed in the world. Sports, Mr. Speaker, sports has played the distractor is at its best. Mr. Speaker, sport has to play a more defining role in carving out our national identity.
Honorable member, before you can carve that out further, you need more time.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable member. You may continue to do your carving out for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you should listen to this part of the presentation. I know you're an ardent cricket fan and a table tennis player. So I know you have a keen interest in sports. And I know you want sports to develop here in Guyana, Mr. Speaker. Your own efforts is testimony to the marvelous and magnificent work the Speaker would have done at the FS Grump. Sports, no, you will agree with me, Mrs.
Honorable member, I think it has to do with the connection in the front row by where the honorable member Jones is. Just give us a few minutes. I stopped your clock at 2:08. Just try one more time, let's see. Okay, we have to get the technicians again. Okay, try again, honorable member.
Yes, yes.
Chris, the honorable member, Mr. Jones, seems to be at the controls. That's a new arrangement with chief whips. Honorable member, it's now 2:09. You have lost 2 minutes. You'll get them back. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Sports has to play a more defining role in carving out our national identity. And I dare say, yet again, Mr. Speaker, the minister is visionless in this regard. Visionless, Mr. Speaker. He has a jaundiced view of what is needed to develop this ministry, of what is needed to develop sports in this country, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I say so not to intentionally belittle the Honorable Minister. That is not my forte, Mr. Speaker. I believe the Minister does that himself with regal grace. He spent the entirety of 2021 budget presentation at the polling station. This man is obsessed with GCOM, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my contention is to inform. My position I have articulated concerning this minister, and is very limited ability to push this ministry, Mr. Speaker, is informed by his very tenure at the ministry thus far. And it would be remiss of me, sir, if I fail to state what I would have aforementioned, that the minister is a misfit for this portfolio. He, by his own action, has put forward a no confidence motion against himself. He is a total misfit, and I have seen a few ministers of the government, I believe, is doing work. I may not agree many times with the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, but he is a minister who is working. I do not agree with many things said by the Honorable Attorney General, but he is working. And he's working assiduously to ensure that the contents of petition, that our petition does not succeed. Because he knows the revelations that will be unearthed of their misdeeds, that is a result of them being on that side. Mr. Todd, I see you smiling. Mr. Todd, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Member, is foreign to the affairs of the ministry. This minister is a minister of Mars. He is the best dressed minister in Mars, Mr. Speaker. I am so thankful that the Honorable Carlene Rodriguez is still working for this ministry. I am happy, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Carl Greenidge is there, and the former Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Robert Posad. These two people have contributed to saving our image on the international scene. But let me go back to my portfolio, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this nation is yet to be aware of the minister, and by extension, the government overarching time-bound developmental plan. The government's overarching time-bound developmental plan for the ministry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I say that the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, and more specifically sports, Mr. Speaker, needs to go beyond ground enhancement. It needs to go beyond balls distribution. Mr. Speaker, this country has a number of talented athletes, and the Olympics, Mr. Speaker, presents over 40 disciplines, 33 summer sports and 17 winter Olympic Games, respectively, of which our option to choose from the variety that exists, of which we can competitively participate. We don't want to just attend these functions, Mr. Speaker. We want to go there with the intent to be competitive and actually win. So, Mr. Speaker, I see an opportunity is before us to identify and prepare several identified sports disciplines, of which we have the greatest chance of winning Olympic medals, and focus on those disciplines as a national priority, and more so with a time frame, Mr. Speaker. But of course, Mr. Speaker, not forsaking the other potentials in the respective disciplines. We must have a phase-by-phase developmental strategy. The minister must, Mr. Speaker, retire from the optics Who cares which staff cried, Mr. Speaker, on seeing the quality of chairs at the culture center? What does that concern us, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, here is where the minister must invest available limited resources that is much needed, Mr. Speaker, for durable infrastructure, for those disciplines to have, more importantly, for invest in our technical personnel. Mr. Speaker, this country has a paltry of qualified coaches, of qualified nutritionists. These are the people, Mr. Speaker, the personnel, the technical people, the coaches, the referees, nutritionists, and all.
Time to wind down, honorable member.
Thank you. It'll allow me 1 minute to conclude. Mr. Speaker, this industry needs qualified people to provide the best training and the technical guidance that is required for our athletes to have the best chances of succeeding, Mr. Speaker. We see monies for ground enhancement, but we see no enhanced players. And it is a reason for that. We don't have the skill set of personnel that is required. Even at the ministry, the minister's own personal assistant, what technical capacity does these individuals have that the minister surrounds himself with, that massages his ego? We need to move beyond self if we are to develop sports, develop culture, and more so, develop our youth. Mr. Speaker, finally, all of what budget 2022 offers are not bad. Some are good, but the majority of it has lacked the public consultation, has lacked the ingredients of the opposition's contribution in making this budget a superior budget. And is it that, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support budget 2022. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Our next contributor is the Honorable Charles Ramson Jr., Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've listened very attentively over the last day and a half. And I listened also to the previous speaker speak about how important culture, youth, and sport, the Ministry of Culture, Youth, and Sport was until the APNU AFC disbanded the ministry under their tenure. And Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by saying that when you come to this house, you have to come to this house with credibility. And I'm glad that the previous speaker and the Honourable Member Christopher Jones has personalized this debate. And I've said to them many times, I've said to the Honourable Members of this House many times before, don't get personal with me. Don't get personal with me. There is an old legal maxim. There is an old legal maxim that he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. Clean hands. People who steal barber chairs can't criticize us. People who steal pigs can't criticize us. People who steal bangles, bed sheets, and bracelets can't criticize us. People who give their own companies, their video production companies, contracts cannot criticize us. People who transfer $90 million into their bank accounts within 3 months cannot criticize us. People who build the Durban Park project for $1.4 billion and $600 million can't be found, can't criticize us. People who sole source the drug bond, a bottom house for a drug bond for $12.5 million a month, costing taxpayers $340 million. Can't criticize us. People who spent $1 billion on Sarah and can produce nothing cannot criticize us. People who say that they won an election but cannot show their statements of polls cannot criticize us. People who say, people who have never run a cake shop, much less a full pen, cannot criticize us. You're hollering? You're hollering? I ain't done yet. Just like the Honorable Ralph Gonsalves, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, said, take your licks like a man. Take your licks like a man. And in the famous words of the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Motley, what did she say when she defended our democracy on the APNU-AFC's attempt to rig the election? The truth hurts. The truth hurts. That is why no protest you will ever call will ever get any people out there to come and support you. No protest. The scores of protests that you called in the last year and a half, nobody came to support you. Why? Why? The people of the country know who you are. Know who they are, Mr. Speaker. You have no credibility. So I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, to come to this House to support the country's largest budget in this country's history. And this budget is not just the largest budget in the country's history. It is a 44% increase from the previous year. There are no taxes added. In fact, the taxes have been reduced. We are about to spend $1.5 billion in this economy every single year for the year 2022. Increasing money in circulation, creating thousands of jobs, creating invaluable lasting benefits for the people of the country, creating a new and transformed Guyana. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the budget deficit as a percentage of GDP is low. Our net domestic borrowing is low. It has fallen in half by half from 100 billion to now 50 plus billion in 2022. So the government is not competing with the private sector on loans. Our money supply is higher. That means more money in circulation. Our foreign reserves have now doubled. It moved from $400 million under the APNU-AFC to now $800 million under us. Our balance of trade is moved from a deficit of $1.5 billion to now, that was under the APNU-AFC, to now of a surplus of $375 million. So our macroeconomic position is healthier, Mr. Speaker. And on the very day that this historic budget was presented to this country, it was the very day that the leader of the opposition resigned. And for the first time In our democracy, since the democracy was restored in 1992, Guyana does not have a leader of the opposition. So for all the folks who voted APNU-AFC, this is what you are continuing to get from the APNU-AFC. Betrayal. You betrayed the people of the country while you were in government, and you are continuing to betray the people of the country today. And all that confusion, Mr. Speaker, that is happening in the opposition, it is their deeds that are catching up with them. The closing down of the sugar estates and the firing of 7,000 sugar workers, making them beg for their severance. The firing of the 2,000 CSO Amerindian officers, the breaching of the Constitution multiple times, the betraying of young people, the refusal to call an election within 3 months after you lost a no-confidence motion, the insulting of the Guyanese intelligence by telling them that 33 is not a majority of 65, attempting to rig the election in front of the entire world, refusing to exit the office of the government for 5 months and causing this country trauma. And just when we thought, Mr. Chairman, just when we thought that the international embarrassment was over, they go and attempt to steal the mace on Facebook Live. They go and attempt to steal the mace on Facebook Live. And some of you should be careful how you're heckling me, Mr. Speaker. Some of them should be careful of how they're heckling me, because they're not sure they will keep their seats at the end of this parliament. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, with this budget, the President Ali-led PPPC government is about to commence the transformation of Guyana into a modern and prosperous country before our very eyes. All of our promises we presented in our manifesto, we will keep and we will honor every single one. We promise to reverse every single one of the taxes, the 200 plus taxes the APNU-AFC heartlessly put on the people of the country. We remove them. The VAT on electricity, gone. The VAT on water, gone. The VAT on data, gone. The VAT on cell phones, gone. The VAT on agri-machinery, gone. The VAT on mining equipment, gone. The VAT on construction material, gone. The VAT on exports, gone. We promised that we would distribute 50,000 house lots, and we are on track, Mr. Speaker. We've already done over 10,000 house lots in our first year. In our first year, Mr. Speaker, we have distributed more house lots than the APNU-AFC did in their entire 5 years in government. It will be the greatest transfer of wealth to the ordinary people of the country within any 5-year period to date. We promised 20,000 scholarships, and we've already done 6,000. We promised that we would return the discipline services bonus, and we have returned so. We promised that we would return the children's cash grant, the school cash grant that the APNU-AFC took away from the ordinary people you're claiming to love so much now. And we returned it, and we increased it already to $25,000 per child. We extended it to the private schools as well. And with the uniform cash grant, it's now up to $30,000 per child. And we will deliver the $50,000 cash grant per child. Meanwhile, the APNU-AFC, even in opposition, they cannot keep their promises. They promised that they would hold a protest every Wednesday at lunchtime at coffee, and they cannot even honor their promise. And they cannot even honor their promise in opposition. They promised that they would take the People's Parliament that they had by the Market Square, by the Stabroek Market. The honourable members on the other side started to pomposette themselves outside by the Market Square. And they have not done that. They could not even honor their word. And the method, Mr. Speaker, of government is different too. The President Ali-led People's Progressive Party government is always on the ground building with people, forming a partnership with people, consulting every single day. One member of our cabinet, and sometimes many members of our cabinet, are in the fields and on the ground every single day, consulting with people, building with people. So when you want to ask about how the consultation took place in building this budget, it is building every single day with people. I have done more consultations with communities and stakeholders than the APNU did, entire APNU did while they were in government for their entire 5 years. That the Honorable Ashley Singh, the Minister of Finance, actually said that I do more interviews in a day explaining everything going on with our sector than former President David Granger did for his entire 5 years. And I want to say this about the oil money, Mr. Speaker. Many people are asking, how are they going to benefit from oil money? They hear a lot about oil money. And it's a fair question because given the APNU AFC's history with oil money, where they hid the $18 million and then it disappeared. And then also when the government of Guyana's petroleum advisor was Carol Smith Joseph. Mr. Speaker, the most exciting oil economy in the world, the petroleum advisor to the government of Guyana was Carol Smith Joseph. You cannot. It is natural that the people of the country would be jaded as a result of their history with the APNU AFC and oil. But I would like to advise the people of the country that this is the first year that we will be spending our oil money in the economy. So this is the first time that you will be seeing real benefits. What are we spending on? Guyana has to leapfrog the developmental curve, Mr. Speaker. We have to convert our oil resources from under the ground into assets and infrastructure capital above the ground. All the developmental economists will tell you, spend the money first on infrastructure. And I saw the honorable member, Mr. Ramjatan, who likes to quote this book called The Bottom Billion. He's been quoting this book, The Bottom Billion, since 2008. 15 plus years ago, he's quoting this book from Paul Collier. But Mr. Ramjatan, you have to update your book collection. You have to update your book collection. Guyana has changed. This same book, the same author who actually presented this book to me, he gave me a signed copy. A signed copy. In this book, Paul Collier would tell you, spend your money on infrastructure. That is the first thing that you should be doing when you're spending your oil money. Not have a big party, not raise salaries. Spend your money first on infrastructure. And what are some of these transformational infrastructure? The gas to power project, which will lower our electricity costs by 50%. Creating more monies in people's pocket, which the preliminary work is already on the way. The new bridge over the Demerara River. And this will give us back time, Mr. Speaker. A 4-lane high-span bridge, not the 3-lane bridge that the APNU AFC wanted to build. the Amaila Hydro Falls project. And I also want to mention something else. The Honorable Ashni Singh mentioned as well something in his budget speech which brought me back to around 2010 when we were trying to build the Hope Canal. You remember, Honorable Minister Robeson Ben, when you were the Minister of Public Works, when we were trying to build the Hope Canal. I want to share with you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to leave this so that you can have the benefit and the House can have the benefit of this. The opposition, first of all, naturally oppose it. That is expected. Just anything that is beneficial to the people of the country, once the People's Progressive Party is doing it, they will oppose it. But there is something that I wanted to leave here just for the sake of reference, because there are a lot of young people who are going to be...
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of order.
Go ahead.
41-6. The honourable member is trying to impugn improper motive on my character, contrary to my colleagues.
Honourable member, honourable minister, you may want to expunge the honourable deputy speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will judge all of the support for the budget when it comes time to the voting for the budget. So I want to leave with this House two articles, one from the Stabrook News and one from the Kaichor News, which says the GRA urges the suspension of the Hope Canal project, and the Hope Canal project expenditure is reckless. This project, when it was being opposed by this body, the Guyana Human Rights Association, even though it had nothing to do with human rights, nothing to do with human rights, they opposed this project, and since its construction has saved Guyana billions and billions of dollars of economic value and welfare to people. So I'm leaving these here, Mr. Speaker. We are going to be building 2 more canals to save all of the regions where those economic values and agriculture is being done. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say one other thing on oil, because the Sovereign Wealth Fund, many times the debate is confused by making reference to Norway. And why I want to clarify this position, Mr. Speaker, is that Norway found oil in 1969. It started producing first in 1971 from Ecofist. And it did not set up its Sovereign Wealth Fund until 1990. It did not transfer its first capital into the fund until 1996. Norway had 25 years of spending their oil money on infrastructure for schools, hospitals, buildings, roads, bridges. All of those things were built during those 25 years. So why should it be any different for us here in Guyana, where we have a weakness in our infrastructure, or public infrastructure, public infrastructure stock in the country? And I would like to touch on the criticism that we're hearing from the opposition, who have now gone silent. They've now gone silent. The criticism that we hear from the APNU AFC is that it's inconsistent, first of all. They're saying that the budget is too big. At one point, they're saying the budget is too big. And then the other time, they're saying that we should be giving more. Well, you can't do both. You can't do both. And then I hear from one of the honorable members mention the term trickle-down economics. We heard them saying that what the PPP is doing is trickle-down economics. And then she turned to another young member on the other side and saying, yes, they're practicing trickle-down economics. We are not practicing trickle-down economics. And just like I have to teach the Honorable Member Mr. Figueroa, and then I also have to teach now Mr. Jones. I now have to teach the other young members on the other side. When you are doing trickle-down economics, you reduce taxes on things like capital gains. You reduce taxes on high-income earners. You reduce taxes on things like savings and dividends. We are not doing any of that. We are reducing the taxes on consumption. We are reducing the tax on productivity, capital stock, reducing those taxes. And on the young members of the other side, I see them disappear. I want them to hear what I'm about to say, so they may be listening to me wherever they are. For the young members on the other side, you have to earn the stripes, not the right. You already have the right by being a member of parliament. But you have to earn the stripes to this certain members in this house. Certain people, especially in this front row, don't go down in the road of being personal with them. You haven't earned the stripes. Many of you have not even run a pig pen properly. You have not even run a fowl pen properly. Mr. Speaker, when I came to the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, it was not even a ministry. When I came here and we added up all of the allocations for the year of 2020, we had an allocation of 2.89 billion. For 2022, Mr. Speaker, we now have an allocation of $5.6 billion, just under 100% increase. And when an honorable member came to this house and said that the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport is so important, it's so important, it was the APNU-AFC who disbanded the ministry and relegated it to departments within ministry, betraying young people. Not a single young person was appointed to a member of the cabinet. Not a single young person was appointed a minister in the previous government. And I hear the honorable members is saying, Tabitha, you're old. The honorable members don't even know, including the honorable member, Mr. Tabitha. The honorable members don't even know that Mr. Bita was a Charandas baby. Mr. Bita was a Charandas baby. She was appointed in April of 2019 after the no confidence motion. And what does the Constitution say when you lose a no confidence motion? Let me remind them. The famous 106 sub 6 says, the cabinet, including the president, shall resign if the government is defeated by the majority, by the vote of a majority of all elected members of the National Assembly on a vote of confidence. So if there was a single appointment, then that again was the breach of the Constitution. That was another breach of the Constitution. The People's Progressive Party has restored the ministry to its rightful place with a seat at the cabinet, and the result is our budget, Culture, Youth and Sport, has doubled. The youth budget, just for training now, stretches across all ministries, many of the ministries with large allocations. The Ministry of Education for technical vocational education will receive $2.5 billion. For young people, training of young people, University of Guyana will get $3.5 billion. The Ministry of Public Service Gold Program for scholarships for young people will get $1.3 billion, plus an additional $1 billion for training in the public service, many of whom are young people. The Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport for training and youth programs will get $841 million. The Ministry of Labor, the Board of Industrial Training will get $450 million. The new Port Morant training school focusing on oil and gas will get $260 million. And that's training alone. The tens of thousands of young people who will benefit from house lots and young professional homes. That is happening because you have the care and concern for young people in the country. Youth entrepreneurship will also see major benefits. Mr. Speaker, for sport, the budget is now $3.15 billion with a capital of $2.4 billion. And every single sport association and federation has issued statements for the first time in the history of this country, has issued statements in support of the government, in support of the ministry, in support of the program and the relationship that they have with the minister and the National Sports Commission. I will leave all of their statements here, Mr. Speaker. And after the appointment of our National Sports Commission and the Director of Sports, our board has been working. Meanwhile, under the APNU AFC, their board met 3 times in 3 years. 3 times in 3 years. The Director of Sport came here and pomposetted himself once again. He said that he cared so much about sport and young people. Not a single financial statement, audited financial statement as required by the Act, was ever produced and laid in this Parliament. Not a single one for the entire APNU AFC as required by the law. That is being done now and will be laid before this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, we also completed the Guyana Cricket Board election, something that didn't happen for over 10 years, that was fraught with all kinds of problems. And I don't need his criticism or his approbation. What I have here is a public statement from none other than Sir Clive Lloyd. Sir Clive Lloyd. He issued a public statement after we saw the completion of the election. And let me just read the last paragraph, and I will leave this with you too, Mr. Speaker. He said, finally, and I quote, he said, finally, it would be remiss of me not to refer to the efficiency with which the young Minister of Sports, Honourable Charles, ensured the return of due regularity in the administration of cricket by insisting and ensuring that elections were held at every level, including that of the GCB. End of quote. Sir, and I had the privilege.
Honourable Minister, end of time. You need an extension.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask for the Honourable Member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I had the privilege of having a conversation, a phone call with him after he was knighted by the Queen. So I hold this statement, this public statement issued to me, not the words said by the Honourable Member Jermaine Piguero and the Honourable Member Barber Chairs. No, their words for me mean nothing. The words of Sir Clive Lloyd mean something to me. The words of the sports associations mean something to me. The words of the people of the country mean something to me. Mr. Speaker, we returned the Kashif and Shanghai GFF tournament. We returned the three-stage cycle race after 5 years, after the AP and UAFC cut funding, cut the race. We had the inaugural sports conference where we had the consultation for our first ever sports academy. And then we launched our sports academy in December. we also, on the international scene, Mr. Speaker, we had the West Indies versus Pakistan tournament right here in Guyana. We also bid for and succeeded in hosting the Under-19 World Cup tournament right here in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, our capital money is going to be spent on the transformation of all of our sports facilities and the building of our stadiums that the President announced in one of his speeches that he made to the public. Mr. Speaker, for culture, the APNU AFC like to pretend that they are the cultured, sophisticated group until the cloak of sophistication was removed with the unsophisticated and rank attempt to rig the 2020 election. And that's when you saw the true nature of the beast. True nature of the beast. While in government, the APNU AFC loved culture so much that they removed the Guyana Prize for Literature. They removed the Cultural Endowment Fund. They disbanded the Caribbean Press and replaced it with nothing, no explanation, nothing. Meanwhile, in their 2020 election year, they want to spend and did spend $290 million on Mashramani and $50 million on Bujubantan tickets. In 2021, we did the Cultural and Creative Industry Grant for 30 young people who received $1 million for their cultural projects, cultural and creative projects. And I'm pleased to announce the return of the Cultural Endowment Fund, which will be in the sum of $100 million. I'm also pleased to announce the return of the Guyana Prize for Literature. Mr. Speaker, those 18 events that we were talking about and that the honorable member wanted to speak disparagingly about, the country needed it in a time of COVID. Mental health was the most important thing of keeping people sane, keeping people in their relationships sane. And those virtual concerts helped in promoting mental health as a form of entertainment, safe entertainment in the country. And those events were of a very high standard. And the high point of those events, Mr. Speaker, was our cultural performance at the Dubai World Expo, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I want to just talk on our ground enhancement because this is something that is very popular in the country. Mr. Speaker, out of our allocation, I have never, after going around the country, I have never seen all of our community grounds and community centers so neglected. They were in such a poor state, despite claiming that they've spent all that money. And that is why the Community Ground Center Ground Enhancement Program is so popular, because it is making such a big difference to the people of the country. We, out of our last budget, Mr. Speaker, we have already lighted 9 community grounds across this country with solid concrete poles and LED lights and running underground wiring. And I'm pleased as well to announce that in this year's allocation, there will be $250 million in our budget for ground enhancement. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying this. I and we are not laboring under any misapprehension that the APNU AFC will support this budget. I and the People's Progressive Party, we are not laboring under the misapprehension that the APNU AFC will support anything that is beneficial to the people of this country, because it is the People's Progressive Party that is in power. So when And I know this for a fact, Mr. Speaker, because when they can want and call for a boycott of a cleanup event in this country, we know where their heart is. And it's not for the benefit of this country. It is for the benefit of themselves. And that is why they're fighting so hard to get back into power. But the people of the country knows who they are. So, Mr. Speaker, either way, the country is moving on regardless, and the country will prosper without them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Charles Ramson, Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport. It is now time to hear the contribution of the Honorable Member, Mr. Beetle Sarabu Hali. Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to add my contribution to this debate, I first must make some general statements. The Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports, his idea of one Guyana is him using his one set of friends across the ministry with taxpayers' monies. Look at the broadcast of the national concerts, only aired on NCN, NTN, MTV, TVG, HJTV, and E-Networks. All friends and family of the government. In the honorable member's world, there is no HBTV Channel 9, no LRTVS, no HGPTV, no CNS6, and no RBS. He directs where the government's money should go, only to his friends and family, and blacklists those who speak against the government. Honorable member can best be described as a well-dressed failure. He has no policy and surrounds himself with promoters and sports organizers using their hard work to make himself look good. It's really a shame. You see, Mr. Speaker, on that note, it is quite interesting that the government ministers seem so incapable of representing themselves that their chief whip ensure that they speak after their opposition shadows. In any normal parliament, Mr. Speaker, the government ministers would present their vision for the year and what they intend to do with the monies allocated to their ministries, and the opposition shadows would have a chance to respond. Not so in Guyana. If Guyanese take a look at the lineup of speakers, it is clear that the government ministers do not want to speak before their counterparts on our side. Mr. Speaker, I find myself trying to understand the minds of those who believe that the Guyanese people would be happy with the budget that is before us. After reading this budget presentation, Mr. Speaker, there is no way that I can accept this as good enough for the Guyanese people who are currently facing economic and social hardships. Mr. Speaker, the PPP has presented 3 budgets to this Assembly since their installation in 2020. Their 2020 budget read, "Our plan for prosperity, protecting our people in a COVID-19 environment, strengthening democracy and the rule of law, incentivizing growth and job creation, enhancing welfare." Mr. Speaker, when the 2021 budget came knocking on Parliament's door, a number of things were made clear from the 2020 budget. One, the PPP's concern about unemployment did not extend to the over 1,000 persons they dismissed over the last 16 months. The PPP's concern for the welfare of the citizens did not extend to those who now either no longer receive public assistance or are being blackmailed by the staff to give a percentage of what they are receiving or get their names pulled from receiving public assistance in the future. 3, the PPP does not know how to protect our people in a COVID-19 environment. 4, their governance structure is autocratic and everything they are engaged in is turbid, unconstitutional, and antithetical to good governance. 5, the PPP's plan for prosperity was for themselves and cronies. That the U.S. Embassy here in Guyana was forced to speak to the issue of rule of law in relation to how the PPP has operated since returning to office, stating that, and I quote, "You need to be serious about the economic manifestation of the rule of law, must be seen as an indication of how far the PPP is from what can be considered transparent, accountable, equitable, and ensuring due process." Mr. Speaker, then we moved on to the 2021 budget, which promised a path to recovery, economic dynamism, and resilience. By the end of 2021, everyone asked, what did the PPP recover us from? From all appearances, we are in a worse state than we were in 2020. And by the end of their term in office, we will still be in recovery mode. Mr. Speaker, people questioned whether those on the other side understood the meaning of dynamism. Economic dynamism is a concept that must be understood first in its wider context. The term economic dynamism refers to the rate and direction of change in an economy. It traditionally encompasses activities like the rate of new businesses formation, the frequency of labor market turnover, and the geographic mobility of the workforce. It basically allows for a process termed creative destruction, where businesses enter the marketplace and expand, or they leave the marketplace, contract and leave the marketplace. Now, if this is done strictly based on the supply and demand of the consumer, then it will be difficult to fight. The reality is, however, that governments are usually the largest consumer of goods and services in any economy. Small, medium, and large companies rely on contracts from the government to remain viable. Mr. Speaker, in our context, when a government has been as authoritarian as the PPP and thrives on driving fear into Guyanese, the government becomes a so-called invisible hand in our economy, determining the levels of dynamism we see. What does this mean? Many companies entering and leaving the market here in Guyana do so on the sole premise of whether they can gain contracts from the government. In the end, the economy has been dynamic, negatively affecting anyone, group, or company that may be deemed not a friend of the PPP, and positively affecting those that are friends and families of the PPP. Mr. Speaker, now they have saddled us with this latest budget, titled "Steadfast Against All Challenges, Resolute in Building Our One Guyana," with a non-oil budget of $426 billion, $6 billion less than last year when you add the 4 supplementals to the 383 they initially presented in March of 2021. Mr. Speaker, this PPP regime has given away so many tax concessions to their cronies and borrowed so much that our current non-oil budget is $6 billion less than it was last year. Now it becomes clear why they rushed to pass an assent to the Natural Resource Fund Bill of 2021, which the majority of Guyanese believe was illegally passed in the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, to sit and boast about the largest budget ever, when a large section of the population is left to suffer due to your poor attempt at governance, not your, Mr. Speaker, but the PPP, your incompetence, your mediocre attempt at policy formation, and your inability to create and sell to the Guyanese people a vision that we can all agree to and work towards is ludicrous. Mr. Speaker, while they come here and boast about the largest budget, the Guyanese people have to endure inflation, high costs of living, high youth unemployment, extrajudicial killings, blackouts, load shedding, blackouts, load shedding, plenty more blackouts, and lots of load shedding. Then, Mr. Speaker, there is no water, low water, or if you are lucky to get water, it's gray water, brown water, or reddish water like the new $2,000 bill. Mr. Speaker, those are the challenges. And frankly speaking, they're all man-made challenges created by a group of people who are not allowed to think for themselves, but follow the instruction of one man, whose scope is limited to corruption, nepotism, racism, bullyism, and narcissism. This cabal has no idea what they're doing. They lack the intellectual capacity and foresight to effectively prepare the economy for the monies available to us through the Natural Resource Fund. Mr. Speaker, as far as the members on this side of the House are concerned, the NRF 2020 of 2021 was not legally passed. But what is even more worrying is that the PPP who rushed that bill through are content not to abide by sections of it. Section 16.2 states quite clearly that all withdrawals from the fund shall be deposited into the consolidated fund and shall be used only to finance national development priorities, including any initiative aimed at realizing an inclusive green economy, and essential projects that are directly related to ameliorating the effects of a major natural disaster. Mr. Speaker, this section expects any government to clearly identify the national development priorities that require the resources of the fund. Instead, what we are seeing in this budget is a line item under Table 2A and 2B and Table 4, which show that the full $126 billion will be withdrawn from the fund. This is unacceptable and must be corrected. Nowhere in the NRF Act that we believe is illegal is there any word like consultation, not one word that suggests that the Guyanese people should be consulted on anything to do with how the fund will operate and the monies allocated. This to me should be seen as a major red flag. Why would you negate any form of consultative process with the stakeholders? Mr. Speaker, just a few days ago, I had a dream. And in this dream, Mr. Speaker, there were 65 members sitting in a National Assembly. There was a handsome gentleman sitting in the chair of the Speaker. In this dream, Mr. Speaker, the members on the government side brought a bill before the Assembly, a bill resembling all things corrupt and lacking transparency and accountability. The members of the opposition side, at the behest of their constituents and other right-minded groups and citizens, sought to have the bill sent to a select committee to facilitate consultation with a wide range of stakeholders. One thing led to the other, and the Assembly was out of control. Mr. Speaker, you see, my little understanding of how a Speaker operates suggests to me that whenever the Speaker recognizes that he is not in control of the House, he should adjourn the sitting and seek to speak to both the government and opposition to determine an amicable way forward. But this Speaker in my dream was adamant to carry on with the business of his paymasters. So amidst the noise and confusion, I saw this Speaker holding on to dear life to a replica mace and presiding over the Assembly where all members were in defiance of his authority. But Mr. Speaker, he didn't care as long as his paymasters got what they wanted and they were happy. His actions, Mr. Speaker, gave a lot of credence to the view that he does not attempt to pretend to be unbiased. But then again, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member?
Yes, sir.
I think you had a premonition and not a dream.
It was.
So you move on from that and come back to the budget.
Mr. Speaker, I'm almost finished with my
else, right? You had a premonition.
No, Mr. Speaker, it was a dream.
And it played out. It played out. So
I can't
continue, please.
Thank you.
Not on this line, though.
But then again, Mr. Speaker, in my dream, it was mentioned that he was on the government list of candidates for the elections. And that particular government does not allow for any among their rank to even pretend to be independent. So I guess the opposition members should not expect much from that Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in that dream, it became very evident that in that august House, they reached the nadir of all things transparent and accountable. For those of us who may or may not know, nadir means the lowest point, a time of great depression. So, Mr. Speaker, it is probably fitting in the most facetious way that
I can give you some other definitions of nadir also. If you are an ardent space fan, when you have the zenith, the star way above you, the opposite side is nadir. But in Arabic, I point you to check that out. Right? Very esteemed person.
Okay, sir.
And
this was a dream.
And I am a Muslim, and my name derives from Arabic.
So, Mrs.
And I want to again urge you move on from your dreams. Okay.
So, Mr. Speaker, it is probably fitting in the most facetious way that we find ourselves here today with an installed regime, a travesty of a 22 budget, and 16 months of a National Assembly being presided over by Speaker of the House, the Honorable Manzoor Nadir. Mr. Speaker, as the person responsible for shadowing the Public Service Minister, I must say that I am utterly dumbfounded and at a loss of words to describe how farcical it is of this administration to bring its third budget to this House with little to no focus on developing or improving the public sector. Reading the entire budget speech, Mr. Speaker, there was one mention of public service, and that only one mention was of what you did last year, which was already unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, I am standing here wondering if the minister, well, if the Public Service Ministry is a shell ministry, or is it that the administration has no faith in the Honourable Minister? Mr. Speaker, the Education Ministry has seemingly hijacked the Gold Project, which was the only noticeable work of the Public Service Ministry was involved in. At this juncture, I am perplexed as to what the Honourable Minister and her ministry has been doing, or according to this budget, is planning to do for 2022. I await her presentation so that she can not only inform me, but this nation of what exactly she has been doing as the Minister of the Public Service over the last 16 months, and what she intends to do besides the Gold Program. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, as we're on the Gold Project, which is most likely what the Minister will spend most of her time speaking about, outside of probably what happened during the recount and my scholarship and who I did or did not give scholarships to, there are a number of things I believe should be highlighted. While the issuing of scholarships are an important part of the responsibilities of the Minister of the Public Service, it is placed under the care of this particular ministry because it is expected that these scholars, once they have completed their programs, would enter the public service utilizing their new skills and knowledge to further professionalize said public service. Mr. Speaker, this is not so for the Gold recipients, as Gold recipients are not bound to work in the public service. Thus, even public servants who are Gold scholarship recipients can choose after completing their program to leave the public service. Why then is the Minister of Public Service spending so much of her time marketing a program that is likely to have very little impact on the public service? Mr. Speaker, another question that must be answered is, will there be any database in place to ensure that scholarship recipients have first access to vacancies, whether in the public or private sector, or will our scholarship recipients be left to figure it all out on their own? There are already major complaints about the Gold scholarships, as no assistance is given to recipients of these scholarships who do not have consistent and constant access to the internet. For those of us who are not aware, the majority, if not all, of the scholarships are to institutions overseas who are not aware of and are not interested in our deficiencies here, where blackouts and the internet are concerned. The onus thus lies in the Ministry of Public Service and the Ministry of Education to ensure that recipients are able to successfully complete their programs. This alone brings us to another point. What really is the success rate of those who receive scholarships? It is all good to boast about 5,000 or 6,000 persons that received Gold scholarships, but can the Minister indicate to this House what the success rate is for persons who took part in the short courses over the last year? Mr. Speaker, There is no serious human resource plan and program for our country that would ensure that our unemployment numbers reduce significantly. As I am sure I have said before, scholarships are good, but if not properly planned and targeted, we will continue to have persons with a myriad of certificates who cannot find proper employment, and that should not be our aim at this juncture of our development. Mr. Speaker, the 2016 Commission of Inquiry into the Public Service generated a comprehensive list of recommendations for the reform of the public sector that will require time to fully implement. It is urgent that the Minister of the Public Service initiate actions to promote and enforce a depoliticized, meritocratic, efficient, and citizen-oriented service through public service regulations and codes of conduct, performance management, and rationalized, fair, and consistent pay structures associated with written job descriptions. I do hope that the Minister of the Public Service has plans in place to properly develop all aspects of the public service. This grand, lofty budget that the PPP believes is best for Guyana requires capable and efficient public servants who have the requisite resources to properly implement the programs that the government wants implemented. It is inhumane for this administration to expect that the public servants must continuously work and implement the policies of this administration with a sense of ownership and alacrity if they do not feel that they are also benefiting from it. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about the fact that there is not much in the budget for public servants. Inflation has not only swallowed up whatever tax threshold increase is being touted, but the 7% increase and the bonuses that persons received last year has also been swallowed up. The public servant who is earning minimum wage received a monthly salary increase of a mere $4,900, while the president, who is earning $2 million plus, will be receiving a $150,000 increase. Worse still is this, that the minimum wage earners must pay taxes on their salary increase, which they did, while the president will not. This stark contradiction highlights the major difference between the APNU plus AFC coalition and the PPP. The coalition government consistently ensured that senior public servants were awarded a lower percentage increase than junior public servants, thereby ensuring that the income gap would reduce over time. The PPP's single rate across the board increase is intended to widen the gap between those who have much and those who have little. In a time when world over, emphasis is being placed on equity, the president chose to reward himself and minister with a 7% increase amounted to $150,000 tax-free for himself, $120,000 tax-free for the AG and Prime Minister, and $60,000 for other ministers, knowing very well that the public servants who work for minimum wage will be taking home an increase of $3,528 Guyana dollars after tax. $3,528 after tax, Honorable Sonia Parag. That cannot even buy a bottle of cooking gas, Honorable Member Sonia Parag. In comparison, consider the following. After just 18 months in office from July 1st, 2015 to January 1st, 2017, the APNU plus AFC increased the minimum wage by over 50%, increased the income tax threshold by 20%, reduced the marginal income tax rate to 28%, and removed the tax from employees' contribution to the NIS. In addition, old age pension increased by 45% and public assistance by 27%. All of this without utilizing $1 in oil revenues. Mr. Speaker, the age-old problem of persons entering the public service being told that they have to wait 3 to 6 months before receiving their first paycheck has to come to an end. Even though it may not seem to be important enough for the National Assembly to accept the motion for whatever reason, Mr. Speaker, other public servants too, who are scholarship recipients, have complained about being forced to sign documents relieving the government from its contractual obligations to students who were on scholarship and expected to serve their country as a public servant. This too must stop. Mr. Speaker, this then brings me to another important point. The Ministry of the Public Service portfolio includes the management of the human resources in our public service. All indications from August 2020 to now suggest that the professionals in many of our public sector offices are leaving the job or are being asked to leave. Persons willing to do the biddings of those in charge are being promoted. Public servants are anxious and unsure of what will happen next. The gains made in the public service between 2015 to 2020 have now regressed significantly across our public service, and the Minister of the Public Service has remained silent. One major public service department that I believe requires highlighting due to their current inability to adequately do the work that is required is the Environmental Protection Agency. The EPA, Mr. Speaker, was created in 1996 by the PPC. The state of the agency inherited by the coalition can be described as follows. And this is description by the staff then. The staff of the agency described the EPA as low morale, dysfunctional, a toothless tiger, disrespected by all, place to dwell until he can do better, and humiliating with politicians overruling decisions. There was extremely high turnover of staff. There was only one EPA office in Georgetown to serve the entire country. There was grave human capacity deficit to execute the legislative mandate of the agency. A 2015 forensic audit determined that 262 staff were needed, but the agency was trying to accomplish its task with a staff of only 95. And this number did not include the need for staff focusing on oil and gas. There were no engineers and very few scientists in the agency. A system of record keeping, control, and secure custody of critically important legal documents, such as permits, contracts, and files, were non-existent. Mr. Speaker, the coalition found the existence of 2,100 permits with over 500 expired permits, some over 15 years expiration, plus a large number of unexpired permits that were issued in error, and facilities constructed and operating without permits. Near zero opportunity for training, exposure to international technical conferences, and membership in internationally recognized professional associations. The Environmental Protection Agency did not have its own certified laboratory. It had limited up-to-date measurement equipment and modeling tools to measure and analyze contaminants in the environment. There were only two roadworthy vehicles, which were far from adequate to conduct field inspections necessary for compliance monitoring for the entire country. There were no penalties or fines ever imposed despite hundreds of violations. The EPA transferred its environmental oversight of mining to the GGMC, which was a clear conflict of interest with the GGMC overseeing its own operations and EPA dishing its legislative mandate. Permit applications took years to process. Except for the Higgs-Bosch landfill, which is in itself questionable as to its engineering integrity, all other garbage and waste disposed of in uncontrolled dump sites seriously affected surface and groundwater, air quality, fire hazards, and breeding rodents, mosquitoes, and diseases. Mr. Speaker, this is what the coalition found. This is the PPP's record on the environment. This is how the PPP treated the entire public service, with scant regard. No matter what they attempt to say, as the Honourable Minister said yesterday, the facts speak for themselves. However, Mr. Speaker, the APNUFC came to government 19 years after the establishment of the EPA, and under the guidance of Dr. Vince Adams, there were significant transformational changes at the EPA, which included the following. 1, 2 additional offices were opened at Wim and Linden, with plans in place for an office in all regions by 2021. 2, the MOU with the GGMC was cancelled, thus returning mandated regulatory oversight of mining to the EPA, and which terminated the disturbing conflict of interest situation with the GGMC overseeing its own mining operations. 3, the APNU AFC began aggressive capacity building and career development of employees to cope with exponential increase in workload with quadrupling of the economy in 4 years. 4, paid study leave, summer internship programs, international networking such as exposing staff to international conferences, meetings, and memberships in professional organizations. The number of training, conferences, and staff participants were doubled in 1 year from 88 to 161 and 160 to 223, respectively. We recruited 20 highly qualified staff and attorneys, including first five engineers. We partnered with the World Bank to design an EPA oil and gas unit consisting of 34 highly skilled staff to oversee the petroleum industry, including 24/7 on-site presence. We revised the EPA Act, environmental legislations, standards and guides as high priority to make current the rapid changes driven by the oil and gas production that was not considered in the 25-year-old Act. We hired an attorney dedicated to that task. We made Guyana the 10th member of the International Offshore Petroleum Environmental Regulators, including membership on the Oil Spill Working Group. We elevated Guyana to the forefront of international leaders in the groundbreaking environmental technology of environmental DNA. As testimony to EPA's impressive show of leadership, Guyana was chosen to host the 2021 International Workshop on this subject, but was hampered by COVID. We established a Coastal Marine Management Committee in 2018 to coordinate the management of our coastal and marine resources. The first document control center with modern filing room and state-of-art electronic database and file management system constituted over 2,100 project files, thus alleviating a chaotic and unstructured system for records management and secure custody of important documents, including legal documents such as permits and contracts, was built.
Before you continue to tell us how much you did, you need an extension, honorable member.
Comrade Speaker, I move for the honourable member to be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, honorable member. You may continue to conclude in 5 minutes.
We brought all 500 expired permits and most other violations into compliance and worked with others to establish compliance schedules as necessary. We recovered 140 million in otherwise lost revenues by bringing violators into compliance, while at the same time quadrupled annual revenues from 50 million in 2015 to 200 million in 2019. Without any additional funding from the Treasury, Dr. Vince Adams and staff used self-generated, recovered, and newly increased revenues to increase the vehicle fleet from 2 to 10, thus substantially boosting field monitoring to maintain compliance, which was severely lacking and responsible for the numerous expired permits, and to recruit 20 highly skilled scientists and engineers that were almost non-existent. For the first time, we developed a board-approved plan for full self-funding of EPA by 2023. For the first time, the EPA took necessary actions in accordance with the rule of law to impose fines for very serious violations of the laws and threats to the environment, safety, and health of the nation, including proceeding with prosecution of Exxon for refusing to pay a paltry fine for one such persistent violations. We initiated plans for EPA's own certified laboratory to conduct more complex analysis over and above preliminary data from field equipment. Labs will soon pay for itself. We took on the much-avoided daunting challenge of finally solving the decades-old waste disposal problem, including nationwide garbage dumping in environmentally sensitive areas. This is what took place not only in the EPA, but other public agencies who finally had the space to breathe, to become professional, and to do their work without political overreach. This is what the APNU AFC government did during its tenure, and of this we can be proud. But Mr. Speaker, the PPP is back. Mr. Speaker, the PPP is back. And what has happened in the EPA since August 2020 is nothing short of a travesty. Mr. Speaker, The current PVPC government, in just one short year alone, has embarked on a massive tearing down of the institutional pillars that were built by the coalition for sound environmental protection. Such cruel destruction of the extraordinary transformation achieved by the coalition in its short 4 years may only be explained as political expediency without care for the nation's environmental safety and well-being. These unconscionable actions include returning the same leadership personnel that ran the EPA into the ground, destroying morale of and having chilling effect on high-performing staff by executing discriminatory terminations, demotions, and negation of contracts, despite agencies' limited capacity, returning the agency to a state of mistrust and disrespect from the public and business community, and politicizing the agency. Wholesale interference from politicians who routinely pressure EPA staff to issue permits to friends and acquaintances and overturn major decisions made by EPA technical personnel. For example, Mr. Speaker, the EPA published that the Demerara River Bridge required an EIA, only to be forced to reverse that decision. It now seems to be the order of the day not to have EIAs for projects which the EPA would normally be deemed to have an EIA. The PPP dropped the court case against Exxon and retaliated against the attorney prosecuting the case, even though he happens to be an employee of the highest caliber performance. The PPP...
Time to conclude, time to conclude.
So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, when my colleagues on this side of the House speak to the fact that the PPP is not truly interested in real development, this is what we mean. When my colleagues and I are skeptical about whether we can trust PPP to effectively and efficiently deal with power and authority, what we just heard from the EPA informs us. We on this side of the House understand that the PPP has no interest in the poor, no interest in the working class, no interest in true development, and no interest in the environment. The budget shows us all who care to see that their interest is in extending even further than they have already done their hands and our collective money to their cronies. And so, Mr. Speaker, I, Tabitha Sarah Bahali, will not and cannot support this travesty of a budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you for the dream and thank you for the presentation. The Honorable Minister of the Public Service, the Honorable Sonia Parag, it's now your turn to make your contribution.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I had a very short, brief consultation with the Honorable Minister of Health, and he has reliably informed me that melatonin is back in stock. And it's a relaxer, so I think it will be a cure for all ludicrous dreams. Unfortunately, you might not be in a lot of people's dreams anymore.
She did describe me quite well.
Mr. Speaker, firstly, I would like to commend and thank our Honorable Senior Minister within the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashley Singh, and his dedicated team for presenting such a remarkable budget. I would also like to thank my staff of the Ministry of Public Service for their significant contributions to this budget. Mr. Speaker, even as I rise to give remarks, I genuinely believe that Budget 2022 stands fully defended by its contents. But for the sake of protocol, I will utilize the next 30 minutes to expound on the impact this exceptional budget will have on the lives of all Guyanese, our one Guyana. Mr. Speaker, before I delve fully into my presentation, I wish to speak on something I heard this morning from the honorable member, Ms. Dawn Hastings. She made reference, that honorable member made reference to my colleague, the Honorable Joe Hamilton's statement yesterday when he remarked on the behavior of the opposition members like yard fowls. However, Mr. Speaker, that honorable member failed to reprimand her own honorable member when he looked across this room and called our honorable members jagabats and trench grapples. Mr. Speaker, for the record, I would like to state that the definition on record of what a jagabat is a sexually promiscuous woman. So if you don't know that, know it now. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that Guyana is on an upward trajectory, and from the looks of it, we are headed for continued prosperity without any positive contribution from the APNU AFC opposition whatsoever. They have done years of talking, but they have not walked the walk. Mr. Speaker, we, the members of the People's Progressive Party civic government, stand judged by the people of Guyana. And over the past 2 years, they have seen how we have managed to bring this country back from a period of despair and pure despondency. They have seen us maintain composure in the face of significant threats. Threats to our nation's democracy, and not so long ago, Mr. Speaker, threats to the sanctity of this very honorable House. And my colleagues on the other side know exactly what I'm referring to, aka the grabbing of the mace. Mr. Speaker, I pause here to say that yesterday, this honorable House heard the word democracy being used by the honorable members on that side of the House. But, Mr. Speaker, that word must have left a very bitter taste in their mouths as they held this nation hostage for 5 traumatizing months, trampled upon our Constitution, and attempted with all their might to violate a most fundamental right enshrined therein. Mr. Speaker, the holding onto power was not a fight for the people of this country. It was a fight to hold on to corruption, another word that aptly describes their tenure in office. But let's talk facts, Mr. Speaker. Some of the dishonesty was exposed by my colleague, the Honorable Minister Waldron, in her speech yesterday. But from my own ministry, let me tell this nation that the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, accused this government some time ago of corrupt or malpractices without producing a shred of evidence, when that honorable member himself, while being minister, was also the valuation officer for the scholarship students. So when those students needed to value their properties to lodge as surety, they paid him and obtained the valuation when they were leaving the country. The honorable member this morning, Mr. Ramjatan, spoke about, without any evidence, that the PPPC's government is always involved in corrupt practices. But, Mr. Speaker, the only type of transparency that the coalition practiced was transparent corruption. Upon my tenure and this government's commitment to transparency and accountability, scholarship students are sent to the government valuation officers who work as just that. But here again, we shouldn't be surprised, because under the previous regime, even government ministers were receiving scholarships before the nation's children. Each of the government's ministers, £10,000 each for scholarships, and at least 2 of those scholarships have not been completed. Money wasted before the nation's children can get anything from it. Fast forward to August 2020, things have changed, and this government has continued to deliver on the promises our comrades made during the elections campaign. And this is happening across all sectors, from serving our elders with continuous increases in old pension. And let me make it very clear, the coalition in all of its 5 years, the highest increase in pensioners was $3,000. At one point, there was $500 increase. What a shame. From to looking out for our children with a reintroduction and subsequent increase in the education cash grant. You took away from children, you stood up, you took away from children, but gave yourself. Not to mention substantial investments in other critical areas such as housing and water, public works, health, and so much more. And Mr. Speaker, I have sat and I've listened here to people attacking the housing sector. The housing sector has a process whereby when they're allocating house lots, they have what is akin to a lottery. So they have house lots in a box and first they shake it and persons are pulling from it. What could be more transparent than that? And have you looked at the social media? There is no discrimination, none whatsoever. The only discrimination was under the 5 years of the opposition's rule in this sphere. It is also important, Mr. Speaker, to mention the billions of dollars that the government has spent on the many direct cash transfers that almost every Guyanese, yes, public servants included, every Guyanese has benefited from over the past 2 years. The COVID cash grants were extended to each and every household across this country. The education cash grants were given to every school-age child in the public and private school system. Absolutely no discrimination. Absolutely no child who is registered in either the public or the private school system was left behind. And that was direct money directly into the pockets of public servants as well. Every pensioner benefited from increased pensions and other subsidies to make their lives easier. Every frontline worker, from forces armed with guns to those armed with scrubs, benefited from bonuses. Every household affected by the devastating May 2021 floods benefited from financial assistance to rebuild and recover. And, Mr. Speaker, these were all given even before the government was able to tap into oil revenues. I won't go any further, Mr. Speaker, because we all know that my colleagues on this side of the House are more than capable of highlighting the milestones and defending the budgetary requests for their respective sectors. So permit me to utilize this to enlighten the nation. Honorable Mr. Mahipal and Honorable Sherrod Duncan, this is where you would want to listen now. To enlighten the nation about some of the important things that the Ministry of Public Service intends to do with our proposed allocation of $3,312 million. Thank you, Minister of Finance. This represents a 7.45% increase, or approximately $246.6 million more than we received as part of 2021 budget. And rightly so, Mr. Speaker, because this year we have much, much more to do. After years of operating without vision, that's the 5 years, 2015 to half of 2020, and any proper direction whatsoever, the work of the Public Service Ministry is now being streamlined and executed in a manner that is strategic and forward-thinking. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, to refer to the APNU-AFC's Manifesto of 2015 on public service. Provide a meaningful subvention to all legally constituted and functioning trade unions. Embark on steps to reform and modernize the public service. Launch an intensive investigation into the entire human resource management functions within the public service. Establish an independent constitutional salaries review commission to be responsible for the periodic review of salaries, pensions, and other conditions. Mr. Speaker, of all that I have just listed, 0 was done in the 5 years that the coalition held the Ministry of Public Service. Mr. Speaker, you wouldn't see us on this side of the House launching a whole school that would only serve friends and cronies. That is not who we are, but it is exactly what prevailed with the Bartram Collins College. Mr. Speaker, when the college was first launched, it may have been an intention to be a noble venture, I don't know. But it wasn't until I assumed my current portfolio that I realized the disservice that that college was doing. Now, we like to talk about friends and families and cronies. The Bartram Collins College was exactly that for the APNU-AFC. Everyone over the age of 60 ran that college. Everyone making more than 500,000 Guyana dollars to produce a clerk 3 from that college who would jump a clerk 2 in any ministry, and the clerk 2 has to turn back and train that clerk 3 who was making more money than them. Talk about unfair recruitment practices. That was where it was at. And in our manifesto, we committed to fair recruitment practices. So the first thing to do was to shut down the unfair recruitment practices. It was yet another engine for discrimination set up by the APNU-AFC. But that is not who we are in the PPP. Our agenda is about realizing the one Guyana that His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali has envisioned. A Guyana where all equal and every person has access to the same opportunities for growth and development. At the level of the Ministry of Public Service, our programs must reach Guyanese from all walks of life, of every ethnicity, of every religion, of every gender, age, social class, and importantly, of every political and geographical corner of our country. And that is the direction that we will not deviate from. Not at the level of the ministry, and certainly not at the level of the PPPC government. Our programs for 2022 are fully aligned with the comprehensive 2030 development agenda. As many of you know, the primary role of the Ministry of Public Service is to develop the human capacity of our country. As such, the onus has been placed on myself and team to ensure that our nation is served by competent, committed, and ethical public officers. Not only that, we want to ensure that our training and capacity building initiatives are able to satisfy the needs of our country, not only now, but as we evolve as the global powerhouse that we are projected to become. We are not going to have our people wastefully enroll in programs that will serve them no purpose in the next 10 to 15 years. As a country, we must be able to foresee the skills that will be needed in the years to come and begin nurturing those skills from now. How do we do that? Well, Mr. Speaker, it requires vision, proper planning, and effective leadership, all of which the PPPC is. qualities that were clearly absent from the government benches in the 5 years prior to August 2020. But all is not lost, Mr. Speaker, because this year, with this allocation, I am sure that this Honorable House will approve. We intend to execute a national human capacity needs assessment in collaboration with the Ministries of Education and Labor and UNESCO and members of the private sector. We want to ensure that years from now, Guyanese have the potential to take advantage of every opportunity available in the local labor market. Already, we know that our country is preparing for massive infrastructural transformation. So we envision an increased need for engineers, especially those who specialize in the construction of roads and bridges. To this end, we have tailored our scholarship offers to ensure adequate opportunities for persons desirous of being in that field. We also know that our government has embarked on a mission to implement an iconic energy mix using wind, solar, hydro, and natural gas to be able to achieve 75% renewable energy by 2030. Therefore, our scholarship offers will also pave the way for Guyanese to become qualified in the area of renewable energy. The Ministry of Public Service is also collaborating with the Ministry of Health to offer the much needed and relevant scholarships for specialty areas in that sector. Example, pathology. Mr. Speaker, Guyana only has currently one pathologist. Human resource management and facilities management will also be areas of focus. Now, I have heard also from, I believe, the previous member about training in oil and gas. The Ministry of Public Service commends that, and we have offered a number of skill sets, not just a master's in oil and gas, as broad as it is. It has many different skill sets within. And we have granted a number of skill sets from the Robert Gordon University in 2021, catering for our development in oil and gas. We also granted a number of scholarships in skill sets in oil and gas, of course, but in an entering stage from the NREC Institute in Suriname. And this year, Mr. Speaker, I proudly stand here to say that the Minister of Finance stated earlier, and I will restate it, that Guyana intends to establish an oil and gas institute to facilitate the needs of that sector. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Public Service also has a training division that you will be hearing much more about in the coming weeks, because we intend to breathe some life into that critical department and ensure that the programs offered are impactful and worthy of the time people spend taking them, to ensure a results-oriented public service. Training in ethics and other soft programs, as well as robust training, will be launched. Evaluation of employees' performance will also be a very important part of the service. Previously, that division catered to the training and retraining of public servants. But, Mr. Speaker, public servants are not the only ones serving Guyana. Our brothers and sisters in the private sector are just as valuable. And we believe, too, that they should have access to our training. So in 2022, with the handsome budget that I have been allocated, the Ministry of Public Services Training Department will also be extending outside of the public sector. Once our allocation of $20 million is approved for the training division, we will be purchasing a corporate training package which contains up to 200 programs stemming from human resource management to conflict resolution, etc. Added to that, plans to the tune of $15 million are being made to kickstart the establishment of a regional center for excellence in information technology in each of the 10 administrative regions in Guyana. In 2021, the CEIT, as it is known as, began training public servants in basic IT, a relevant a relevant training, since digitization is a very integral part of a modern public service. Mr. Speaker, it is well known that modernization is the name of the game for this government, and the public sector will follow suit. We will be partnering with stakeholders to upgrade the way services are offered. These include ensuring electronic access to government forms, as well as implementing paperless office operations, etc. We will also be reviewing and updating the human resource policies of the public sector. We have already begun with our job description assessment throughout the public service in 2021 that will continue on in 2022. Government of Guyana scholarships. Mr. Speaker, we have come to this House to ask for the approval of a 1.535 billion allocation to continue the very important Government of Guyana scholarship. Before the launch of the 20,000 online scholarships initiative, this was one of the key functions of the Ministry of Public Service. And I pause here because the previous speaker, the Honorable Member, Ms. Halley, made a reference that the Ministry of Education hijacked the GOLD program. But it can only be when you are looking at something in a shallow way that you will think that. But the PPPC government has always worked as a team, and we will continue to do that in our term in office and onwards. Over the years, these scholarships have ensured the further qualification of some of our best and brightest minds. It has also helped us to retain those persons in the service of Guyana. In the years to come, Mr. Speaker, we are hoping to even increase the number of scholarships offered to Guyanese under this heading. But in the meantime, let me let you know that last year, 1,394 persons were pursuing tertiary studies through the Government of Guyana scholarships, and this represents a worthy investment of $1.6 billion that was allocated to the Ministry of Public Service to do just that. Of that 1,394 that I mentioned, 833 of the scholarships were students continuing programs, while 581 persons were new beneficiaries awarded just last year. Of the scholarships we awarded last year, 481 were students studying locally, while 100 were persons studying overseas. Last year, our new awardees were drawn from each of the 10 administrative regions of Guyana, and that is also how we do things, Mr. Speaker. I want to bring attention to how this government implements transparency in everything that it does. In the Ministry of Public Service, the largest grant is the University of Guyana scholarships, and it goes through a scholarship select committee of several members comprising of somewhere about 14 persons who would assess these persons. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to also draw your attention that in the 5 years that the coalition sat in office, the largest grant was never subjected to a scholarship committee. It was upon the minister's discretion. Mr. Speaker, from Region 1, there were 6 persons granted University of Guyana. Region 2, 28 persons. Region 3, 116. Region 4, 284. Region 5, 33. Region 6, 51. Region 7, 7. Region 8, 1. Region 9, 10. And Region 10, 45. In 2019, 0 was given to Region 8 and 9. As it relates to goal, Mr. Speaker, you would recall that we promised 20,000 online scholarships within a 5-year period. Unfortunately, we came in half of 2020, so we started that scholarship, and we know why we came in half of 2020. We were trying to fight off the rigors, and so this initiative began in 2021. 6,000 online scholarships were granted in 2021, sir. The government promised 4,500 scholarships, but 6,000 were granted. Mr. Speaker, Goal, I believe, has been one of the best programs ever implemented by any government in this part of the world, and perhaps even beyond. I don't see how any sane person would be against something that represents positivity to this magnitude. But it shouldn't surprise any of us that the APNU AFC has objections to even this. Because from what we've seen in the news, the honorable members seem to be objecting even among themselves and to themselves. So I'm not too bothered by the utterances here today. As a matter of fact, I can't even tell my predecessor, my speaker before me, in which part of the coalition she sits. What I am concerned with, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we have returned to this honorable House seeking approvals for an additional $1.3 billion to roll out the additional 4,500 gold scholarships that have been earmarked for this year and to continue those we have already started. Mr. Speaker, permit me to also address the elephant in the room, the topic of salary increases for public servants. Mr. Speaker, this government in 2020, in December, granted, although the treasury was empty when we got in here, deficit, the government still managed to give public servants $25,000 one-off cash grant in December. Mr. Speaker, a 7% increase was given in 2021 despite we faced cost of living, no fault of the government, and also in the middle of a pandemic that doesn't seem to want to exit the world. Mr. Speaker, compare that to what the APNU AFC has done for public servants. And you know, my honorable colleague and friend, the honorable member, Mr. Zulfikar Mustafa, said, and he's so right, that the honorable members on the other side think that they own a part of this population. And I will say that these honorable members think that they have transport over the public servants who they think that they own as property. You do not own them as property, and you cannot use them as pawns in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, salary increases were given, yes, by the APNU AFC, but what did they do? They deliberately, as opposed to us, deliberately raised the cost of living by pushing on the backs of every Guyanese taxes on 200 items, basic taxes, deliberate move to raise cost of living. So they give with one hand and snatch with the other hand throughout the 5 years. So don't stand here and tell this government that they don't care about public servants. Every single year, there will be money allocated on the 6-to-1, 4-to-1 for public servants. So don't mislead the nation by saying nothing is in here for public servants. In 2018, in the Hansard, which is a public document, when questioned, the then finance minister, Mr. Jordan, said it would be presumptuous of him to say that X amount or Y amount can be placed in a budget. He has to consult with the union, etc., and then a percentage will be given. But the APNU AFC very well knows that a figure is not, and a percentage is not given for salary increases in a budget. There is would you like me to answer you? Last week, and they were very happy.
Honorable Minister, before you answer her, you will need an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask for an extension for the honourable member of 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of the Public Service. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the very issue of salary increases, tell the public servants how you cared about them so much that when you got into office, even before looking at them, you raised your own salaries by 50% increase. Tell them that you raised yours before you raised theirs. But as the Honorable Prime Minister of Barbados says, the truth hurts. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of gold, which is still one of the government's best initiatives, and all of the initiatives that this government has rolled out have been great and excellent initiatives. Mr. Speaker, I would like now to give you the statistics on gold. Region 1, and Mr. Speaker, when we speak of one Guyana, this is what we speak about. This is what we speak about. And Mr. Speaker, this list was published in the newspapers. It was published on social media for all to see. Region 1, number of persons qualified, 240. Number of scholarships given, 238. Region 2, 536 qualified applicants, 531 granted. Region 3, 1,008 applicants qualified, 875 granted. Region 4, 3,619 qualified applicants, 2,767 granted. Region 5, 463 qualified applicants, 378 granted. Region 6, 525 qualified applicants, 510 granted. Region 7, 242 qualified applicants, 240 granted. Region 8, 100 qualified applicants, 97 granted. Region 9, 236 qualified applicants, 230 granted. Region 10, 312 qualified applicants, 282 granted. And out of the not stated regions, 337 qualified applicants, 182 granted. And Mr. Speaker, as we stand here, I'll show you what one Guyana looks like. In this honorable house, we have from Region 3 a gold awardee. In Region 4, we have...
Honorable Minister, you'll need my permission to ask them to stand.
Mr. Speaker.
I will ask the gold scholarship recipients to stand, and we can acknowledge them, and then you can continue.
Thank you.
Everyone can stand. I'm saving time. Thank you.
Region 5 and Region...
Honorable Minister, you continue.
Thank you, sir. Unfortunately, the hinterland was too far for us to bring the students, but on our website, they did give their quotes as to what gold means to them and what it means to their family. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to transparency, accountability, one Guyana, unity, and this government will continue until many, many more years to come to be exactly that way. And Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to ensuring that the welfare and the lives of all Guyanese are taken care of. Through this gold scholarship, the burden of finding finances by parents for their children's tertiary education has been, that question and that problem has been solved by this government, and we will continue to do that. Mr. Speaker, one last thing. Again, we are committed to ensuring that all Guyanese are empowered. To this end, and I know my colleague and honorable friend, Minister Vindia, will speak on what her ministry has done. But with the gold scholarship, we are ensuring that women are empowered. And to do this, Mr. Speaker, the total number of males that were granted, 1,882. And the total number of females, 4,118. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I thank the honorable members. I know that at some point that they will give in. and they will give in to logic, and they will agree that this budget, 552 billion and 900 million, is going to make such a great impact on Guyana. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we are going to continue on until we complete the next 6 speakers.
Thank you, honorable members. We now call on our next speaker, the Honorable Natasha Singh Lewis.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I am grateful for the opportunity to present my contribution to Budget 2022 in this House. But before I present my contribution, allow me a few minutes to address the previous speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member who spoke before me, the Photoshop lady, Madam Minister Sonia Parag, when you spoke about corruption, you omitted to tell the nation in your address about corruption prior to 2015. But let me remind the nation, because that's what we are here for. People's memory are not so short as yours. The APNU-AFC, when we got into government in May of 2015, we conducted over 53 forensic audits. Y'all remember that? Over 53 forensic audits on corruption. It was evident. So much so, sir, that a lot of things came out of those audits. But let me say to you that the audits were not done by APNU-AFC members. The audits were done by qualified professional accountants, including Christopher Ram and Anand Gulsaran, among others. Sir, massive corruption was identified from the audits. These audits were sent to the police for further investigation. We shall not forget, sir, that the DPP recommended charges for the PPP ministers. Can you remember that the former housing minister was charged with 19 fraud charges? And the former finance minister, who fled this country when he was charged, he fled this country and went to Dubai. Sir, when these people stand to talk about transparency and corruption, they should remind themselves. They should remind themselves of what they did.
I stand on order 40B, an elucidation. That is actually an inaccuracy that the honorable member said, and I think it's important that we have a clarification or a withdrawal from her.
Honorable Minister, 1 minute, please. Honorable members, there's currently someone standing on a point of order. I'd like to hear what the Honorable Minister, what order she's standing on.
40B, to elucidate. Yes, I agree.
B. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ms. Lewis, you would have to substantiate what you have with facts.
Sir, it's in the media, sir. It's in every newspaper in 2015 and 2016. Sir, I will get the records.
Honorable Member, I think it is convention and it is in line with the standing orders that when the Speaker is speaking, that he is given the opportunity and he has the floor. I will say again that in order for you to continue along that line, you would have to substantiate those with facts. If not, I will have to ask you to withdraw them.
I will continue, sir. Mr. Speaker.
Sir, Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
Sir, I can't hear what you're saying.
On the matter, that for you to continue along that line, it requests or it requires that you substantiate those. If not, you have to withdraw them.
Sir, I don't understand what you're saying. That police charged them prior to what happened on those audits, sir. Sir, that same DPP was instructed to withdraw those charges. But sir, we will move on, sir. Sir, we know who was charged with 19 fraud charges. We know who left the jurisdiction when they were charged. We know who went to Dubai for a frolicking time, and we know who returned when to do what they're doing now. The point here, sir, when they stand to speak about corruption, they must not think that people got short memory, because the records are there, sir. As Mia Motley says, the truth.
Pause for, I think he had said 5 minutes, we'd give him 3 minutes, and then you would continue. If not, the feed will not be able to be broadcasted.
Okay, sir, I'll pause, but I want to make the point that I was interrupted twice by you, and I'd like to have my time back in addition to this time.
Madam.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Member, you have been interrupted at 16:20:57. You will be given the time until the technical people have indicated that they have the live feedback. The other points upon which you were interrupted were in line with the standing orders, and those carry through.
If you say so.
Everything's good?
Yes,
Honorable Member, my apologies once again to the House and to the people viewing, and to you, Madam Speaker. I was just informed that we are back on live. You may continue.
Sir, you want to tell me that whole entire thing about highlighting this corruption was not broadcast on NCN? Is that what you're saying to me? Sir, would you like me to begin my speech? Sir, can I continue now?
Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege and honor as I make my third contribution in 18 months in this honorable House. Sir, after 18 months, a lot more than $919 billion, Guyanese are poorer and very pessimistic about the future of their lives and that of their children and grandchildren. Sir, this budget was presented under the theme, steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building our one Guyana. And for the purpose of methodology, I will dissect the theme before dealing with my portfolio. Resolute in building one Guyana is a mockery to the Guyanese given their current untenable living situation, where the basic of their necessities are not met. This budget fails to deliver to the struggling people, the poor and vulnerable people, services that can maintain any level of decency as citizens of this nation. Mr. Speaker, let's look at some of the challenges Dr. Ashley Singh talked about and the more popular challenges that face the poor people of Guyana, especially over the last 18 months. Sir, let's look at the challenges. Discrimination, corruption, unprecedented loss of life as a result of the mismanagement of the COVID pandemic. Racism, another pandemic in Guyana, sir. Increased cases of crime, especially against women and children. Injustice. And here I pause to remember Orrin Boston from Essequibo. Sir, he was brutally murdered at the hands of police officer in the presence of his wife and his two children, aged 6 and 7, who are in the same house. They are left to fend for themselves with no support from the state. Sir, from September last year to now, nothing, absolutely nothing was given to the family. Sir, are they doing this because they care for the people of Guyana? Those two children are school-age children. They have to eat, they have to travel to school. Sir, not a dollar from the state for that mother. The PPP is a set of heartless people. Sir, while I expound on the challenges of the poor and struggling people of this country, I bring to the fore the injustice meted out to our people. Injustice, sir, as a challenge. Sir, I pause here to remember Joel and Isaiah Henry, the two teenagers who were murdered since September 2020. Sir, the death of these two young boys, their blood is on the hands of the PPP. No justice for the Henry boys, sir. And Mr. Speaker, that is the record I want to recall. Joe Hamilton, honorable member, talk about the PPP records. Sir, this is the record of the PPP. No justice for the people of Guyana. Sir, do you think that the world knows, or even Guyanese know, that out of the $329.5 billion budgeted in 2020 and the $383.1 billion budgeted in 2021, that there was absolutely no psychosocial support provided for the Henry family? Sir, the mother of one of the boys, Joel's mother, Gail, is very ill because of what has happened to her child.
because of the trauma she suffered during and after that period. And sir, nothing was given to that mother. Sir, I repeat, no psychosocial support was provided for either of the Henry families. Tell me that I am wrong, Prime Minister. Tell me that I'm wrong, Prime Minister. Sir, this is a reflection of how the installed PPP cares for the people of Guyana. This is their record of caring. This is the One Guyana vision, where they discriminate based on the makeup of the family and where their support lies. Sir, I'm convinced that they care only for one set of people. Hence, they speak of One Guyana. Mr. Speaker, we are heading down a road where there is a dark cloud that is hanging over Guyana. Sir, treachery and thievery lines the pathway of that road. Mr. Speaker, as I continue to examine the theme of this budget, I went on to talk about the challenges. Resolute in building One Guyana. And so, Mr. Speaker, you would have allowed, the House would have allowed Dr. Singh to present to this Honorable House information that is misleading to this nation. Sir, let me remind you one misleading statement, and I quote, "The governance architecture of this government is based firmly on inclusivity, participation, transparency, and accountability, and the rule of law. It is grounded in the concept of policy trust of a One Guyana," end of quote. Sir, I don't know what to say about people who come to the House knowingly telling us untruths. Mr. Speaker, he went on to say that the consultations on the new and expanded LCDS 2030 and the establishment of One Guyana Commission are the two critical pillars of the emerging new Guyana, and the 2022 budget anticipates the establishment of the One Guyana Commission. So you understand what I mean? In 2020, they talk about the One Guyana Commission. In 2021, they talk about the One Guyana Commission. In February, all they said about the One Guyana Commission is that Prime Minister Mark Phillips will head that commission. So absolutely nothing else was said or done about that commission. How in God's name a budget is visioned on One Guyana when absolutely nothing was done to it, sir? I don't know who in God's name they think they're talking to. Mr. Speaker, something is fishy here. Sir, the last part of that statement where they said that Budget 2022 anticipates the establishment of the One Guyana Commission in 2022 is damning. Let me repeat it. They will establish the One Guyana Commission in 2022. Sir, what have we approved money for in this House in 2020 and 2021 if this budget in 2022 will establish the One Guyana Commission? Mr. Speaker, I believe that the concept of One Guyana Commission and its establishment is another failed promise, or perhaps, sir, another Photoshop promise like the 50% public servants increase. Mr. Speaker, this thing is serious business. If they are now in 2022 promising to establish a One Guyana Commission after 18 months in government, can we logically deduce that this means we approve
2 budgets in this House without a vision for this country, much less an articulated, approved strategy for the development of this country. Mr. Speaker, what have we done? Sir, in 2021 budget speech, I said that Dr. Singh's first budget is visionless. And 14 months after, we have the evidence, no vision for Guyana. And this, my friend, is why poor people are punishing. The PPP is visionless. Sir, if they are struggling to conceptualize what one Guyana means and a vision for this nation, perhaps, sir, Small C. Charles should lend Fatboy a copy of the Strategic Plan for Social Cohesion in Guyana. He has it, but he is too arrogant to read it, much less share it. Sir, more than that, more than a plan for one Guyana, the APNU AFC coalition has the expertise on this side of the House to develop a strategy for one Guyana, sir. Sir, when we took office in May 2015, by April 2017, we had a cabinet-approved strategy informed by consultation across this nation. We did it, sir. We have the expertise, but they are too arrogant to stretch across to ask us for help. We can help them with that, sir. Mr. Speaker, let me move on. This one Guyana thing is a farce, driven by a whole circus, even the trench crapper in the circus. Mr. Speaker, this whole country in pocketry. Mr. Speaker, can you remember in this same House, a few months ago, a budget was delivered under the theme, our plan for prosperity, the same one that Monica just got to. Our plan for prosperity, protecting our people in a COVID-19 environment, strengthening democracy and the rule of law, incentivizing economic growth and job creations, and enhancing welfare. Sir, you remember budget was presented under that theme? 17 months later, as of yesterday, 31st of January 2022, 50,450 confirmed COVID-19 cases with 1,165 deaths. Sir, let's assume that an average of 4 persons per household means that one more than 1,000 families are suffering across this country, and that approximately 4,660 persons are grieving the loss of a loved one. Damlal, if you have a problem with Mickey Mar, come and tell me that. Come and tell me that. Let me fix you up. You guys past me. Many of, Mr. Speaker, let me continue. He's distracting me, Mr. Speaker. Sir, 4,660 persons are grieving the loss of a loved one, many of whom are teachers, nurses, police, and soldiers. Mr. Speaker, can you say how many families are single-parent families now as a result of this pandemic? Can we as a nation say that? Do we know that statistic, sir? Sir, after 18 months, have they collected any data on the impact of COVID-19 on the family, the school, the communities? Sir, if they were concerned with data-driven analysis to inform policy decisions, we would not have witnessed $3,000 increase for old age pension and $2,000 for persons in difficult circumstances. Madness, Mr. Speaker, madness. There is no data-driven policy in this country. Sir, These struggles are beyond the Minister of Finance. He's out of touch with reality. He should start visiting the communities and see what's happening and how our people are suffering. Sir, while our people are suffering daily, the PPP came right in this house 18 months ago to tell the nation that the budget is based on strengthening democracy. The same wannabe finance minister, Honorable Member Edgil, he said that, sir. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me pay some attention to Nigel Dharamlal, the Honorable Member. Mr. Speaker, local government elections is due, in fact, since November 2021. Sir, the Honorable Member Nigel Dharamlal wrote to all the parties involved in elections and said to them, and I quote, "You are hereby informed that due to the Guyana Elections Commission lack of readiness, it is impracticable to hold local government elections in the time frame stipulated by the provisions of the Local Authorities Elections Act." End of quote. Sir, what kind of strengthening of democracy is that? Mr. Speaker, they have installed a CEO at GCOM. Let's get on with the work of this nation. But Mr. Speaker, the nation was made aware yesterday when the Shadow Minister of Local Government, Honorable Ganesh Maipal, spoke. He said there is no money in this budget to hold local government elections. Sir, this is a deliberate act, and I might ask, what are they afraid of, sir? What are they afraid of? Call the local government elections. Let's see what the people on the ground say. Mr. Speaker, my conclusion here is that the Minister of Local Government is playing a cat and mouse game, and that the strengthening of democracy is just a big fallacy in the PPP. Sir, all that we have heard yesterday and today from this side of the House should indicate to this nation that the welfare of our people is in peril. And we ought to take cognizance of the fact that people are punishing. Poor people are punishing. They are unable to have 2 square meals a day. 2 square meals a day under this installed PPP regime. And they don't care, Mr. Speaker. They don't care to find out anything about that. Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to another aspect of Dr. Singh's 5.5-hour speech. And that is, and I quote, "Inclusive governance is demonstrated by the fact that our programs are accessible to all. For example, the COVID-19 Relief Fund and Support Cash Grant Program," end of quote. Sir, what in the name of Jezebel is he talking about? He said that this program is accessible to all. Mr. Speaker, I have a list in my hand here. 1,367 persons who did not receive the cash grant. Who did not receive the cash grant, sir? People who qualified for the cash grant did not receive it. Mr. Speaker, you seem to be the judge in the House of recent. And so I ask you, do you think the minister within the office of the president with responsibility for finance is being untruthful to the people of this country? Mr. Speaker, when one analyzes the data, you will see that most of the complainants reside in Region 4 and Region 10. In Region 4, Georgetown is affected tremendously, sir. And if that is not discrimination, then it is the one Guyana syndrome members on the other side of the House are talking about.
trying to sell dreams, but we beg and we get sent.
Honorable member, I would like to say that in order for you to finish off, you'll need a 5-minute extension.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Honorable member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to wrap up. 5 minutes might not be enough, but there is one point that I really want to make. Sir, in this oil-producing nation, Guyana, where the vision is one Guyana, we are told that there is a $2,000 increase and a $3,000 increase for senior citizens and people with difficult circumstances. Mr. Speaker, I have come to present to you, sir, that the PPP boost of a mere $2,000 increase per month and a $3,000 increase for old age pension. Sir, let me tell you, as German Figueroa said, $3,000 really means $100 a day for the pensioners. Madam Gail Teixeira, $100 a day cannot buy a bag of tennis roll for the pensioners. That's what you're giving them. Mr. Speaker, what the people on the other side would not tell this nation is that every sitting minister carries home $1,200,000 and more while they're giving pensioners $100 a day that can't even buy tennis roll for them. Sir, when we were in government, they talk about the increase for the ministers, but sir, all of them are carrying home that plus the 7% increase. And the mere $2,000 and the mere $3,000 for the pensioners are the big highs in this budget, sir. But let me say to you, Mr. Speaker, in this country, we recognize that the government, the PPP-installed government, is all about corruption. So the big boys will get a lot and the ordinary people will get nothing. Sir, you're talking about people in difficult circumstances receiving $14,000 a month. Sir, would they tell this nation that the failing CEO at Gaisuku is receiving $14,000 US and more in a package for running an industry that is failing? Would they tell this nation that? But that's the PPP for you, sir. The big boys get a lot and the ordinary man will remain poor. But sir, let me tell you, sir, this budget is the biggest joke of the year. Biggest joke. And we cannot support this joke, sir. We cannot support this joke. Sir, I recognize that I would not have gotten my time back, but let me wrap up, sir.
You got your time back. You still have 2 minutes to conclude.
Sir, you weren't here when the Deputy Speaker disturbed me, sir.
The Deputy Speaker disturbed you?
Sir,
could you withdraw that?
In wrapping up,
the chair don't disturb honorable members. The chair keeps order in the house. So please.
Whatever that means, sir.
No, whatever that means is that you have to withdraw the statement that the Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you could withdraw the statement. That's fine with me.
Honorable members, I'm asking you to withdraw.
Withdrawn. Sir, in wrapping up, let me say. One, the budget is visionless, as is evidenced by no plan for social cohesion.
and nation building in Guyana. And the PPP is shamelessly trying to rebrand the APNU AFC strategy for a unified and harmonious Guyana as one Guyana. Sir, Senior Minister within the Office of the President with responsibility for finance is being untruthful to the people of Guyana because he presented a budget on a ghost concept of one Guyana. Sir, with the presence of a ghost strategy and a whole circus on the other side, I would like to posit our recommendations include effective anti-poverty measures that are designed to ensure all Guyanese are guaranteed an income on which they can live decently, particularly the working poor and the elderly, the low-income households, and the hinterland residents. Sir, we are approaching our 2-year mark living through a pandemic, and so we should have a data-driven national development strategy to inform our projected expenditure if we are serious about developing our people and this country. Sir, poverty is at its all-time high in Guyana, and this budget is designed to make our poor people even poorer. And so unless we identify clear strategies to reduce poverty, we are nowhere close to ensuring unity, social security for our people. We need to know what are the measures in place for more than the 15,000 single mothers in this country. How will they survive this year, much less next year? Let us start with the women. Let us start with the women in Anns Grove, Haslington, Belladrum, Rosignol, number 5, Ithaca, Eversham, Angers Avenue. Tell us what is in this budget to train them to become employable. How will they ever leave an abusive home and become financially independent? Tell us. Mr. Speaker, the practice of trickle-down economics is not impacting the lives of the poor people, and so we have to revisit the drawing board and put measures in place to benefit our most vulnerable people. And until such time, sir, I cannot support any policy that is discriminatory in nature. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And now I call on the Honourable Minister of Human Services and Social Security, the Honourable Dr. Vindhya Prasad, to make her contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House descended into the most offensive environment with what was just shared by the honorable member before me. Offensive, vile, and I will never descend to that level of histrionics, ringside theatrics, and circumvention of the truth in what I say. Mr. Speaker, when members come to this House, when they speak, the entire country listens. The entire country will be able to determine whether it's truthful or not. And there are many truths that I would like to share with this honorable House this afternoon. My colleague, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, came back to this country on his own recognizance, of his own volition, and he faced those charges. I want to say that. He did not flee this country. He faced those charges, and every one of us, the entire nation, was quite aware that it was a political witch hunt, because those charges amounted to zero. Truth number one. Second, when you speak of the tragedy of the Henry boys and you use it for political offensive mileage in this hallowed house, it speaks volumes of you. Not in a good way either, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, myself, and Cabinet colleague Minister Robeson-Ben were the first on the scene from the government of Guyana. And subsequent to that visit, and we visited both homes, the families benefited from psychosocial support. I will not raise the pain of that family by going into that, but I will just say that one of those families is benefiting from public assistance. So if we did not do anything, I don't know how that would have occurred. Mr. Speaker, mention was made of GCOM. GCOM is a constitutional entity, and monies are allocated to GCOM. Mr. Speaker, further I will say the DPP cannot be directed, and to say that about an honorable person in their absence in this House is nothing short of staying true to character and being extremely vile in what you were saying. Mr. Speaker, when people come to these debates, it is intended for us to critically examine the budget, for us to offer recommendations of a constructive nature, and for us to look at what was done and what is to come. Very little, in my humble estimation, was offered in what went on just now. Mr. Speaker, I would sincerely like to thank and congratulate my colleague, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, his members of staff, the members of staff of all of the ministries, including the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, for their dedicated work in crafting a budget to the tune of $552.9 billion. I often ask myself why there is need to belligerently bellow, creating a cacophony of banshee-like yowling from that side. Why? Why must we be consistently regaled with that kind of behavior? Save that for the ringside. Mr. Speaker, I do not need to do that. I can quietly share the result of hard work, meticulous structure, and careful organization, which were considered to be the hallmark of the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security in the last year. We were able to revolutionize the manner in which pensions were distributed and are distributed currently across the length and breadth of Guyana. And we did not take 5 years to do it. We have done it in 1 year. From ensuring that pensioners receive their books early in the year, to ensuring that they are no longer those long lines, but they're alternate venues for pension payment, and also ensuring that Guyanese pensioners in the remotest part of our land can benefit from pension with as much as 6 months of their pension in their hands at one time. That is what you call progress. That's what you call not conjecture or delusions of grandeur or any kind of fanciful fantasy. That is reality. Mr. Speaker, I think the members of the opposition need to have multiple reality checks, because it seems that they're living in their surreal parallel universe that is devoid of any kind of logic and also reality. As I speak on the pensions, Mr. Speaker, we're looking at an increase, and we're looking at placing $2.3 billion of disposable income in the hands of our pensioners. I will not stand here as part of the PPPC government and say that we have done all that we can, but this is just the beginning in 18 months where we would have increased pension beyond what the APNU AFC government did for their entire 5 years, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to consistently increasing that pension until pensioners are at the point as promised by our manifesto. And when we consider manifestos, Mr. Speaker, and we compare records, which I think we should do at this point in time, I want to say what was promised in the manifesto of the APNU AFC government, and it went something like this. In fact, it went exactly like this. We will immediately double the level of old age pensions and public assistance and develop a plan to incrementally increase the old age pension to the level of the minimum wage. Let me give you the reality check. 2015, 3,875, and that was the highest. Then the incremental increase led to a reality in the decreases that followed: 1,200 in 2016, 800 in 2017, 500 in 2018. And so where was the incremental increases that they promised? Nowhere. So when people come with the sanctimonious protestations and the fervor of their convictions, they need to do research in their own homes to see what the reality really was. In fact, Mr. Speaker, over 5 years, they did not at all live up to the promise that they made to the pensioners. Mr. Speaker, in 18 months, we have increased pension by 37%. And as I said, it is just the beginning. But this budget that speaks of resoluteness, this budget that speaks of being steadfast, is not a budget that can be looked at in a silo. Instead, the facets of the budget integrate and interlock to provide a holistic, comprehensive approach to families across the country. The good that the Ministry of Health will do through improved healthcare services, the good that the Because We Care cash grant will do for children in a family and by extension that family, the good that infrastructure will bring through connectivity, ease of transit, and also decreased loss of time getting from one place or another, and improved connectivity, the good that the Ministry of Housing will do by providing affordable housing, all of that adds on to what every other ministry will accomplish, including the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security. We cannot, and we must not allow this kind of fallacy to present itself when people just selectively and conveniently extrapolate parts of this budget for an ulterior agenda. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the cumulative benefits of the people, the benefits that they will achieve from this budget, the 2022 budget, I think they will be anxious for successive budgets that will build on this robust framework that this budget will provide. Let's talk about women, Mr. Speaker, and men. In the last year, monies were expended to train women and men, and we have increased to 172 million to continue and expand that training. And like my colleague ministers, I can say that training was inclusive. Training was inclusive to the extent that every region benefited from the training that was offered. The WIN program, Women's Innovation Investment Network, that saw $93 million being expended to train women across the country, and 2,170 women were trained in diverse technical vocational skills and information communication technology that for some of them was nothing short of life-changing. Mr. Speaker, the beauty of this program was that there is no eligibility criteria attached to a woman getting access to this kind of training. And not only is she equipped with training that makes her more employable and puts her on the path to develop her own micro-enterprise, she's also equipped with training on legislation, on social issues, and on a number of areas that will aid in her self-development. Mr. Speaker, when I went to the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, it was nothing short of sleepy, stagnant. Not much happened. In 1 year, that ministry has been revolutionized to such an extent that people said, was there a ministry like this before? We had never heard of it. And Mr. Speaker, we continued to ensure that more and more programs were churned out in so many convenient ways, so that people who chose to access our programs in person, they had the chance to do that. They wanted to access online, they could do that. These programs were, are, and will continue to be free to all the women of Guyana. It is envisaged that we will expand our training to cater for over 4,000 women to be trained in 2022. Mr. Speaker, it was not only about training, and it was not only looking at training in an abstract context. It was ensuring that whatever was delivered through training, it was relevant to niche markets and the demands out there. So for the first time, people in the hinterland got training in a number of areas where they can easily find jobs in all of the sectors in their region. In fact, the WIN program was launched in Region 1 in Baramita. And to date, we have trained over 150 Amerindian or indigenous persons, and we have trained 1,000 women from the rural communities. That's the kind of work that we have been doing at the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security. The movement of this training is towards increasing women in the labor force. We speak of the gender divide, we speak of the digital divide, and we speak about gender inequality. With this kind of training, moving women to a state of financial independence, we are looking at narrowing those divides, and also with the laser focus on ICT, narrowing the digital divide. Mr. Speaker, as we looked at training, the model mushroomed out comprehensively. How could you, in addition to training, empower women further? The first female business incubator was constructed and established in 2021. That female business incubator will be accessed by women across the country, where they will have support services to help them with marketing their product or skill, and to also have an equal shot at the environment where they can earn in a competitive manner. To further accelerate their opportunity, we have launched the WIN app. This is a groundbreaking app, and if you want to, you can upload it on your phones. It's called WIN or WIN-GY on the Apple phone. What does it bring to women? It brings the opportunity for women to advertise their products at no cost to them, and puts their product in the hands of every Guyanese who would have an app on their phone. It's that big for the women of Guyana. In addition to all of that, we created an empowerment fund, and 2,660 women across the length and breadth of Guyana in every region benefited from $50,000 towards their business ventures. That's progress, Mr. Speaker. It is not only looking at those avenues, but when someone gets a certificate, I was very insistent that the certificate be accredited. So these certificates are UK or UG accredited. So when those women have those certificates in their hand, it is a definite feeling of empowerment. In March of 2021, we launched a beautiful initiative that again transformed opportunities for women, and many of them said that this really propelled them into more of a visible type of profile. This We Lift, Women's Empowerment, Leading, Innovating, Flourishing Together initiative was launched at the Arthur Chang Conference Center, and 75 women-owned businesses participated. And Mr. Speaker, what was very good about all of this was that the women not only participated, but they got noticed, they got business, and now many of them are expanding. And I want to say that this year in 2022, we will not only hold We Lift in Region 4, but we will also expand it to a couple regions. Mr. Speaker, I just want to share what some of those participants said. Lurbai Shiv, thank you, Ministry of Human Services, for this opportunity to express our brand. It was impactful to be a part of We Lift. We highly appreciate the organizers for their support and assistance, and for the energy they created. Little Otter Candles. We had the opportunity in participating along with other female entrepreneurs in the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security's We Lift, a signature two-day event to celebrate women. It was truly empowering to see how other women like myself are making their marks. Collectively, I believe that this women-owned initiative will bring immense diversity to business in Guyana and will make it strong. I want to applaud and congratulate every woman who would have excelled, jumped into business, and would be taking the risks, and more so to thank all those who participated in our program. Thank you. In addition to working with women, we are in the process of creating a digital database to track the progress of women, to continue to support them so that they can effectively expand and sustain their businesses and become well-known names across the length and breadth of Guyana. So it is a business directory that we are looking to have. Mr. Speaker, when we think of women in the country, we must know that once women are empowered, once they're elevated, they can make an indelible impact in governance, in education, and on every conceivable national platform and sector across the length and breadth of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, as I share with you, it is with great pride too that I say that a very tangible, evident transformation is happening at the Guyana Women's Leadership Institute. Here again, the government of the day, we are establishing many opportunities for women. We're investing in women. And so the Guyana Women's Leadership Institute has a brand new, modern, well-equipped computer lab, which will continue to deliver training to women. In addition, there is modernization and also rehabilitation of all of the training spaces at the Guyana Women's Leadership Institute. By the way, no one knew about that under the AFC government because it was starved of resources and it was just in absolute decay and disrepair. Yes, like everything else, disrepair. So this year in 2022, we'll be opening a state-of-the-art culinary center at the Guyana Women's Leadership Institute, which will offer women the opportunity to benefit from classes and training so that they can start their own businesses or become more employed. This is progress, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I continue, I must not only spend time on what's happening with our women in the country, but I feel very passionate about this because I think the mission is to remove them from the lowest brackets of pay to higher brackets and to ensure that they have equal opportunity as their male counterparts. And our males were also focused on through the International Men's Day celebration, which we will continue to host, and also training in anger management, conflict resolution, and the formation of a number of men's groups in all of our regions. Mr. Speaker, when we think of the regime of before, we can see them on a consistently taxes level, and I made that word up, I'm not going to tell you otherwise, because all they did was to tax and burden people with taxes. This government can be seen to consistently remove, reduce, and not put taxes on the backs of people. That is progress, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I move towards more of the work of the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, I also want to say that much work would have been done for and with people living with disabilities. Now, in addition to benefiting from the public assistance increase, which is going to amount to $385 million, persons living with disability will be able to, this year, when the center opens in the first half of the year, benefit from training opportunities and other skills at our center that will cater exclusively for teenagers, young adults, and adults living with disability from across the country. In addition to that, last year, persons living with disabilities benefited from $120 million. This year, if you combine the cost of the shelter, the center that we are constructing and opening, and you combine what is budgeted for persons with disabilities, it will amount to nothing short of $200 million. Mr. Speaker, that is inclusive, considerate governance. In addition to that, included in that is the construction of a brand new facility for children who have special needs. They're going to be removed from the completely untenable environment that I found them in, and they will have a brand new institution that we can all be very proud of, and that's a first. Mr. Speaker, also last year, we collaborated with the Ministry of Education, and we were able to fund the screening of children who could have potentially have autism and dyslexia in the hinterland. And so that level of screening will enable children to benefit better from the education delivery, as if they are autistic or they have learning issues like dyslexia, they can now be treated and dealt with. Mr. Speaker, as I continue to speak on a number of initiatives that would have been undertaken by the Ministry of Human Services, and also what we plan to do this year, you can see this is a presentation with substance. And I do not need to scream it to the rooftops. The people who benefit and continue to benefit and benefited, they know, and I'm sure they're happy to see to the others across the country. Mr. Speaker, the Sophia Drop-In Center. Oh my goodness, never have I seen such squalor. And Mr. Speaker, the children in just a few weeks will have a spanking new kitchen and dining area and a recreation room just for them, children in our care. And that is to the tune of $38 million. Mr. Speaker, it is not only persons with special needs, but persons who are homeless, who are indigent. What are we doing for them? Programs will continue to be rolled out. The night shelter has undergone serious transformation, expanding and increasing its capacity and ensuring that people who are homeless and indigent are treated with dignity. They will also have the opportunity to benefit from free training, and I've already discussed this with my colleague, Minister Joe Hamilton, because it's not only to provide shelter and food, but also to work on the development of people who may not have had an opportunity in life, or maybe life just treated them badly, and to get them back into the labor force and to taking care of themselves. Mr. Speaker, as I continue, there is a very big area that falls under this ministry, and that is the area of gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, a comprehensive look at gender-based violence was done last year, and a number of initiatives have emerged, and those initiatives will be expanded as we continue to provide access to services and access to justice in the remote areas, the hinterland, and the rural communities across the length and breadth of Guyana. The 914 free 24-hour toll-free hotline is now joined by the app, the gender-based violence app called I Matter. Just put that on your phone and you will find all of our resources and a panic button that is linked to the 914 hotline to access help. And in addition to that, programs for women too, Minister McCoy. In addition to that, we will also be looking to expand our Survivors Advocates program. This is the personalized support to persons who are experiencing violence. And they will now be equipped to provide survivors with survival kits. In addition to that, we've been doing serious work with the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Guyana Police Force, training policemen. The target this year is 75% of the police force through the Cop Squad initiative, so that the police can be more accountable, professional, efficient, and deal very well with cases of gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, in addition to all of that, a number of programs will be rolled out to rehabilitate offenders and perpetrators of abuse and violence. And my colleague, Attorney General, and I will be this year launching the Hope and Justice Centers that will provide decentralized legal services, decentralized access to all of the services that are required by persons experiencing gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, it is not ad hocism. It is a structured, comprehensive approach to one of the toughest social issues to tackle in our country. We need to cultivate reporting, and so the Community Advocates Network was launched last year. This year, that network will expand to include members of the public, citizens who are advocates, and persons who would like to see a reduction in the numbers of gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, we move on now to children. As I move to children, I want to say that children are extremely, extremely important to the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security. Mr. Speaker, when we think of children, we want to keep them safe. And so we launched the Every Child Safe campaign, which allows engagement with the community directly through the ministry to ensure that children and adults understand to recognize child abuse in all of its dimensions and how they can access help. The Every Child Safe campaign of the Ministry of Human Services benefited from books that were crafted to start the conversation among children in a very sensitive and appropriate way. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, before you can continue, we'll have to give you an extension. Thank you, Honourable Minister Tishir. Honorable Minister, you may continue to conclude.
Thank you, Chief Whip. And I would have loved that half an hour because I could tell you enough things to fill that half an hour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the allocation to childcare and protection, $852 million allocated in the 2021 budget and increased to $955 million in 2022. Mr. Speaker, what can the public expect? They can expect early childhood development programs, focus being placed on children 0 to 4 years, with buildings being done to serve the dual purpose of daycare as well as early childhood development centers, so that we not only work with the children, but we work with their parents through the launch of our parenting modules and manuals, so that we can really have more effective parenting and parents being open to best practices that exist across the world. Mr. Speaker, we're also focusing on young people. One of the programs of this ministry that I really felt very happy about was the Young Influencers Program. And this program will again be rolled out in 2022, where 25 young people from every region had the opportunity to work with the ministry, to be involved in community outreach projects, and to have even the opportunities to present on very high-level platforms like the United Nations. Mr. Speaker, our young people did not disappoint, and I want to congratulate them on all of their endeavors in 2021, and I look forward to a brand new batch in 2022. As we continue to focus on youth, we will be working towards mentorship program and looking at a program in addition to the mentorship youth program, where young people who are aging out of the institutions, the state institutions, state care, have access to housing and opportunities for employment, so that when they age out of the institution, they could still have a steady, stable life. So as you can see, Mr. Speaker, there are many, many things that would have been done by the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security. And the Support and Heal Network must not be forgotten. This is where over 30 faith-based organizations came together to work with the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, and would have partnered with us to work with vulnerable communities, providing grief counseling, all different types of counseling, because we would have trained them as trainers and persons who can provide these services, and helping us to reach out in a myriad different ways to vulnerable communities. Mr. Speaker, I want to share with you some comments from two persons who were trained through the Ministry of Human Services, and these are persons who are visually impaired or blind. And I remember meeting these gentlemen, and it was as if a whole new world had opened for them, because we didn't only train them, but they were presented with tablets and other support aids, including wheelchairs, to help them to access training and to continue what they would have learned. Colin Caesar said, "I tried to use a computer, and it was difficult not knowing how to go about doing so, but the JAWS program has enabled me to use the computer." Kumar Ramjat, "I'm thankful to the ministry for giving us the opportunity for the computer course, and I'm very grateful, as it was my first time using a computer." But Mr. Speaker, our work did not stop there. Our work that moves us to the state of one Guyana, and it's not an elusive thing. We can do this because we have every day of the week being reaching out to communities across this country, in person, and in so many different ways. And through the difficult circumstances unit of the Ministry of Human Services, we were able to provide 1,300 pairs of spectacles to people across the country, with the majority from the hinterland regions. To say that it was life-changing, I would be doing a disservice, because many of those people would never have had access to that. Mr. Speaker, I want to also highlight a very excellent program that I know will come, but it has already started with the injection of $600,000 towards dialysis patients to help with dialysis. Excellent. And I know this is so because through the difficult circumstances unit, we were able to help over 75 such dialysis patients. So this is where the government of the day is listening to what the people of our country want, and they're delivering in a very excellent and commendable mode. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that these debates will continue to the end of the week, but I hope that those on the other side of the House will think long and hard before they return and display any kind of obnoxious, offensive behavior, but bring substance, but bring recommendations of value, and bring some of what we can consider and we can engage with them. Mr. Speaker, if you are truly interested in people, you will not keep a list of people who you say were deprived of a cash grant. You would have submitted it to the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, if you're truly interested in people, you will not deprive people from services which are easily available and accessible. You will point them in the direction of those services. Mr. Speaker, if you are truly interested in every person of this country, you will not tell them to stay away from things that will benefit them, even more so a cleanup campaign that benefited entire communities. Mr. Speaker, if you are truly interested in people, you would find every available opportunity to engage with the ministers of government to see how you can help the people in your communities. And the people on the other side, if they are true to themselves, they will know that when they approach me, I'm not only approachable, but I help. So I think I can speak for all of my colleagues to say that they would do the same. So, Mr. Speaker, in the true spirit of the debates, in the true spirit of love for country, love for the people of the country, do the right thing. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Human Services and Social Security, the Honorable Dr. Vindya Prasad. Now it is an honor to call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Devon Sears, to make his contribution. Honorable Member, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe I speak for us all. We've had a very, very long day, and I want to entice you with some pleasantries. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the contributors so far, and I've listened very carefully to the previous speaker, and I must say and commend the ministry for the excellent work they're doing. However, I believe that there is still room for improvement. Mr. Speaker, there once was a man walking on the seawall, and for this story's sake, we will call him Polari. No relation to the Honorable Member Hamilton. When the Almighty noticed him, God said, he's a God-fearing man, upright and honest. The Almighty said to Polari, for your faithfulness, I want to reward you. Polari said, how, Lord? Well, the Almighty said, I need you to make one wish. Well, Polari said, Lord, I've been working hard. I need a vacation, but I'm afraid of flying and I'm afraid of sailing. I prefer driving. Lord, I want you to build a bridge from Guyana to Dubai because my friends left me out of the last trip, so I want to go on my own. Well, the Lord paused for a minute and said, Polari, are you sure this is what you want? I need you to think very carefully because I want to give you something meaningful. So he paused. He said, I'll come back tomorrow and I'll tell you exactly what I want. He went back to the Lord and said, Lord, I know what I want. I have been married 4 times and I've gotten divorced 4 times. All the women that they keep saying, I cannot please them. I'm insensitive. I don't know how to treat them. I don't understand them. Lord, help me to understand women. The Lord paused and he asked Polari, by how wide you want this bridge, how much lanes you want. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 is like Polari not understanding women. Not because of the lack of comprehension or the lack of intellect. The Guyanese people don't understand this fluff and bluff of a budget. Mr. Speaker, I wish you, the members of the Honorable House, the clerk, the staff, the persons seated, and the people of Guyana a happy, healthy, safe, and prosperous new year. As I rise to make my contribution to this year's budget debate, one word comes to mind: adversity. Adversity is a difficult or an unpleasant situation, but it's one of the most powerful forces in life. It can bring out the best or the worst in you. Adversity provides the opportunity to believe, to revitalize your commitment to what you want to achieve, and reassess what you are willing to sacrifice to make it happen. It builds character, learning, resilience, creativity, and conviction. It teaches us to embrace challenges and grow from overcoming them. When we face adversities, we as Guyanese have only one option: march forward, fight harder, push past the seemingly impossible circumstances, turn adversities into triumph. Prosperity. Prosperity is a condition of being successful, flourishing, or thriving. In other words, economic well-being. Prosperity enables people to gain meaningful employment, pursue opportunities, live lives, and build a future for themselves and their families. It reduces vulnerability, enhances resilience, and makes one economically stronger. But, Mr. Speaker, development and growth must not be a zero-sum game. One's personal advancement must not be to the expense of others. By that I mean the expense of Guyanese. Isn't that what Guyanese should enjoy? Shared prosperity is the order of the day, but not under the PPP. Mr. Speaker, these are challenging and unprecedented times for Guyana. We understand the context in which Budget 2022 has been developed. A lot of fluff with bluffs. However, we are concerned that the current budget will not adequately address the economic fallout and the rising inequality that have worsened since the COVID-19 pandemic. The Honorable Member, Dr. Ashley Singh, from across the aisle, spoke of policies during his budget presentation. Mr. Speaker, might I remind the House, good policies do matter. Sometimes something we, the AP and UAFC, agree with. On this side, we have always held that people matter, and any good policy must be crafted with people at the center of it. The big question I ask when considering these estimates is, what are the economic benefits that is proposed in this budget? What will it bring and contribute to the well-being of the residents of Upper Demerara Berbice? The Regional Democratic Council have never concurred with some aspects of the financial submission. The hard-working subcommittees of the RDC met with the administrative arm. However, unfortunately, many of these submissions that were originally identified by the residents were not included. Once presented to the ministry, directives were given to remove projects. Several important critical elements to the region's development were ignored. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that the honorable members on the other side of the House work as part-time tailors and seamstresses because all they do is cut. In my region, Upper Demerara Berbice, they cut the SIP workers out. They cut the St. John's Ambulance Brigade workers out. They cut young people who work at NDMA. They cut the ICT programs and training programs for young people and even single parents. They've cut the real farmers that should have received the flood grants. They cut even building a new building for the RDC. They've cut the Linden Economic Network Fund and even the board. They cut the Linden Hospital board. They even cut the Wismar-Mackenzie Bridge out of the budget, even though the feasibility study was completed. Under the AP and UAFC, they've cut the fire tender that was designated for Kokwani. They've even reduced the tax for community forest associations, knowing well that they depend on that for their livelihoods. They put a stop to the Linden television station, put a stop button on finding investors to replace Rusal Bauxite Company, but continues to pump billions into the sugar industry, ignoring and stifling a community who have contributed economically towards this country. They've removed public assistance from some of those living with disability, and I know the honorable member will look into that. They've removed the Citizen Strengthening Program. We have a government who are tailors and seamstresses. What we're seeing is the PPP largely ignoring the representation by elected components of the council and determining their own priority. Where is the governance? Has it taken a walk to Robb Street, Honorable Member Kwame McCoy? There is no longer decentralization of government because now the PPP is instructing the NDCs and the municipalities on how they should function, who to hire, who to get contracts, and how much must be spent. Honorable Member Dharmlal, your name is calling. So clearly the views of the people are not being considered. This is not the people's budget anymore. It has become the Freedom House budget. Let me inform the residents of Region 10, our youths, women, teachers, healthcare workers, contractors, farmers, entrepreneurs, social workers, religious groups, persons with disabilities, and those who need public assistance. Your ideas were recorded. The concerns you raised with the AP and UAFC councillors, they listened and they formulated policies that apply directly to what you had highlighted. This was transmitted to the PPP government, but was ignored. This or any other region should not be shortchanged of resources that saw a trajectory path to progress under the APNU plus AFC. We thank you, Upper Demerara Berbice, for your 19,200 votes that you gave us in the last elections. And we know we're going to get 100% vote for the APNU AFC at the next. Agriculture. According to the World Bank, agriculture can help reduce poverty by 75% to the world's poor, who live in rural areas and work mainly in farms. My beloved region imports over 70% of food, inclusive of meat, staples, and vegetables. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, in this budget submission, we had asked for one 4x4, which will contribute to the agriculture extension officer and support staff. You know what they did? They decided to give us an ATV. We're grateful. But we believe that if we're serious about food security, we deserve more as a region. Because you are a caring government. The PPP is not serious about food security, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many people welcome the rehabilitation of the I-22 Takama Waterfront Road, but caution that military zone markers must be erected around the lone military facility within that area. That is the Takama Batu School. Mr. Speaker, the opposition cares for our servicemen and women, the police force and the Guyana Defense Force. They have enjoyed during our tenure the best equipment, training, resources that bilateral relations and money could afford. Mr. Speaker, it hurts my heart to hear our GDF and our police force constantly be called the Sling and Shot Army or the Sling and Shot Police Force. We are an oil-producing nation now. The Honorable Prime Minister would agree that we have to do more for our servicemen and women, and I must say that this budget does not reflect such. We need a modern army and police force. Education, Mr. Speaker. The educational gap continues to grow between the rich and poor. Those in the hinterland and the riverine areas are suffering, while those along the coastal lines are reaping all the benefits that this budget can afford. The Ministry of Education will boast about study resources being prepared and sent to every child. The pressure now is on the parents, some of whom have never gotten the chance at education, but trust the system. They trust the PPP to create a path for their offsprings. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education will boast of resources that are posted on the website. How can the students and teachers access same when the government did not maintain the internet hubs in the indigenous and rural villages? The Ministry of Education is forcing teachers to take money out of their little salary to absorb the cost of internet access, very well knowing in this budget there is no provision for salary increases for public servants. Team Omicron on the other side of this house, the honorable members, is forcing teachers and students to have in-person sessions, very well knowing COVID-19 cases are spiraling out of control. Such an uncaring and heartless government. I want to know, Mr. Speaker, how, if the government on the other side can explain how the region will strategically and tactically benefit from the plan to address COVID-19 in Region 10, when many of the times we have noticed that their friends are benefiting from throwing big parties and restriction not being applied to them. We want to know when that will end, when we'll have a level playing field. Mr. Speaker, there is some hope. Mr. Speaker, tourism can grow to become one of the most important transformative sectors within Upper Demerara Berbice. Our residents are beginning to enjoy some amount of economic stimulation because we have a bipartisan approach that is geared towards development. However, more can still be done. Our residents would like to be the beneficiaries of an eco-lodge at Rockstone, cabins at Great Falls. Tax breaks will encourage investments to come to Linden. Mr. Speaker, we've heard in the budget presentation about 5 to 4 international hotels being thrown up around the country. What happened to Linden and Region 10? Vote in Baitwe. Encourage investment to come to Region 10. Mr. Speaker, an annual subvention is being requested for the Region 10 Tourism Committee. And I know the Honorable Member Waldron, we will ensure that that is done. Mr. Speaker, the call center that the PPP boasts about opening, it was under the APNU AFC that work and construction began. We thank you for completing the project, but I caution this honorable House that those who are employed are being treated unfairly. And I hope and trust continued dialogue coupled with corrective measures will be had. Not because we need jobs, you will give us anything. Not because we need jobs, you will give us anything. Infrastructural work. Will the budget 2022 cushion the growth of unemployment and economic hardship we face with in the region? We have asked that projects be given to contractors within the regions who are compliant. In region during the last year, we've seen over 80% of the contracts being given to persons outside the region. What happened to our small contractors who have been bidding time and time again for projects? And Mr. Speaker, what happens is that when these contractors come from outside of the region, they bring their workers with them. And very little of the residents of Region 10 actually benefits from those jobs.
Honorable Member, I'll tell you what happens now. You need an extension.
Comrade Speaker, I do move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip, for the opposition.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, you may continue.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Mr. Speaker, the boys are back, and it seems that only those who are friends with the PPP are getting contracts. We need this to stop, man. We need to create a level playing field again for everybody. But let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. As the APNU AFC prepares to head back into government, get back into government, the party that I represent proudly, who boasts of a good track record, will execute all the projects that the PPP did not execute, and we'll add more to it. Mr. Speaker, let me add a few and tell you what we will do when we get back into government. We'll find a reputable investor for the bauxite in the Berbice River. We will construct our Wisma Mackenzie Bridge. We will construct a new bridge over the Barbies River to Kukwani. We'll finally construct a university campus in Linden. We will construct a new municipality mall at Mackenzie. And we could go on with what we will do because we reflect what the people want. And sadly, that opportunity was snuffed out of us as a result of what happened in 2020. We will remove VAT, Mr. Speaker, this is a key one. We will remove VAT after the reconnection of electricity. Imagine, you can't even afford to pay your electricity, you put VAT on the reconnection fee? Oh, come on, man. Y'all need to address that. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on, but I know my time is limited. Allow me to paraphrase a poem that a famous poet wrote and falls in line with the fathers of this nation. It reads, knock, knock, down the doors of racism and poverty that I could not. Knock, knock, down the doors of opportunities for the lost brilliance of men who crowd these cells. Knock, knock with a diligence for the sake of your children. Knock, knock for me for as long as you are free. These prison gates cannot contain my spirit. The best of me still lives in you. Knock, knock with the knowledge that you're my son, but you are not my choices. Yes, we are fathers, sons, and daughters, but we are not their choices. For despite their absence, we are still here, still alive, still breathing with the power to change Guyana one little boy or a girl at a time. Mr. Speaker, we are here. We are here as legislators, and our conscience must guide us in making the right decisions for those to follow. That means our future generations to come. Mr. Speaker, when I analyze this budget, the current expenditure stands at over 4.6 billion, but more than half of that goes to employment costs. The capital expenditure stands at $738 million. That is not enough for a capital tongue. That is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, as I analyze this budget, Mr. Speaker, we must place within two definings on both hands. On one hand, you have the 1% eating well, while on the other hand, the ribs of Guyanese are showing. That I repeat myself again. On one hand, we have the private sector who probably stands at 1%, benefiting a lot out of this budget, but the rest of the country's ribs are showing. Mr. Speaker, our people are hungry. The small man is hungry, and the PPP they're ignoring their cries. And that is what this budget reflects. Mr. Speaker, at this time, given the clear evidence of marginalization, I cannot support the national budget 2022 in its current form. Mr. Speaker, we have much work to do, but reconciliation is what we have to ensure that we push. The two sides have to work together. You cannot continue to ignore the people and make decisions on behalf of them, very well knowing that you don't have their interests at heart. Mr. Speaker, I yield the rest of my time and I say God bless Guyana and save us all from the PPP.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And now it's my Honourable Member, Dr. Jennifer Westford. You can proceed with your contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I, like my colleagues, would like to join my contribution to this 2022 debate. Firstly, sir, let me congratulate the Right Honorable Senior Minister of Finance, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, for his eloquent presentation. Sir, I would also like to acknowledge the sterling contribution of the staff of the Ministry of Finance and other line ministries, without whom the timely presentation of this budget would not have been possible. Mr. Speaker, we just heard the Honorable Member, Mr. Sears, First of all, we keep saying they don't read. And obviously, sir, we heard the honorable member lamenting that they were not being given opportunities in tourism and in scholarships. And the honorable minister of tourism sat here and she said, it's in the newspapers, there are advertisements. Have you ever applied? Sir, I would like to encourage my friends on the opposite side once again to please pay attention. Everything is in the open. We're not hiding anything. All of our citizens are free to participate and enjoy all of the goodies that this government has to offer and has been offering from the time it took office. Sir, the honorable member said, he also said, when they get back into power, I don't know when that is going to be, but sir, that they're going to remove the VAT from electricity. I'm wondering if he's aware who put VAT on electricity in 2015. It was the PPPC who removed the VAT from electricity when we got back into power. The other thing I need to tell, he's probably too young to know this, Mr. Speaker. When he spoke about persons' ribs are some are eating and others' ribs are showing. Mr. Speaker, that is something of the past. I was looking around to see if any of my old Dr. Prasad may not even remember that. There was a time, sir, in this country when we had a special area for some children we deemed malnutrition, malnourished. They had a special place for them. And so, you know what? That was under AP, the PNC regime. That war, that institution was abolished when the PPP took office in 1992, sir, and remained being abolished. Sir, so, Mr. Sears, I don't know if you know of any pockets where we have such children. I would encourage you to please bring it to the attention of the Ministry of Health so that we can rectify it, because we have the capabilities of doing so. Mr. Speaker, this budget is predicated upon an understanding of the needs of the citizens of this country, young and old, Mr. Sears. It is tempered with the realities of our actual financial situation. Against this backdrop, we seek to overlay a new code of conduct to be adopted by the current implementers, based on the general principles of selflessness, objectivity, accountability, openness, and leadership. Leadership, Mr. Speaker, a word that is missing from the vocabulary of our friends on the opposite side. These values, Mr. Speaker, will form a thread that pervades all of our endeavors throughout this year and indeed for the duration of our unending term in office. Mr. Speaker, several members on the opposite side of this House said that this budget has nothing for the poor and vulnerable. This, sir, is a blatant distortion of the truth. Mr. Speaker, any rightfully thinking person, even one with minimal comprehensive capabilities, can understand the benefits to be gained, not only by the poor and the vulnerable, but by every single citizen of this country. Mr. Speaker, all of our citizens throughout the length and breadth of this land. Even, Mr. Sears, those who work at Freedom House and incidentally at Congress Place, and even you, the honorable members on the opposite side of this house, will derive enormous benefits from the $300 million allocated for small businesses, yes, thank you, honorable member, the $1.3 billion allocated for the development in ICT, the $245 million allocated for the establishment of new industrial estates. And sir, that's where we have jobs for those who are qualified, not, as you said, honorable member, giving persons jobs that we want to give them, not what they want. We are also qualifying those persons to occupy those jobs that will be created. Also, sir, there is going to be $600 million for power generation in Region 9, $170 million in Region 8, and $1.1 billion for solar farms in our hinterland. Mr. Speaker, GPL will be given a further $1.6 billion to improve its transmission capabilities. So I would like to assure the honorable member who spoke about blackouts, and more blackouts, that maybe there's an issue with paying your light bills or your lines, your transmission lines. And that will soon be looked after. Mr. Speaker, $27 billion will also be allocated to roads and bridges. And incidentally, sir, this amount will be expended on actual works on roads and bridges, not on feasibility studies, as we saw under the APNU AFC regime. Mr. Speaker, there will also be $600 million for hinterland airstrip upgrades. As you can see, sir, every single person within this country, in every area, will be benefiting under this budget. Sir, our river and sea defenses, we have been having lots of floods recently. That is going to be rectified. It will not be rectified totally, because we have to remember, we live below the sea level. And sir, I'm a little later, I'm going to speak of what development really is. And we have to do things one day at a time. And it just can't happen now, as my honorable colleague on the other side, Ms. Nazir, the honorable member, wanted everything to happen now. It will not be happen now, but it will happen in time. We are setting the ground, the floor, we are setting the baseline for these things to happen, sir. And it is going to be resolved. Mr. Speaker, all of these massive allocations, which allocate to trillions in the health sector and the education sector, and we'll hear a lot about the education sector when my honorable colleague, Minister of Education, comes here, and when the honorable Minister of Health comes to make his presentation. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wonder, are these people for real? Mr. Speaker, the oppositions who are calling for the increase of the tax threshold, increase in old age pension, and for the UG tuition to be free, are the very people who sat quietly under the APNU reign when water and electricity subsidies were taken away from our pensioners. when the 1 month tax-free bonus was taken away from the hard-working men and women of our discipline services. Mr. Speaker, when the tuition fees of the very University of Guyana that they're asking for it to be free, when that tuition was doubled. Who was it doubled by, sir? The very regime, the persons who sit on the opposite side today and spewing what should happen. Where were they? Why weren't they advising their own administration? Mr. Speaker, additionally, over 200 new burdensome taxes were imposed on items that are essential for the well-being of the very poor and vulnerable that they are suddenly so caring for. Mr. Speaker, even the milk and cereals for the poor orphan babies were taxed. Mr. Speaker, yes, even the donkey cart man had to pay taxes. Yes, everything was taxed, sir. Everything was taxed. And I would have liked to repeat something that I was told by a citizen, but because of the rules of this hallowed house, I will not do so. Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side of this house came here with their crooked and cooked up stories in the most self-righteous and hubristic manner, hoping that the people of this country really have a short memory, or that they are suffering from total amnesia. But I call it an insult to our intelligence. What deceit. It is a fact, Mr. Speaker, that some deceivers are so expert that they deceive even themselves. And this statement aptly describes my colleagues on the opposite side of this house. Mr. Speaker, all of the budgets, including this one presented by the PPPC governments, are always methodical and heralded clear economic pathways to development. Sir, this government is and has always been committed to the development of our people and country. Mr. Speaker, development is achieved through properly planned and implemented processes and not by whimsical ideas. Sir, every citizen will remember the popular catchphrases of the APNU government. And these were, sir, the good life and the green economy. Mr. Speaker, that good life was only realized by a privileged few who were obviously cabinet members. And the touted green economy was exhibited by the painting of all government buildings in the color green. Mr. Speaker, what moral authority does anyone on the opposition benches has to criticize this expertly crafted 2022 PPPC budget when all of the budgets presented by APNU were loaded with promises, devoid of any ideas and plans for diversification of the economy, no creativity and no vision, or definitely no plan for sustainable development.
Honorable member, you will need 5 minutes to continue and conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, honorable member. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the former APNU government stands accused and guilty of systematically dismantling all working and progressive reforms that were so carefully instituted by successive PPPC governments. And Mr. Speaker, this was done for no other reason than for political spite and vindictiveness. Sir, the Honorable Opposition Chief Whip, Mr. Jones, said when he was reminding this House about the existence of Article 13 of the Constitution. Yes, Honorable Opposition Chief Whip, please note that Article 13 did not fall out of the sky into the Constitution today or in 2020. It was there since 1980. Mr. Speaker, 5 years ago, when the APNU was in government, they told us, that is why we are here and you are there. It was not arrogance and breach of Article 13 then, but, sir, it is arrogance and breach of Article 13 today. They told us they do not need to consult the opposition because they have 34 seats. And we have 33 seats. Yes, sir, we remember those things. Mr. Speaker, even on that fateful day, when the no confidence motion was passed against the APNU government, no less a person than the government chief whip said to us, APNU is in the government and will be here for the next 40 years. We will have no discussions with you. You have 33 seats and we have 34. Bring it on. Mr. Speaker, it was not arrogance then, but according to Mr. Jones, it is arrogance now. But sir, I sat there, and for all of them who want to play they do not remember, I remember, Mr. Speaker, and the people of Guyana remembers. And as long as they remember, that is all that matters to us. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance had no objections to having discussions with the APNU during his budget presentation. But sir, they are the ones who have to make themselves available for those discussions. Mr. Speaker, you know, they keep saying that the PPPC, whenever the PPPC is in government, crime increases. That's one of their mantras. But have they ever noticed that when they are in opposition, crime increases? Yes, honorable members, when you are in opposition, crime increases. And that is very significant. And Mr. Speaker, there is a new phenomenon. Fires in public buildings have now been added to the crime list. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, Mr. Figueroa, said when he spoke, you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all of the people all of the time. And Mr. Speaker, I think they should read that for themselves. Mr. Speaker, once again, let me congratulate the Minister of Finance on this 2022 budget, a budget which definitely will instill and restore national confidence, pride, integrity, accountability, economic stability, and rebuild the trust of the people in government while developing our willingness so that we will do the work together. Mr. Speaker, Restoring Guyana back to its pre-2015 glory is paramount and will require the collective effort of every citizen with the full engagement of those on the other side. I make a call, sir, for all to rally around our program, a program of development, a program of vision, which have policies and clear directions for the development of this dear land of ours. Let us do this together. I implore upon you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call on the Honourable Member, Ms. Nina Flo Best, to make her contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to publicly talk about the abuse being meted out to female members of parliament on the opposition side by some of the male ministers over there. Some. I am registering my concern because I do not think it is right for us to leave our homes, to come into the parliament, to deal with ministers who are abusive in their language. And I would like to register that concern to you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Registered.
Mr. Speaker, even as I look at budget 2022, I asked the following questions. Is there hope? No. Is there fairness? No. Is there equity in the distribution of services? No. It is definitely steadfast against challenges. Challenges of all the voices, all the letters, all the complaints against marginalization and the barbaric practices of the PPPC administration. It is resolute in building one Guyana, but one Guyana for who? Is it just for the PPPC supporters or one ethnic group? It's exactly, when you look at the allocations in the budget, that is what it reflects. Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud mother of 5 kids. So when I speak about the budget, I can look at the budget from the position of being a mother. In the budget, they announced that you have public assistance, public assistance, you have 28,000 for the seniors. When you deal with the seniors, if they take out their light bill, if they take out their phone bill, if they look at dinner, $300 for dinner, for 30 days is $9,000. And if they have lunch, $500 a day, by 30 is $15,000. When you add up the two, it's $24,000. So basically, they have $4,000 to pay the bills and do whatever has to be done. Mr. Speaker, we talk about the budget. We have uniform grants. If you go to the cheapest store to purchase uniforms. $5,000, yes, you might get 2 shirts, 2 pants, or you could decide to buy a bag. That's eventually what the guidance people are talking about. Mr. Speaker, we have public assistance. Public assistance of $14,000. We know, Mr. Speaker, from my experience of working with the visually impaired, working with people who have disability, working with children who have challenges, I can tell you, $14,000 really can't do much to assist those persons. The visually impaired don't really go to the markets without having the relevant support to shop. They would shop at the supermarket where they can guarantee that whatever they're picking up is safe enough for their consumption. So, $14,000 might last them for 2 days. Mr. Speaker, if there is a child with disability, depending on the challenges the child may have, the $14,000 might barely be able to cover some Pampers or cover taxi fare, depending if the child has to go to the hospital. So yes, that's what is stated in the budget for our people. At least that's what I see from the position of a parent. Look at yourselves. The privilege. When you have maids at your disposal to clean up after you, when your bills are being paid without you pushing your hands in your pockets, when you have free transportation to move around and you do not go to the markets to purchase anything, prices would not matter to you. When you're showered with gifts, none of the elites can truly understand what it is to live as an average Guyanese who is dependent, be it on a monthly salary, be it on a weekly wage, or a fortnight pay. So when you hear about budget 2022, right away you start to think of that. Mr. Speaker, please ask Mr. McCoy to shut his mouth. Thank you. Yet, a budget was presented without considering all of this, since it really does not cater for the underprivileged. Let's be real. Moving the tax threshold from $65,000 to $75,000 only gives the teacher an average of $2,800, which is basically equivalent to a Lysol spray. Therefore, you're telling the hard-working public servants they only deserve a spray. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 1.3 of the budget speech have some colorful adjectives for persons who are fooled by fancy words and nothing else. The reality is, over the last 18 months, since this PPPC administration has been placed into office, Guyanese have been dumbfounded that education did not play a meaningful role in the PPP administration. They returned with the same method of governance, and even worse, after 5 years being out of office and 23 years of total distress on the Guyanese populace. I reflect on the past budgets, the teams under the previous PPPC administration. You know, it's amazing. 2003, the team was confronting the challenges, staying the course for prosperous Guyana. Look where we were. 2008, staying the course, advancing the transformation agenda. 2012, remaining on course, united in purpose, prosperity for all. 2013, they were overcoming challenges, together accelerating gains for Guyana. And then last year budget, we talk about all this economic dynamism. And what has been the result for the majority of Guyanese? A very hard and uncomfortable life. Don't fool yourself. The elites are the ones who enjoy what was proposed and what is being given, and it still happens today. Mr. Speaker, reference to paragraph 1.4 of the budget. Lest we make a mistake of taking for granted the freedoms of which we have fought. Guyanese people have taken their freedom for granted, and that's why we are where we are under this miserable administration. We continue to witness the barefaced rape of our state resources, the marginalization of people looking like me, and I can attest to that, supporters of the coalition. And the budget continues to just marginalize the majority and empower just a few. That's a fact. Mr. Speaker, I turn my attention to the other extractive industry for the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources. In this industry, I see reference paragraph 3.13, that there is a decline in mining, bauxite, gold, etc. But Honorable Minister, my first budget speech, I recall you talking about administrative controls and removing them. And now in this budget, we see that that has become a challenge. I hope that that is being reviewed properly, because when I check the books on the projects, all I see for your ministry is some ATVs being acquired. And when I look at your staffing, I see you lacking technical support, but yet still there is only one technical person there. I hope that that will be clarified for me when we have our perusal of the estimates in the budget. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to my constituency, the East Bank of Demoir, and Region 4 specifically. It is total madness to have a budget presented for a region where none of the elected officials had an input, but rather one individual decided what needs to be done, submitted that, and it was acceptable by the subject minister and all and sundry. There are numerous works to be done in this area and can alleviate simple things for residents. Mr. Speaker, this is Bagoston. Bagoston got these drains that really need to be cleaned, and it will alleviate the flooding in Water Street. Mr. Speaker, these are farms from my community, Mocha Arcade community. I didn't get flood relief, I love my farmer. Yes, all of these, I had to witness all of this. All these crops went down. Many of the farmers still have not received anything. Mr. Speaker, after we had our farmers to market in Mocha Arcade community, this is what we dealt with, Mr. Speaker. The drainage canal, the main drainage canal for our community was blocked for the construction of a bridge and still has not been removed. Mr. Speaker, Barwell North need a road. This is the condition of the road. We're talking about projects, but when you peruse the budget, you barely see anything happening. Mr. Speaker, Covent Garden, these are sections in these different NDC. This is the road. This is the drainage. These are projects that needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, we talk about housing. I'll come to that. Look at Great Diamond. This is where residents live on the riverbank. We see all this housing boom. Were anything made in preparation or any consideration given for these persons that are living here? When the water is high, this is the condition in which they live. Mr. Speaker, this is Caneview area. The Grove NDC is responsible for this area. The bushes in the trench is taller than the houses. These are projects that needs to be done. These are things that needs to be done. They have roads there. I am looking in the budget to see how our people are being helped. Mr. Speaker, we have Craig, the drainage canal on the side of the road. This is what you see. And this is in Craig. Mr. Speaker, Friendship, flooding. Many of these farmers did not get any relief. Look what's happening here. This is a whole road. I go in and see how many ducks and fowl and so in the water. Mr. Speaker, the amazing thing, Friendship is flooding, but yet still, this is a coca that was blocked recently. When you see the coca there, all of this stuff is in there, and you're wondering what is happening, persons would have called to find out what's happening. The amazing thing, Mr. Speaker, I had to write a question to this House asking what consultation is ever being done with these and with the authorities and so forth and the people when there's work to be done. Mr. Speaker, supply, road to be done. Mr. Speaker, Sue's like the cocoa. This is right where you have all the sun bank up by the junction. This is the condition of the cocoa. Mr. Speaker, the amazing thing is that when you go up the Demoir River, Mr. Kwame will know this because he traversed the area to take hampers for the people, drive past the residents and go to the top, the last village, and every other village got to drive their boats to go behind him to collect a hamper. So this area here, sir, is in need of electricity, telephone, and all these services needed in the area. Mr. Speaker, a very famous place, Laluni. It's an Amerindian area. The road is terrible. We go there 1.5 hours driving and pools and all that. I ain't seen nothing in the budget.
Honorable Member, before you can continue with your pictorial presentation, you need an extension. I also want to tell you that you should label all the pictures and deposit it with us, right? Thank you. Honorable Member Ms. Halley, don't have a dream, just move the motion. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member Ms. Bess, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, housing is a sore suit of many residents on the East Bank of Demoir. Many of them have application in the Ministry of Housing, but their name seems to be lost in the well-advanced technological system. Imagine being a squatter for over 20 years. Then the government decides that they should not be in the area and you must remove all in the name of development. Development starts and you recognize that the claims are not true, Mr. Speaker. That's the plight of 35 families and 50 children located at Caneview Horstelling. This administration is so bent on marginalization and unfairness that they rather occupy a play field at Third Horstelling to take those residents, and it continues to cause conflict with the people living in Horstelling and the people from Caneview. Mr. Speaker, here again is another example of an uncaring action. Mr. Speaker, health services. At the different health centers, definitely, services can be improved in serving our people during this pandemic. I believe all health centers, Mr. Speaker, should have masks that are freely distributed to persons accessing service. There should be mobile units traveling in the communities, the far-reaching communities, educating and distributing vaccines and giving out information that is much needed for the people. And like the Honorable Minister spoke earlier about our program, I think it will go well if the people get the information. Mr. Speaker, I see the plan to build a new secondary school at Prospect on the East Bank of Demoir in the budget. Mr. Speaker, I believe a skills training center for many youths might be best suited for that area. Mr. Speaker, Covent Garden Secondary, Diamond Secondary, and Friendship Secondary are within 12.7 miles of each other. And imagine putting another secondary school at Prospect, the village just before Covent Garden. Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the wrong that was done to marginalize the people of Region 4 with the budget, that it be corrected. It needs to be corrected. Region 4 is the largest region in terms of population. You need to fix it. The people of Region 4 deserves better. And Mr. Speaker, if they don't want to fix it, then I would recommend, if they got ministers living in Region 4, they should probably go to the other regions that they put all the wealth into, all the resources into. It is very sad. I therefore would like to rename the budget, Mr. Speaker, Steadfast against all hard-working Guyanese and resolute in building Guyana for all the PPP supporters. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Our final contributor today is the Honorable Member, Dr. Berry Ramsaran. Honorable Member, you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening to all comrades and friends and members of Parliament, and more especially to any Guyanese at home who may be following us. Mr. Speaker, I would like to join in congratulating the Honourable Minister of Finance, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, and at the same time I'd like to recognize that this is not a one-man job and he must have had a superb team. Let's celebrate that team of hard-working public servants who are, like our nurses, working under severe conditions. Psychologically, they're working during a very crisis period of the pandemic. So we want to congratulate him, and we like him to take those congratulations back to his ministry. And they've been doing this for many years now. Now, there are many things that distinguish this budget. First of all, it's an early budget, and I'd like to talk on that a little bit. It's an early budget, and we hope that in the near future, based on the use of his team, that we'll be able to get it even earlier. And why? This early budget does something. It allows the apparatus, the civil servants, the public servants in the regions, and so on, and in the institutions and in the agencies, to have more months to execute the plan. And many of us, sometimes probably some sitting here who never thought on this, I can probably share this with you. Usually we might have the budget coming out as late as March, April. So we're giving our apparatchiks, we're giving our officials 9 months to execute a 12-month budget or 12-month spending. That was definitely unfair to them. Monies might be returned and so on. So I want to congratulate the team for the early budget, and it gives them an extended period to execute the job, and at the same time to take the message to the citizens in the area to get them incorporated and sympathetic with what we're doing. So I like to develop that. I would have liked to brought to your attention that concept of early budget, and do urge the minister to see if he can make it even earlier. Give us a Christmas gift the year before, so we can come to the new year already prepared. It's a mega budget, but what's very interesting, comrades, colleagues, it's a mega budget, but no one has mentioned this so far, as I guys have seen. There are no new taxes, so we have a big budget, massive budget, mega budget. I like that term. I'm stealing it from a press article, media article. But no new taxes. Congratulations. And this is the way the PPPC is taking it. We're going to mobilize monies by cutting other edges and so on, but not imposing taxes. Modernization budget. Indeed, this is a transformational budget. The PPPC is now trying to take up where it left off after the cabal was able to sneak themselves in. You know, after that little period, they really set things back. Fortunately for us, they're so incompetent that the destruction they did to some of our programs did not spread to others. They were just too lazy to go around destroying everything. But we're back in the saddle, as it were, and it's a modernization budget. Modernization budget. In other words, as some persons, especially the younger folk I was having a little discussion with recently, they're saying, you know, we can call this budget Getting Guyana Back on Track. One Guyana. And that term seems to get under the skin, right? Getting it right, getting one Guyana. Now I invite all Guyanese to join in looking at building back better, bigger, brighter, bolder. That is what this budget is doing. And it is doing that in severe conditions, against the background of pandemic, against background of the flood that we had not too long ago, and such other things. So I want to invite all Guyanese to join in this exciting task. This in itself could foster unity, working purposefully for a costed plan, because a budget by definition is a costed plan. So I would like to invite all of us to come together, and it's good to have the rhetoric here, the little bubbling up and so on, especially from the side across there. But I want to get to the supporters, and they do have supporters, we must recognize that. And we want to get over to them to say, let's build back better, bigger, brighter, bolder. And this reminds me of the 92-93 period when we took power after long bleak years. There was excitement. I think people were hoping to build things back, and we did build back. We have that opportunity here again. Building back better, bigger, brighter, bolder. I want to invite all Guyanese to join in this exciting task. This in itself, I repeat, could foster unity and one Guyana. The budget itself is replete with many measures that are positive. I'd like to list just a few and bring them to your attention. Measures to strengthen government agencies. It's there, it's financed and right across at the national and at the local or regional levels. Measures to improve government efficiency. Measures to incentivize the private sector to join the government in buffering the disastrous impact of the current COVID public health threat, because it's a public health threat. It's right. That's how it's defined even by the WHO. It also includes measures aimed at helping the most vulnerable of our citizenry, workers, single moms, and that's a very important category, single moms. They will be determining the future generation, how they are able to bring up or not bring up their kids. And then, of course, you might say, let's call on the men to be more responsible. Single moms, old age pensioners, dismissed sugar workers, people living with disabilities, indigenous communities, bashed or battered by the recent repeated severe protracted floodings. And many of us who don't know or don't travel to the hinterland might not know it, but in recent months, or the mid part and later last year, there were massive floods in, for example, Region 9, flooded the cassava fields totally, not for a few days, but forever. So they could not even salvage some of the crop. It was just rotten. So we need to look at our hinterland citizens and see how we can take them into consideration, although they're far out. And of course, these things were precipitated forward by protracted flooding, and flooding occurred not only in those distant areas, those remote areas, but right here on the coast. Measures aimed at countering the impact of climate change, recognizing that Guyana is a small, low-lying coastal state. And here again, I must remember or bring to your attention something that we now take for granted. The Hope Canal, probably many youngsters who didn't know about the construction of the canal, passing it might think it's some extension of the Atlantic Ocean. It's so big, it's so effective. But what's more important, the Hope Canal now will be having partners, because it has proven its effectiveness. And remember how they laughed at it? Remember how they ridiculed it? And now it's taken for granted, and the great job that it's doing in that area. To such an extent that the Hope Canal multiplied by 2, as I put it in my notes, the Hope Canal now will be having two further partners, or two further offspring, should I say, because as we understand from the budget, they're going to be using that example, that experience to put similar ones in other areas to stop the flooding, because rain will not disappear from Guyana. We have to learn to live with it. We have to learn to live with floodings. We have to mitigate. We have to plan ahead. And this is what makes me excited with this budget. It does exactly that, based on the experience with the first Hope Canal. Measures aimed at creating, training, and retaining the brain power to manage and maintain the new Guyana in these adverse conditions. Note the continued support for the massive 20,000 scholarships program and the upgrade. This is a point that, because I lived in the quarantine, I lived in Bobby for almost a decade, and the upgrade of the Gaisuko reputable Port Moran training school to a technical training college with a more robust curriculum. That might look like a small thing, but if you know the reputation and the recognition that that institution enjoys right across, even in communities overseas, Guyanese communities, you recognize what a progressive step that is. A training school, the training school at Port Moran will be upgraded to a technical training college with, as I understand it, a more robust curriculum. Further, measures are included to address the needs of other small but valued Guyanese struck by catastrophic diseases, the treatment of which could financially ruin them and their families. For example, budgetary support for dialysis. I noticed that several persons did refer to it, but that is it's a life-saving activity, but it's expensive, and we need to look at it. We have a small public health sector capacity, and we need to work on that. But those measures are included to continue addressing those issues so that no catastrophic disease can financially ruin a patient or a Guyanese citizen and his or her family. Measures to restore the money transfers from the state to children and their families, which were introduced by the PPPC government and which were withdrawn by the APNU, PNC, AFC, Granger, Nagamutu, Ramjit, and Cabal as soon as the coalition assumed office. As soon as, and I think my good friend Prak is depressed now. I've been looking at him, and I think I don't know, I got to go Seaside or Riverside or something and do some little walk there, you know. So we're going to talk on that. Measures to restore the money transfer, listen well, Prak, from the state to children and their families, which were introduced by the PPPC government and which were withdrawn by the APNU, PNC, AFC, Granger, Nagamutu, Ramjit, and Cabal. As soon as they came, as soon as the code.
Honorable Member, the Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjitan, please.
What's more, some youngsters asked me to remind you that even while they were doing that, they were increasing almost immediately their salaries by 100% in some cases, surreptitiously, never told, you know, and they used to be telling us the PPPC ministers are fat cats. So they didn't reduce it, they added to it. Right. So, now, this budget, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, rather, this bold budget, this transformational budget comes against especially bleak global background. Let's look at what I mean by that. One, the COVID-19 public health threat declared by the WHO, World Health Organization, to be of international concern resulted in an international lockdown and the consequential difficulty in accessing imported inputs and in the steep rise in their cost, that is the cost of imported inputs. Humanity had not witnessed such a pandemic since the dreaded Spanish flu in 1918. And finally, protracted severe repeated flooding in coastal and hinterland communities in Guyana. Those are the two big, that was against that background, we had to now mobilize our resources to fight the dreaded pandemic. And we did well, especially the Ministry of Health, Dr. Frank Anthony led the team well and continues to lead the team well. And we must not forget them. The frontline workers, the nurses, the ladies and gentlemen trained to be nurses, but doing so many other things. Under the tent, starting on the Square of the Revolution, now in the compound of the Ministry of Health and so many other venues. So I want to put a plug here for encouraging the vaccine resistant or the vaccine reluctant to get vaccinated as soon as possible, fully vaccinated. And at the same time, I want to recognize the good work being done by the nurses and other frontline workers. So the COVID public health threat declared by the WHO as of international concern was against, those are one of the things against which background we developed in this budget. And the protracted repeated flooding and constant flooding in certain areas in Guyana. Now, we also notice the training in the budget is adequate. Well, it could never be adequate. You always want more training, but there's good provision for training of our workers. Training of in the nursing school, for example, that's got mentioned where it's going to be properly equipped and properly staffed and so on. So this is the next very good thing that I've observed, and I'd like to bring it to your attention. The amount of the resources to train nurses and other second-level professionals, that is not the doctors and specialist level, seems interesting. It has not been decreased. It could always be more, but I'd like to congratulate the Minister of Health or Minister of Finance for having found those monies. And the investment in that section of our workforce is being seen, the correctness of it is being seen now with the response to the pandemic and the vaccination for the virus. And what I'd like to point out too, a little plug again for Angels in White. Guyana is suddenly interested in vaccinations and in the COVID and lining up to get it and so on, and there's a big discussion. But our nurses and our system might have responded so superbly because we have a great history, one of the best in the world, one of the best records in the world of vaccination programs. And I'm not speaking of the Johnny-come-lately virus, the vaccine for COVID. Over the past years, and especially starting under the PPP after 92, 93, around there, we have been able to effectively and consistently over the years vaccinate up to 94 to 98% of all our population of toddlers and babes in arms who need the injection, need the vaccine against the vaccination against vaccine-preventable childhood diseases. And I think there are about 20 of them. You remember the HPV vaccine when we introduced it, there was great resistance and so on. Or not great resistance, some resistance with some uninformed miscreants picketing the Ministry of Health and so on. So we have a glorious history, and when I look back and see how much work we did, it's unfortunate that we have to now mention this, or this only comes up for public viewing and public interest when because of a pandemic and we discussing the pandemic. And then again, we like to note in this experience of the good work the nurses and the system does at the health center level, at the level of the community health center. I'd like to make a plug here for men's health.
Before you make the plug, you will have to get more time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask that the honourable member be given 5 more minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Honourable member, you may continue.
Thank you. But I close by saying that men's health. Usually, we now focus on health, we focus on lining up, and it's very interesting to see some very big, strong men, some of them looking that if you know you don't want to talk to them, they might bite you. They're lining up meekly like little children to get the job. That's good. Let's build on that. Let's, out of crisis, make opportunity. I see Mr. Ramjitan, the Honorable, is shaking his head. You can probably have a little chat on that in the corridor sometime. Men do not have a proper health-seeking behavior. They drop the wives off with the kids at the health center because they're going to the baby clinic, okay, for either second pregnancy or a third pregnancy, while at the same time taking along the toddlers to have their vaccinations, for the routine vaccines, as we call them. I want to bring it to the attention of the House and to the members that we need to get the men more involved. Let's use this opportunity that they're interested. They come and line up on the square of Revolution, men, you know. And let's now have them not only drop off their wives or their partners to the health centers for the maternity clinics or for the child clinics, but get involved themselves. Let's put men's health on the front burner. Coming out of this crisis, it's a bad experience, yes, but let's get as much good out of it. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd like to thank you for the extra time. And men's health now is on the agenda. Please, let's use coming out of the crisis, get vaccinated, get the job, get comprehensively, get totally vaccinated, full coverage, and at the same time encourage the vaccine reluctant, but at the same time special invitation to the men to join your wives, join your spouses, join your child mothers to when they go to the health center, so that you too you would remember this time when I started to go to the health center, and you'd remember a good thing coming out of this terrible experience we have with the shutdown and generally with the COVID invasion of our spaces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, this concludes our business for today. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the Assembly to 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 2nd of February, 2022.
Honourable members, the Assembly now stands adjourned to Wednesday, 10 a.m., Wednesday, the 2nd of February.